Chapter 1 Rebirth. The Chinese team beat Brazil in the final of the World Cup and won the cup. Some experts advocate raising the retirement age to beyond 70, which will help people continue to work. Starting January 1, 2025, services such as foot washing and ear cleaning will be officially included in national health insurance. In the security room, listening to the familiar news on his phone, Zhang Jia was in a daze. He was originally a security guard who hid in a rented room after the outbreak of the acid rain doomsday. But he forgot the doomsday survival rules, resulting in food being looted, his girlfriend betraying him, and ultimately a tragic death at the hands of the mob. But now, he has actually been reborn a week before the doomsday. Doomsday survival system activated. The system voice sounded. Ha! The host will receive a random reward every 3 days they survive the doomsday. Newcomer reward, space ring, physical fitness enhanced once. The voice disappeared, and Zhang Jia noticed that there was an additional blue ring on his index finger. He walked out of the security room, and the road was full of people and cars, a scene of peace and prosperity. There was no sign of the end at all. But only Zhang Jia knew how terrifying things would become once that rain fell. Now, he was the only person in the world who knew that the end was coming. He must do something to change his fate. As everyone knows, there are 4 things that matter most in the end. They are money, supplies, a safe house and a woman. But as a small security guard, he has no money at all. When he first graduated, Zhang Jia thought he could make a splash in society. However, the cruel reality slapped him in the face. Over the years, he has delivered takeaways, sorted express deliveries, driven taxis, worked in factories, and run food stalls. Every day, he works hard, but can only just get by. On the way home from work, he can't help but think about the rich people hugging each other on the roadside. Why don't these people have to work? Why are they so rich? Zhang Jia doesn't hate the rich, he's just simply curious. Now, he has been reborn, and if he doesn't take this opportunity to change his fate, he will look down on himself. His first priority now is to get rich, very rich. In this world, without money, it is difficult to get anywhere. With his memory, he arrived at the front of room 101, building 9. This is where the well-known rich businessman, Boss Wang, kept his mistress. And today, the rich businessman will die of a heart attack in the house, and the mistress will be scared. If he shows up at this time, he can scare the mistress and get a large sum of money. Police, open the door. After Zhang Jia knocked on the door a few times, it opened a crack. He put his toes in the crack and forced the door open and squeezed through. But when he saw the woman in the room, he was dumbfounded. It was the goddess he had been after since college, Bai Shuya. Bai Shuya was wearing a black nightgown, with her long, dark, beautiful hair falling down her shoulders. Her delicate features were as perfect as if they had been carved, her eyebrows like distant ink, and her eyes like autumn water. The nightgown perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the black stockings wrapped around her long, straight legs, making people unable to stop looking. And at her feet, lay the body of a man. Zhang Jia, why are you here? Bai Shuya was full of shock. Seeing her college dog Liquor appear in her home, she couldn't believe it. Zhang Jia crouched down and checked the man's nose. Indeed, as he remembered, the wealthy businessman was dead. If I didn't come here, how would I know that someone wanted to destroy the corpse and erase the evidence? Zhang Jia smiled and walked up to the former goddess. When he was in college, he pursued Bai Shuya for 3 years. As a result, Bai Shuya played him for a fool for 3 years, and at the graduation party, Bai Shuya mocked him in front of the entire school, humiliating him. I didn't kill him. He died as soon as he entered the door, and it has nothing to do with me. Bai Shuya's voice trembled a little, and her hands were already red from rubbing them together out of nervousness. Oh, do you think Boss Wang's wife and the police will believe you? Zhang Jia sneered, cut the crap. Bring me the 3 million, and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Zhang Jia, don't go too far. When I was in school, I hung out with you and spent your money, treating you like a nobody. But you don't have to do this. 3 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? An expression of anger gradually appeared on Bai Shuya's pretty face. Once, Zhang Jia had been her lapdog, obedient to her every word and humble to the core. At the mere sound of her phone, no matter what Zhang Jia was doing, he would immediately drop what he was doing and rush to her side. Whenever she casually mentioned that she liked a certain bag, Zhang Jia would scrimp and save for months just to be able to give her the gift on her birthday. Whenever he went out with Bai Shuya, Zhang Jia would always silently follow behind her, carrying her bag and fetching things for her like a loyal squire. When she was unhappy, Zhang Jia would try every means to cheer her up, making fools of himself, telling jokes, and even going to the lengths of making a fool of himself in exchange for a smile from her. But now, the person in front of her was a bit of a stranger. "I've changed my mind. You can refuse to pay, but if you don't want to go to jail, be at the Blue Whale Hotel, room 302, at 8 p.m. sharp." Zhang Jia changed the subject and made a new demand. "Don't go too far. I'm not just any woman." Bai Shuya bit her lip. Although she smoked, drank, had tattoos, went clubbing, stayed out late at night, and loved going to bars. But she always thought of herself as a good girl. "If you want to sleep with me, you can forget it, you won't even get to gang rape me." Bai Shuya's breasts rose and fell violently with anger. "Ha, if you don't come, you'll be responsible for the consequences yourself. Boss Wang is a well-known entrepreneur, and if no one gives you evidence, you'll definitely go to prison. I advise you to think carefully." After the threat, Zhang Jia ignored the self-righteous woman and turned his head and left the house. After leaving the community, he went to the lottery store as soon as possible and, with the help of his past life memories, bought dozens of lottery tickets in one go. Just as he was scratching the tickets, Ma Biao, the property manager of the community, also arrived at the lottery store. As the property manager, Ma Biao often deducted their wages in order to go out and prostitute himself, and his relationship with the several security guards was also very poor. "Brother Ma, last time I heard you say that the loan shark still had a way out. I want to borrow some money to spend." "Yo, Zhang Jia, why are you suddenly so smart today, saving up for your wedding?" Ma Biao gave Zhang Jia a sideways glance. "Don't worry, I know the loan sharks well, I can get you $1 million or $2 without any problem, but you'll have to sacrifice your looks a bit." "Thanks, Brother Ma, when I get the money, I'll give you 100,000. Zhang Jia laughed. After the end of the world, most people will die, including the debt collectors from the loan shark company. "Good brother, just for that, come to the Red Romance karaoke tonight, I'll pay for your drinks, and I'll show you what it means to be drunk with money." Ma Biao put his arm around Zhang Jia's shoulders and grinned. "Not that I'm saying this as a friend, but that girlfriend you found, she cost you 50-60,000 yuan a year, and she wants 300,000 yuan in gifts. Why not spend that money with your friends and me? 300,000 yuan can buy you a nice foot massage." After leaving the lottery store, Zhang Jia went through all the online lending platforms again. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Jia went to the Blue Whale Hotel. After taking a shower, he changed into a new set of clothes and began to quietly wait for Bai Shuya's arrival. At 8 p.m., the doorbell rang, and Bai Shuya, wearing a sexy wrap skirt, appeared at the door on time. The wrap skirt seemed to have been tailored for her, fitting her body curves tightly and outlining her delicate figure to the fullest. "I thought you weren't going to come." Zhang Jia sat on the sofa, looking at Bai Shuya at the door, a smile curling the corner of his mouth. Bai Shuya, on the other hand, looked pale as paper, her face a sight to behold. "The police said that the trial would begin in a week, and if no one could prove that Boss Wang had just entered my room, I would probably be sentenced. It's okay, as long as you keep me company this week, I can testify for you." Zhang Jia gave a meaningful smile. Bai Shuya's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she had heard. "A week? What do you mean, wasn't it just once?" She had originally thought that she only needed to sleep with him once to solve the problem, but she never imagined that she would have to keep company with him for a whole week. "I didn't say it was just once. You must be available at any time during the week. If you refuse, I won't vouch for you." Zhang Jia's tone was cold. Bai Shuya clenched her lips so hard that her teeth almost pierced her lips. She had once been the most popular girl in class, the center of attention on campus. At school, she attracted countless admiring glances wherever she went, and she had a lot of admirers. Those boys did everything they could to win her smile. She was used to being sought after and used to feeling on top of the world. But now, she had to go to a hotel with a loser she had never looked at in the first place, which she really couldn't accept. "Zhang Jia, you're threatening me, aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Bai Shuya said angrily, her voice trembling. "Call the police? Go ahead and call." Zhang Jia's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. "Do you think the police will believe a mistress or an innocent witness like me? Don't forget, your current identity is not something that can be seen in the light of day. Besides, even if the police believe you, when you get out of the police station, Mr. Wang's wife won't let you off the hook. If she finds out that you took millions from Mr. Wang, do you think you'll be in a good place? You'd better do as you're told, or you know very well what the consequences will be. Bai Shuya's tears welled up in her eyes as she clenched her fists. She was unwilling to be manipulated by Zhang Jie like this, but she knew that she really didn't have a better choice. After a long silence, Bai Shuya hung her head in resignation, her voice hoarse. Okay, I promise. But you must promise to testify on my behalf in court later. Zhang Jie smiled contentedly. Don't worry, as long as you behave, I will keep my word. Chapter 2, Purchasing Supplies. Bai Shuya came to Zhang Jie, who was sitting, and bowed her head. The next morning, Zhang Jie didn't wake up until 10 o'clock. He had tossed and turned all night, exhausting all his energy. The aches and pains in his body made him frown. But this feeling of exhaustion made him feel content. Recalling last night, a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Bai Shuya had already limped away, with 2 dark circles under her eyes. This time, it was not just a physical pleasure, but also a kind of spiritual victory. From initial resistance to later compliance, Bai Shuya's transformation gave Zhang Jie an unprecedented sense of pleasure. The cleaning lady saw the condoms all over the floor and screamed. Young people nowadays, they really don't care about their lives, do they? After getting dressed and having breakfast at the hotel, he went to the loan building that Ma Biao had mentioned. After taking intimate photos and signing a bunch of guarantees, he successfully obtained a loan of 10 million. The interest on these loans is extremely high, and in just 1 month it can roll up to 20 million. If he went through the regular channels, there is no way he could have borrowed this much money. But the loans he took were usury loans, and the lenders were all lunatics who had gone mad for money. Even if a beggar went, they would be able to lend money. After all, just because someone is poor, it doesn't mean that their organs are useless. But for Zhang Jie, he didn't care, because the lending company couldn't wait for the day he paid back the loan. Thanks to the existence of the space ring, he decided to prioritize water storage. Acid rain would contaminate the water plant, and drinking contaminated water would be tantamount to committing suicide. He went to the Walmart supermarket in the city and ordered 3,000 barrels of purified water in one go, spending 30,000 yuan and requesting delivery to a designated location. In front of everyone, he could not possibly use the ring. Otherwise, he would be arrested for research. Just as he was wandering in the supermarket, a face that made him extremely disgusted suddenly burst into his line of sight. An old woman who kept 5 dogs at home. Every late night, the barking of the 5 dogs could be heard throughout the building. Every time he went out, he could step in fresh dog poop in the hallway. Even if he reported it to the police, it was impossible to solve the problem, and he was even threatened by her son at home. The reason it could not be solved was very simple. Old Mrs. Zhou was the retired director of the neighborhood committee, and her son was even more of a local notorious gangster. Today, Granny Zhou is shopping with her grandson, occasionally slipping small items into her pocket. Hey, Granny Zhou, here you are again stealing from the mall. Zhang Jie struts over, shouting loudly. Who do you think you are? It's security guard Zhang, don't talk nonsense. I'm a retired cadre, with a monthly pension of over 10,000 yuan, how could I possibly steal? Old Lady Zhou crossed her arms and put on a righteous look. Old Lady Zhou, I saw you put a scarf in your pocket, what's there to be ashamed of? Zhang Jie said coldly. I'm telling you, Zhang, just speak nicely, don't slander people, and by the way, you didn't have to shout so loudly, you scared my grandson. Old Mrs. Zhou nervously looked around, afraid that the staff might hear. Sorry, I have a loud voice. I just want to learn from you how to steal from the mall without being discovered. Are you sick? Which eye of yours saw me stealing? Old Mrs. Zhou's mouth twitched. The noise from the 2 of them finally attracted the attention of the sales staff, a young girl. The girl had a ponytail and seemed to know old Mrs. Zhou, speaking to her very politely. Auntie Zhou, what's wrong? Lu, you've come at the right time. The security guard in our community, for some reason, insisted today that I stole something from your mall. Auntie Zhou took the young girl's hand and looked aggrieved. Sir, Auntie Zhou is a regular customer of our mall, basically coming every day. You can't slander a good person because of personal grudges. The salesperson turned around, scrutinizing him with a critical look, and looked up and down at Zhang Jie. Slander? Just tell her to empty her pockets and have a look. Zhang Jie sneered. Grandma Zhou's face instantly fell, and she pointed at Zhang Jie. What do you mean, Zhang? You want me to empty my pockets? Who do you think you are? You're not a cop, just a lousy security guard, so don't pretend to be something you're not. The young girl panicked when she saw the 2 of them on the verge of a fight. Mrs. Zhou, why don't you take out what's in your pockets and let this gentleman have a look, so that we don't get into deeper trouble? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou exploded like an explosive barrel that had been lit. Why should I? I'm not taking it out. I'm old enough to be his senior, and I'm not going to be bullied by a little security guard. If you're not afraid to take it out, it's because you have something to hide. If you really haven't stolen anything, why are you afraid to take it out to prove your innocence? Zhang Jia did not back down. What do you know? I'm this old, and you're a little security guard slandering me and making me empty my pockets. Isn't that bullying? I'm a national employee, after all, why would I lie to you? Old Mrs. Zhou stamped her feet in anger, and her grandson in her arms started crying. Mrs. Zhou, don't get excited, don't scare the child. The young girl quickly comforted old Mrs. Zhou, and then turned to Zhang Jia and said, Mister, please don't be so aggressive. There might be some sort of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I saw her put the scarf in her pocket. What misunderstanding could there be? Zhang Jia refused to back down. If she doesn't take out the contents of her pockets today, I'll call the police and see what she has to say then. When the old lady heard that the police were going to be called, her face turned black. Shang, don't go too far. When my son gets back in a few days, you'll see what I'll do to you. The old woman cursed, threw the goods in her pocket on the floor, and then left them all cursing. As he watched the old woman's back as she left, Zhang Jia just wanted to laugh. When her son returns, the end will have already arrived, and by that time, they will have no choice but to kneel and kowtow. After pre-ordering several million goods and requesting delivery to a designated location, Zhang Jia went to a security company. This company specializes in manufacturing vault doors for banks. He knew that after the end of the world, many of his neighbors would come to smash down his door, and if he didn't get a security door, he wouldn't last long. When he said that he wanted to install a security door for his rental house, the people around him looked at him with a stupid look. But when he took out his bank card, the security company's people immediately changed their faces. Not only did they help him install the door, they also gave him a few gas masks for free. Just as he returned home to supervise the workers, a beautiful woman dressed in fashionable and revealing clothes walked up from downstairs. The girl was wearing a short, low-cut top that revealed her slender waist, and a pair of ultra-short hot pants that showed off her long, straight legs. Zhang Jia recognized the girl at once. Her name was Zhao Meiqi, and as the name suggested, she was quite pretty. Seeing that Zhang Jia was staring at her, Zhao Meiqi puffed up her chest. What are you looking at, you loser? Go back and look at your mom. As a small internet celebrity, Zhao Meiqi has attracted a lot of dog lickers with her appearance. In her eyes, a security guard like Zhang Jia is not even worthy of holding her shoes. If she's in a good mood one day, she might as well let this loser smell one of her socks, just for the new year. Sister Meiqi, if you ever have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me, I might be able to help you. Zhang Jia smiled. Come to you? I'm not crazy, right? A stinking security guard. Even if I starved to death, I would never go to you. Zhao Meiqi gave Zhang Jia a disdainful glance. It's okay, Meiqi, there's still a long time ahead, we can talk about it later. Get out of my way, I'm going home. Look at yourself in the mirror, you're a pauper, what are you pretending to be? Zhao Meiqi pushed Zhang Jia away forcefully and walked upstairs. As he watched Maggie's back, Zhang Jia couldn't help but sigh. She really is a celebrity online, and she does have a great figure. Maggie, don't forget, if you have any problems, you can come to me. Zhang Jia reminded her again, but all he got in return was a glare from Maggie. After the security door was installed, it was time for the night. Zhang Jia went to a private cinema and called Bai Shuya's phone. Chapter 3, Everyone is responsible for improving the environment. When Bai Shuya arrived at the cinema, Zhang Jia had already chosen a private room. The door to that room was half open, as if it were waiting for an extraordinary performance. She walked heavily into the room and, when she saw Zhang Jia's half-smiling expression, her unease instantly erupted like a volcano, turning into blazing anger. Zhang Jia, have you gone crazy? This is a place to watch movies. What's wrong with watching a movie? This booth is soundproof, and it's just the two of us watching it together. Zhang Jia sat on the recliner, his tone so relaxed it was maddening, as if all this was the most normal thing in the world. Don't go too far, I'll give you 500,000, let me go. Bai Shuya pleaded. Seeing the goddess who once looked down on him so condescendingly like this, Zhang Jia felt an unusual thrill well up in his heart. It was a feeling he had never experienced in his 3 years of licking dog shit. That won't do. Your money means nothing to me. With that, he threw a nurse's uniform in front of Bai Shuya, and the flimsy fabric spread out on the ground. Either put it on in 3 minutes, or leave here now. You choose. Bai Shuya looked at the clothes on the ground. She felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. If it had been before, she would have definitely yelled at Zhang Jie for being crazy, then turned her head and walked away, never looking back. But now, if Zhang Jie doesn't testify on her behalf, she will go to jail. She has become the lamb on the chopping board, and Zhang Jie can do whatever he wants with her. Helpless, Bai Shuya picked up the nurse's uniform and put it on. And Zhang Jie also took out his ultra-thin Series 001. When Zhang Jie woke up in the morning, it was 10 o'clock again, and Bai Shuya had already left. After washing his face, Zhang Jie left the private cinema. After a long and passionate night, he felt like he had grown a lot. Driving to an abandoned factory in the suburbs, after waiting for a while, several trucks drove up from afar. Since water is relatively cheap, he subsequently ordered 9,000 barrels of bottled mineral water, at a cost of 100,000 yuan. As for food, he bought some vacuum-packed food for the time being. After all, he had not yet checked the contents of his space ring, and it would be a big loss if the food he bought went bad in the ring. In a short while, several large trucks drove up, loaded to the brim. The manager of the supermarket saw Zhang Jie from afar and jumped out of the car. Mr. Zhang, your order has arrived. Where would you like it unloaded? Unloaded on the ground. Unloaded on the ground? The man was shocked. He had never heard of such a strange request. But the customer is always right, and even if the customer tells him to dump it in the river, as long as he pays, he can do it. After unloading all the goods, the man left with the convoy, looking confused, leaving Zhang Jie alone with a large pile of goods. Zhang Jie swept the space ring over the goods and stored them all in the ring. Then, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness penetrate into the ring. With a flash of white light, he found that his consciousness had arrived in the ring. The ring was white and endless, and the goods were neatly sorted and arranged. There was a lot of space, and the goods worth about 7 million only occupied a very small place. Time seemed to have stopped in the ring, and the half apple he threw in a few days ago showed no signs of decay. With water and food sorted, Zhang Jie was ready to get some entertainment. After all, there was nothing to do on the last day, and staying at home would be boring to death. The lottery tickets he had bought earlier had won the jackpot, so in order not to arouse the suspicion of the people around him, he wore different masks and clothes to collect the prize. 30 million, bought more than 10 lottery tickets, and he won a total of 30 million, but he had to pay 6 million in taxes before he was released. After the end of the world, the power supply would soon be cut off. In order to have electricity available, Zhang Jie bought a large diesel generator. After graduation, he delivered takeaways, delivered express packages, went to the factory to screw in bolts, and never played his beloved game once. To make up for the regret, Zhang Jie bought himself an LCD TV and a professional PlayStation 5 game console. He spent money on a bunch of standalone games, such as Black Myth Wukong, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, Red Dead Redemption, etc. He wanted to download some Japanese movies to watch on the computer, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After the end of the world, he can act for real, so why watch it? After buying everything, Zhang Jie decided to hire a moving company to help him carry it upstairs. Just as Zhang Jie led the workers back to the rental house, as soon as they turned the corner of the corridor, a pungent smell of urine hit him in the face. There was a brown teddy bear, oblivious to everyone else, urinating on his security door, and there were also several piles of stinking dog shit next to it. Zhang Jie recognized the dog at a glance as one of the dogs belonging to Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou never leashed her dogs, and every day she let several dogs run around the community. When the brown teddy bear saw Zhang Jie, it immediately opened its mouth and pounced on him. Zhang Jie lifted his foot and kicked the teddy bear directly out of the window. The teddy bear let out a terrified scream and fell from the 10th floor. With a dull thud, the teddy bear instantly turned into a mess of rotten flesh. When everything was cleaned up and Zhang Jie came downstairs, there were already many people gathered around the dog's corpse. Old Mrs. Zhou was sitting on the ground, wiping her tears non-stop and mumbling to herself. "My child, which damned person has harmed my child, I will fight to the death with him." When she saw Zhang Jie appear, her eyes instantly became fierce, almost spitting fire. "It's you! You must have killed my baby, you son of a bitch, I want you to pay with your life." Zhang Jie met the old woman's gaze and said coldly, "Since you can't control your dog, son, what's wrong with me kicking it to death?" Old Mrs. Zhou rushed over and grabbed Zhang Jie by the shirt.
Pay compensation. If you don't pay compensation today, I'm not finished with you.
Zhang Jie flung his arm, sending old Mrs. Zhou straight into the flower bed, where she fell like a dog eating shit. This scene directly dumbfounded everyone. The previous Zhang Jie would have been polite to old Mrs. Zhou and not dare to let out a fart. Now he actually dared to throw old Mrs. Zhou in front of so many people. He was simply crazy. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that Mrs. Zhou's son is a gangster and no one dares to mess with him. Besides, Mrs. Zhou is a former public servant, and the common people can't afford to mess with her. Zhang, forget it, work is more important, just apologize quickly. Yes, once Mrs. Zhou tells her son, you'll lose your job, what will you eat and drink? But just as the neighbors were persuading Zhang Jiefeng to apologize, another black teddy bear pounced on him, trying to bite him. In full view of the crowd, Zhang Jiefeng lifted his foot and directly kicked the second teddy bear belonging to Granny Zhou into the air, where it crashed into a tree nearby and died instantly. The crowd watched in disbelief as the teddy bear was killed by a single kick, and there was a moment of silence. Confused and shocked, old Mrs. Zhou struggled to get up from the ground and let out a scream.
Ah! You son of a bitch, you actually kicked my dog again.
Old Mrs. Zhou was shaking with anger. She rushed at Zhang Jie and tried to strangle him.
My baby, you pay for my baby, I'll fight you to the death.
Zhang Jie sidestepped old Mrs. Zhou's hand. Your dog tried to bite me, I was defending myself.
Grandma Zhou didn't listen to any of this.
She continued to pounce on Zhang Jie with her teeth bared.
You heartless thing, I'm calling the police.
Silly bitch, go ahead and call, I'm not afraid. Zhang Jie took out his phone and called the police himself.
Chapter 4, The Police Arrive. Soon, the police car arrived. After hearing the two people's accounts, the police were also a bit at a loss.
After all, there were just too many cases of dogs disturbing the peace, and there were also many acts of retaliation as a result. If kicking a dog to death would result in arrest, the detention center would have been full a long time ago. In the end, Zhang Jie paid 2,000 yuan to Granny Zhou. He was very satisfied with the compensation. For 2,000 yuan, he got rid of 2 annoying dogs, which was a bargain. If possible, he would be willing to spend another 3,000 yuan to get rid of Granny Zhou's remaining 3 dogs. At this time, Granny Zhou was full of grievances, but she didn't dare to lash out in the face of the police.
Zhang Jie, you've got some nerve.
Just you wait, it'll be a miracle if I let you find a job in this area in the future. After getting the money, Granny Zhou left angrily, leaving behind a threat.
Zhang Jie, you're confused.
Granny Zhou was very familiar with the security team leader.
Don't you want to keep your job?
Yes, when her son comes back, she'll definitely not let you off.
Facing Granny Zhou's threat, Zhang Jie didn't care.
He is in control of resources in the face of the apocalypse, and as the owner of the system, if he is scared by a little hooligan, he might as well kill himself.
After leaving the community, Zhang Jie went to a large pharmacy. He needed to buy some common medicines for emergencies.
But while he was buying the medicine, his girlfriend, Lu Shui, at that moment intimately took the hand of a boy and walked into the pharmacy. They talked and laughed, behaving intimately, completely unaware of Zhang Jie's presence in the pharmacy. Boss, do you still have any birth control pills?
Lu Shui walked up to the counter and asked the clerk.
Little girl, this is the 3rd time you've come this week. You can't take this medicine like this, and your boyfriend doesn't care about your health.
The clerk glanced at the boy. It's fine, just give me the medicine, we're in a hurry.
Lu Shui was a little anxious. After getting the medicine, the two of them left the pharmacy in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhang Jie suddenly understood. In his previous life, he had felt that Lu Shui was acting strangely. Not only did she not let him look at her phone, she also often disappeared for no reason. It turned out that Lu Shui was playing with 2 men at once and had been cheating on him. She didn't break up with him just because she wanted to spend his money. It was ridiculous that he had died for such a woman in his previous life. If he didn't properly repay this bitch, then there would be no point in him living. Night quickly arrived, and there were only 4 days left until the end of the world.
Zhang Jie went to the underground garage in the residential area and called Bai Shuya on the phone.
In a short while, Bai Shuya hurried over. Her petite figure looked especially charming under the garage lights. At Zhang Jie's request, Bai Shuya had tied her hair into a ponytail and put on a lowly outfit.
Zhang Jie, are you sick? Last time it was the cinema, and now it's the garage. Aren't you afraid of being seen?
What if I do?
Zhang Jie sneered.
As he spoke, he opened the car door, bent slightly, and made an inviting gesture. "Get in, my little princess."
Zhang Jia, why didn't I realize before that you were this kind of person? You're worse than an animal.
Bai Shuya's eyes were filled with tears.
Bai Shuya, when you publicly insulted me as a dog, why didn't you think that this would happen?
I'll count to 3, get in quickly. Zhang Jia's voice turned cold. Bai Shuya's face froze, and she could only helplessly get into the car. Zhang Jia followed closely behind.
Before long, the car began to sway.
In the morning, when Zhang Jia woke up, it was still the familiar 10 o'clock in the morning.
As usual, Bai Shuya had already left, and the car was a mess.
Stretching his stiff body, Zhang Jia decided to go back and cook something to eat. After all, he had expended a lot these past few days. After redeeming the lottery ticket, he ordered a large amount of food, including seafood, pork, beef, mutton, chicken, and duck. Luckily, his ring had a large enough space to hold it all. When he returned downstairs, Granny Zhou stuck half her head out the window and stared at him. Zhang Jia gave Granny Zhou the finger and said hello to her mother. Back at home, he first tried to see if the diesel generator was working properly. If the generator broke down after the end of the world, he would have to spend the rest of his life in the dark.
Just after finishing his meal, there was a knock on the door.
Looking through the peephole, he saw a beautiful woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The woman was dressed in business attire, with light makeup, exuding a faint air of maturity. Zhang Jia recognized the woman. Her name was Su Xian, a staff member of a bank near the community, and she was 28 years old and still not married. She opened the door and walked straight in, sitting on a sofa. Looking at the simple room, Su Xian frowned slightly.
"Mr. Zhang, I heard that you won the lottery. The bank asked me to ask you if you want to buy some financial products from our bank. How do you know I won the lottery? It's the era of big data, no one has any secrets. If the bank wants to, they can find out what kind of small movies you usually watch on your phone."
Su Xian laughed softly a few times, her laughter tinged with a little contempt and smugness. In her eyes, a loser like Zhang Jia definitely doesn't have a girlfriend, and the trash can is probably full of used toilet paper.
"Su Jia, I did win the lottery, but there are so many banks out there, I don't have to deposit it in your bank."
Zhang Jia shook his head, as if he didn't really want to deposit the money.
"Oops."
Su Xian shifted her body and sat directly next to Zhang Jia. The strong perfume smell began to pierce Zhang Jia's nose, making him feel a little dizzy.
"Don't worry, as long as you deposit your money in our bank, I guarantee to give you a higher interest rate than other banks,"
Su Xian said, her shoulders constantly moving closer to Zhang Jia.
"Let me deposit it, but..." Zhang Jia scanned Su Xian's body. "But what?"
Su Xian was a little puzzled. As long as Zhang Jia deposited the money in the bank, she would get a bonus of tens of thousands of dollars. She was determined to win this big client.
"But you have to spend the night with me,"
Zhang Jia said with a smile.
"What? Are you sick? What kind of person are you that I would sleep with you?" Su Xian stood up suddenly.
"Su Jia, don't be angry. This way, if you spend the night with me once, I will deposit 10 million.
Zhang Jia still had a carefree expression.
Su Xian was in charge of the bank's appearance, and she was like the moon surrounded by the stars every day. Many people courted her, and there was an endless stream of people sending flowers, treating her to meals, and giving her expensive gifts. But she never imagined that a security guard, whom she had always looked down on, would also want to sleep with her.
"Do you think I'm one of those young girls who just graduated and would be fooled into bed by you for tens of thousands of dollars?"
Although Su Xian also likes money very much, what she needs is a rich second generation who has assets of tens of billions of dollars, so that she can be a rich wife. As for Zhang Jia, a loser with only a broken second-hand car, she can't stand him. She lightly shrugged her shoulders, her face showing a disgusted expression. Are you even worthy?" Su Xian turned around sharply and was about to leave, but Zhang Jia grabbed her wrist.
"Su Jia, do you want to reconsider? If you get on well with me now, you might come in handy in the future. Get lost. Winning the lottery has made you think you're something, and you still want to sleep with me?"
Su Xian struggled to free herself from Zhang Jia's grasp and glared at him fiercely. As a junior manager at the bank, she handled millions of yuan every day, and she really didn't think much of Zhang Jia's meager wealth.
"Su Jia, let me remind you, you won't find another shop like this once you've passed this village." Chapter 5, Classmates Shocked. "Get out of the way." Su Xian shook off Zhang Jia's hand and walked out of the room without looking back. Zhang Jie didn't think he was being unreasonable. The end was only 3 days away, and he was completely saving people. What's more, when he first went to the bank, Su Xian had mocked him for being worthless. After the end of the world, social order will collapse. At that time, many women will have to use their bodies in exchange for supplies. He is just bringing this forward. You smelly loser, you're molesting an innocent woman again. You're disgusting. You don't think you're handsome, do you?
Zhang Jie saw only Maggie Zhao standing in the doorway, looking at him with contempt.
You don't think that someone like you, a security guard, would really have someone willing to sleep with you, do you? Go take a leak and look at yourself in the mirror. Zhang Jie didn't care about Zhao Meiqi's mockery. No matter how happy she was laughing now, she would cry miserably later. Sister Meiqi, I have always admired you. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. What does it matter if I have a boyfriend or not? Don't think that just because you won the lottery, you've become a phoenix. You'll always be a loser, no matter how rich you are. Zhao Meiqi gave Zhang Jie a contemptuous glance. You don't know that. What if I have something you need? Zhang Jie laughed. Something I need? Get real, with you, what could you possibly give me? That's ridiculous. But I can give you something good.
Zhao Meiqi gave a snigger, bent down, and took off the high heels at her feet, throwing them at Zhang Jie.
Take them and play with them, you pervert.
As an internet celebrity, she had seen a lot of perverted things online. She once read a news report about a pervert who licked his female neighbor's shoes while she was inside her house. In her eyes, Zhang Jie was a pervert with pent-up sexual energy who had nowhere to release it. And disgust for such a pervert gave her a sense of pleasure from bullying others. But the next second, Zhang Jie grabbed her wrist.
Meiqi, bullying people comes with a price.
Zhang Jie looked her up and down. Zhao Meiqi's face changed and she struggled directly.
Let go, or I'll call the police. You barged into my home and hit me with your shoe, and you want to call the police?
Zhang Jie didn't let up either, slapping Zhao Meiqi hard on the buttocks and knocking her out of the room. With a crack, the security door slammed shut.
Zhao Meiqi was dumbfounded.
As a woman, this was the first time she had been treated like this by a man. And Zhang Jie had a lot of strength, leaving her buttocks burning with pain. You son of a bitch, Zhang, I curse you to be hit by a car and die. Zhao Meiqi cursed a few words, covered the painful area and limped out of the door. Seeing that it was almost noon, Zhang Jie drove to a restaurant in the city and called Bai Shuya at the same time. After all, you can't just sit around after dinner. After ordering, Zhang Jie waited quietly.
In a while, Bai Shuya walked into the restaurant.
Today, Bai Shuya was wearing casual clothes, but the simple style still could not hide her beauty. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, slightly fluttering. Although she had put on light makeup, she still had some dark circles under her eyes, obviously not having slept well last night, and looking tired.
Zhang Jie, it's noon, what did you call me here for? I'm not your maid, I still have work to do.
Bai Shuya frowned, her face full of impatience.
Nothing, I just want to invite you to dinner and reminisce about the past.
I admit that when I was at school, I really didn't treat you as a human being and used you like a dog. I also sold all the gifts you gave me, but those are all in the past. I have changed now, please forgive me.
Bai Shuya defended herself.
Looking at Bai Shuya in front of him, Zhang Jie just wanted to laugh.
A gold-digging woman who willingly became a mistress was actually saying that she had repented, which was a joke.
Your work has nothing to do with me. After we finish eating, come with me to the hotel. Zhang Jie said this while tearing open the lobster in front of him and devouring it. While the two were talking, a couple passed by the window. The woman glanced into the restaurant without meaning to, and this glance made her eyes widen instantly.
Hey, honey, look, isn't that Zhang Jie, the dog licker from our class, in the restaurant? The man looked in the direction the woman was pointing and was also taken aback. Holy cow, it really is him.
I remember that guy graduated and became a security guard.
Where did he get the money to eat here?
Look at that lobster, at least 5,000 yuan for one, and all that caviar, tens of thousands of yuan. The man looked at the lobster and a feeling of envy welled up in his heart.
He knew that caviar was not something that the average person could afford. That wasn't the point. Look at the woman sitting opposite him. Isn't that Bai Shuya, the former class flower of our class?
The woman couldn't figure out why Bai Shuya was sitting and eating with Zhang Jie.
Holy shit, it really is Bai Shuya. What's going on with this Zhang Jie? He was a dog licker for 3 years at school, never even touched her hand, and now they're sitting together having dinner. The man pinched his own face hard, shocked. He remembered Zhang Jia from school, the silly boy who followed Bai Shuya around all day, bringing her flowers, buying her gifts, writing her love letters. Back then, Bai Shuya was high and mighty, and Zhang Jia was low and despised. But now it's completely reversed. Zhang Jia is domineering, and Bai Shuya actually looks a little humble. Right, I remember at the graduation party, he went on stage to give Bai Shuya flowers, but he was scolded in front of the whole school, and the guy almost jumped off a building. But I guess Bai Shuya just wanted his money, and she definitely wouldn't let him touch her. The woman shrugged, speaking with a face full of certainty. The man nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Yes, Bai Shuya is such an arrogant person, she must be doing it for Zhang Jia's money, that's why she's having dinner with him. As for a hotel room, don't even think about it." Zhang Jia in the restaurant didn't know that someone was spying on him. After finishing eating, he took Bai Shuya to the hotel. The man and woman followed them all the way to the hotel. They hid in the corner, secretly observing every move Zhang Jia and Bai Shuya made. When they saw Zhang Jia lead Bai Shuya into the hotel, they were almost shocked out of their teeth and looked at each other in disbelief. Oh my god, Bai Shuya really is checking into a hotel with Zhang Jia, they've even entered the hotel, what the hell is going on? The woman exclaimed in surprise. This is awesome, when did this kid Zhang Jia become so awesome that he can sleep with such a beautiful woman? The man was envious and scratching his head. Chapter 6, The Neighborhood Committee comes to the door. A large bedroom for couples, the kind with a waterbed. The receptionist looked at Zhang Jia's Bai Shuya behind him and was full of envy. Brother, you eat well, I give this woman a 86 points for her appearance. The receptionist's little brother winked. A few hours later, seeing that the two had still not checked out, the receptionist sighed. It's not bad that the land is cultivated, but aren't the cows tired? It was a long time before Zhang Jia left the hotel. Getting into his car, Zhang Jia once again went to the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Today was the day the last shipment was delivered, and in order to prevent the neighbors from knowing that he had a lot of supplies, he deliberately chose the outskirts as the trading location. Before long, the mighty convoy struck again. This time there were a total of 30 trucks. After receiving all the goods, Zhang Jia took stock and found that there were now a total of 200,000 barrels of mineral water in his space ring, which had almost emptied the city's mineral water reserves. In addition, he had about 5,000 tons of various foods. After solving the problem of food and drink, Zhang Jia began to solve his own housing security problem. After going through all the online lending platforms, Zhang Jia obtained several million more. He immediately found a security company and added a 20-centimeter thick alloy steel plate to the wall next to his front door. In order to get the workers to finish before the end of the world, he gave each person triple the salary and let them work overtime overnight. After tonight, there will be only 2 days left until the end of the world. Since the house is under renovation, Zhang Jia, who has nothing to do, can only drive around the city aimlessly. The crowds in the city are busy and still running around for food and necessities. Only Zhang Jia knows that once that heavy rain comes, everyone who gets wet will die instantly. Deliverymen, sanitation workers, construction workers, and others who work outside will die first. On the contrary, people hiding inside the house can live a little longer, but without food and water, they still can't hold on for long. What's even more terrifying is that some creatures have slowly mutated in the rain. Almost a month after the end of the world, he saw a cockroach bigger than his shoe inside the house. While strolling, Zhang Jia was attracted by the smell coming from the roadside, and it was a small stall selling Changsha stinky tofu. Just by taking a casual glance, he actually saw a familiar face. Su Xian was sitting at a small table by the roadside, carefully eating stinky tofu with a toothpick. Next to Su Xian sat a tall and thin young man in his 20s. The young man had a handsome face and was holding a handful of flowers in his hands. Xiaoyan, just say yes to me, I really love you. Lu Hao, how many times have I told you, I don't like you, and the life I want you can't give me? I want to ride in a luxury car and live in a mansion, but you can't give me that, so just go. Su Xian frowned, and a flash of impatience crossed her eyes. But my feelings for you are real, so give me a chance. Lu Hao's voice carried a hint of pleading as he leaned forward, trying to close the distance between them. It's useless. You only earn 3,000 yuan a month, which is not even enough for me to have a nice meal. Just go away, I don't want to be seen by acquaintances and be embarrassed. Su Xian waved her hand impatiently, indicating that Lu Hao should leave quickly. Fine, since you are so heartless, then give me back the bags I bought you before.
Those bags cost me several years' salary.
Lu Hao, are you still a man? There is no reason to ask for gifts you gave a woman back.
Su Xian's eyebrows were knitted in anger, one hand on her waist and the other pointing at Lu Hao's nose. The boy's face gradually darkened, his teeth clenched, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Cut the crap, that was all money I worked hard to save, so hurry up and return the bags to me.
What are you going to do if I don't give them back? You're crazy. Su Xian stood up and turned to leave. Lu Hao took a few steps forward and blocked Su Xian's way. You bitch, I'm going to beat you to death today. The boy suddenly raised his hand and slapped Su Xian's face. But the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Zhang Jie and he couldn't move.
Young man, this beauty is my girlfriend, you have to ask my opinion before hitting her, Zhang Jie laughed. The boy froze for a moment and cursed. Great, so you're a couple. I'll beat the crap out of you today. But when he realized that he couldn't get his hand free no matter what, Lu Hao realized that he had met a hard nut to crack and could only leave in a huff.
Zhang Jie, what do you mean? Who is your girlfriend?
Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you helped me. Su Xian's eyebrows stood on end, her pretty face full of anger, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Zhang Jie.
Su Jie, I'm just trying to help you. If I don't do this, what if he harasses you again? Zhang Jie smiled. And said, you're just like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year.
Su Suyan snorted, turned her head, and left the food court. Looking at Su Suyan's graceful and curvy back, Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, and a flash of admiration appeared in his eyes. He could tell that Su Xian was not the skinny type of beauty, but rather the meaty type, with every curve in just the right place, exuding a mature charm. Back at home, the construction of the house's walls had already been completed. There was an additional layer of alloy steel plates in the walls, and fireproofing materials had been laid. Several miniature cameras had been installed around the house to observe the surrounding movements at any time. Just as he was directing the workers, a tall man slowly walked in from outside.
Who is Zhang Jie? Me, what's up?
Zhang Jie stopped what he was doing and frowned. Let me introduce myself, my name is Yang Wei, I work for the neighborhood committee. An old woman named Zhou reported that your renovation is disturbing the neighbors, so I came to check it out.
Yang Wei said expressionlessly. Impotence? Your name is quite special. Zhang Jie's mouth curled up. Yang Wei's face turned gloomy and he glared at Zhang Jie fiercely. Kid, show some respect. My name is Wei the Great.
That old guy sings and dances in the square downstairs every morning at 5 a.m., causing nerve damage to many people. You don't care about that, but you're looking for trouble when I'm renovating during the day.
What kind of logic is that? Zhang Jie sneered.
Zhang Jie, Auntie Zhou is an old leader in our community. Since she's spoken, we have to give her face. Don't make things difficult for us.
I'll give you 3 hours to remove the construction team. Yang Wei ordered in a strong tone. What if I don't withdraw?
Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow.
Zhang Jie, don't you know your place? To tell you the truth, Auntie Zhou is my aunt, what are you a lousy security guard pretending to be? If you don't quickly withdraw, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Wei threatened. I'd like to see how rude you can be.
Yang Wei's face tightened, and he swung his fist and hit Zhang Jie in the face. In his opinion, as a community cadre, a security guard at the bottom of society dared to act cocky in front of him, and was asking for a beating. But he obviously underestimated Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, whose body had been strengthened, was much faster than him, and smashed a punch into his face. Yang Wei felt only a blackness in front of his eyes, and his front teeth flew out with the blood, staggering back a few steps, and falling to the ground.
Chapter 7, Trouble After Trouble. After throwing the dying dog-like man into the hallway, Zhang Jie continued to direct the workers.
With only 2 days left until the end of the world, no one could stop him from surviving the end of the world, not even the immortals.
After the renovation was complete,
Zhang Jie hurried to the Blue Whale Hotel and called by Shuya as usual. The next day, after leaving the hotel, Zhang Jie began making final preparations before the end of the world. With less than 48 hours until the end of the world, Zhang Jie accelerated his pace of action. First was personal safety. He spent a lot of money buying several crossbows for hunting, and even bought an old-fashioned shotgun, even though there weren't many bullets. To prevent the appearance of palm-sized cockroaches, he even bought several boxes of insecticide for backup. He even bought thousands of raincoats and boots. In his experience, as long as the acid rain doesn't touch the skin, people won't die. After putting all the supplies into the ring, Zhang Jia returned to the community. But before he got out of the car, he received an unfamiliar phone call.
Hello, are you Zhang Jia?
On the other end of the line was the voice of a rough man.
It's me, what's the problem?
Zhang Jia was a little confused, he was not familiar with the voice on the phone.
Are you tired of living? You even killed my dog.
Hearing this, Zhang Jia remembered that the man was precisely Granny Zhou's son, Wu Rinping.
Why, are you heartbroken that you killed your dog, son? Zhang Jia mocked.
Zhang, how dare you speak to me like this, who gave you the courage?
Wu Rinping's voice became fierce.
I'll tell you, I have ways to deal with you. You'd better kneel down and apologize to my mother right now, and then compensate her for the mental distress she suffered.
Otherwise, when I get back, I'll make you eat your words. Idiot, come and fight your father if you dare.
Zhang Jia said indifferently, then hung up the phone and blacklisted Wu Rinping. The end was imminent, and a man who would soon be dead posed no threat to him. Once social order collapses, no one will care about your status.
Only those with strong fists will be qualified to survive.
When he arrived at his front door, Zhang Jia saw the crowd from the neighborhood committee waiting for him from afar.
Yang Wei was among the group, glaring at him menacingly. Zhang Jia, someone reported that you have remodeled your home without permission.
We are here to inspect, so open the door quickly. A middle-aged cadre strode over menacingly. Zhang Jia recognized the man. His name was Zhou Gang, and he was the younger brother of Madame Zhou. Zhou Gang was short and stocky, with a bald head that glistened in the sun and a few sparse wisps of yellow hair around the edges. As the leader of the neighborhood committee, Zhou Gang was known to rack his brains for ways to embezzle money. He secretly altered the lists, crossing out the names of the disabled who should have received subsidies and replacing them with the names of relatives who did not meet the requirements at all. Only a very small number were given to a few honest disabled people as a token, to keep up appearances. For all the various construction projects assigned by his superiors, Zhou Gang handed them over to his younger brother to do, reaping huge profits in the process. As a result, the community gradually came to say, the masses starve to death, while Zhou Gang gets rich. Director Zhou, long time no see, your BMW has only been running for a few days, why have you switched to a Mercedes-Benz? I want to learn from you, how can someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan drive a 600,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz and wear a 500,000 yuan Rolex? Looking at this old biddy in front of him, Zhang Jia became impolite and sarcastic. Zhou Gang's face sank, and he crossed his arms, putting on an air of leadership.
Zhang Jia, don't change the subject. It's none of your business what kind of car I drive. I've saved up for it. Now open the door.
Why should I? The neighborhood committee doesn't seem to have the right to inspect my home, Zhang Jia responded.
Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Zhou Gang's fat, jolly face. Kid, don't make me use force when I can use persuasion.
If you don't open the door today, I'll find a way to make your life difficult.
Zhou Gang said, gritting his teeth and looking vicious.
Seeing Zhou Gang threatening him, Zhang Jia sneered.
Director, you act so domineering, aren't you afraid that one day you will be beaten to death by the residents?
If they dare, in this community, I am the sky, they deserve to be poor, it's not my fault. As the director of the neighborhood committee, he has absolute power in this community. Looking at Zhou Gang in front of him, Zhang Jia really wanted to beat this old biddian up. But if he did, he would just be locked up in a detention center and die in despair when the end came. Director Zhou, the door is impossible to open. You don't need to find a reason to avenge the old guy. I also want to see what you're capable of, but I warn you, you have to be careful when you sleep in a few days. After Zhang Jia finished speaking, he left the community without looking back. He got into his car and drove all the way to the front of a building in the city center. According to his investigation over the past few days, Bai Shuya worked for a company in this building, and she had even become a small supervisor thanks to her pretty face. The reason he came was to find excitement and to surprise Bai Shuya. The entire 27th floor was rented by a company called Yuhui Technology, and Bai Shuya's office was at the end of the corridor. On both sides of the corridor were semi-open offices, and many employees were busy at their respective workstations. Although some people looked up and saw Zhang Jia, they quickly resumed working.
Knock, knock. Zhang Jia knocked on the office door. Come in.
A woman's voice rang out. Bai Shuya was looking at some documents at the moment and didn't notice that it was Zhang Jia who had entered the room. The moment her eyes left the documents, her body involuntarily trembled slightly, and the documents in her hand almost slipped.
Why are you here? How did you know I worked here? Bai Shuya was shocked.
She hadn't even told her closest friends about this job, and Zhang Jia had actually managed to find out.
I looked at your phone, it was that simple. Who told you to sleep so soundly in the morning? Zhang Jia smiled.
Bai Shuya frowned and said, I'm working now, so you should go. I'll go to the hotel on time tonight. The trial for the King Boss's case will start the day after tomorrow, and I hope you keep your promise and testify for me. Although her voice was firm, it could not hide the panic in her heart. Don't worry, as long as you behave well, I will help you. With that, Zhang Jia threw a flesh-colored stockings onto Bai Shuya's desk, with a smile on the corner of his mouth.
Come on, put it on. Chapter 8, Zhao Meiqi's Troubles.
Seeing that Zhang Jia had asked her to wear stockings in the office, Bai Shuya's face froze. She was now in the office, and the office door could be knocked on at any time, and employees could come in at any time to report on their work. If an employee saw her, how could she still have a foothold in this company and survive? No, there are too many people here, and everything will be fine if we go to the hotel tonight. Bai Shuya thought about it and decided to refuse Zhang Jia's unreasonable request. It's fine, you are a little leader after all. I believe you have a way to keep your employees away from the office, and as long as you lock the door, you don't have to worry about someone barging in suddenly.
Zhang Jia laughed. I think you are really crazy. If you don't leave, I will call the security guard.
Bai Shuya's face turned very ugly. She felt that Zhang Jia was clearly deliberately flirting with her. Then go ahead and call. If your boss knows that you have secretly pocketed hundreds of thousands of yuan in kickbacks, I wonder what he will do. Zhang Jia was unmoved.
How do you know that? Bai Shuya froze for a moment.
I told you, I've seen your phone, I know all your secrets.
Zhang Jia still smiled. You're shameless. Tears welled up in Bai Shuya's eyes.
I'm more shameless than you when you took my money and went traveling with other men. Zhang Jia said coldly.
Bai Shuya never imagined that someone would be looking at her phone when she fell asleep. Okay, my patience is running out. Hurry up and get dressed, don't keep me waiting too long.
Seeing that Zhang Jia had found another way to get to her, Bai Shuya could only compromise. Walking out of the office, Bai Shuya tried hard to make her expression look calm. She took a deep breath and then said to the employees outside, I have an important client to talk to, so don't disturb me for an hour. After saying that, Bai Shuya slammed the door shut. Strange, Manager Bai looks so strange today.
An employee muttered. He watched Bai Shuya's back as she walked into the office, full of doubts in his heart.
Yes, she was fine just now, but now she is frowning all the time.
An hour later, Zhang Jia slowly walked out of Bai Shuya's office. He straightened his clothes and then calmly walked towards the elevator.
A group of employees saw Zhang Jia and their eyes were full of curiosity and speculation. The person who came to talk business with the supervisor is so young, he is really a young talent.
One employee couldn't help but exclaim.
Yes, I wonder how much money Director Bai negotiated for the company this time.
Another employee chimed in.
Sitting in the car, Zhang Jia began to think about his next plan. After the end of the world, many animals will mutate, and the stray dogs in the community have even turned into monsters and eaten many people. For his own safety, he must find a way to get rid of these dogs. In the end, he bought a few caddies of beef, mixed in some rat poison, and put it in the area where the stray dogs in the community often hung out. Soon after Zhang Jia left, Granny Zhou walked over with her grandson in her arms. Seeing several large pieces of fresh beef for no reason next to the trash can, Granny Zhou didn't hesitate, took out a few from her pocket and put them in a plastic bag.
Free beef, don't let it go to waste, Granny Zhou thought.
On the 10th floor, in room 3, Zhao Meiqi was staring at the live broadcast room, worrying. For some reason, the fewer viewers in her live broadcast room who were willing to send her gifts, the more her income dropped. She had no doubt that in a little while, she would be so poor that she would not be able to afford to eat. Over the years, although she had made a lot of money, she had not saved a single penny.
Almost at the same time, a phone call came in.
Zhao Meiqi froze when she saw the note saying father.
Hello. Maggie, why hasn't this month's money been transferred yet?
Your brother is getting married soon and still needs 100,000 yuan for the dowry. Last month you said he wanted to buy a car, so I transferred 100,000 yuan.
Now he's asking for more money. He really thinks of me as a cash machine.
Zhao Meiqi thought about all the years of hard work she had put in. She had worked hard as a live streamer and scrimped and saved to make money, only to have her father take all her money in the end.
Meiqi, don't give me any excuses, just hurry up and transfer the money.
Your brother's wedding is a big deal, and you can't just ignore it as an older sister. The man's voice came again, still so forceful and cold. Why should I care? How much money have I given you over the years? You never consider my feelings, and all you know how to do is ask me for money. Zhao Meiqi finally couldn't hold back any longer and exploded, tears welling up in her eyes. How can you be so inconsiderate? Your brother is the heir to our family, so his affairs are our family's affairs. You're a girl, and sooner or later you'll have to get married, so what's the use of money? It's better to give it to your brother so that he can have a better life. I don't care, but you have to send the money as soon as possible. As the phone hung up, Zhao Meiqi sat on the bed and cried. She couldn't understand it. She had worked hard to get into dance school, and finally became a hostess by dancing, earning a little money, but she still couldn't escape from her vampire-like family. At this time, Zhang Jia didn't know what had happened upstairs. He was carrying out a thorough disinfection of the house to prevent the appearance of insects. He didn't want to sleep until midnight and have something crawl on his face. Just then, a heart-rending scream suddenly came from downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, he saw that the door to Mrs. Zhou's house was surrounded by people, all of them craning their necks to watch the show. Inside the house, Mrs. Zhou was kneeling on the floor, her face full of despair, her eyes staring blankly ahead. On the floor, there were 3 huge German shepherds lying there, their mouths full of foam, having been dead for some time. Zhang Jia glanced casually and saw the plastic bag he used to carry the beef in the corner of the room. Thinking about the cause and effect, Zhang Jia couldn't help but smile. After searching high and low, he had finally found what he was looking for without any trouble. He was worried about how to get rid of the dog in Mrs. Zhou's house, and Mrs. Zhou had solved a big problem for him. However, Mrs. Zhou didn't eat it herself, which made Zhang Jia feel a little sorry. Meanwhile, in the queen-size room of Super 8 Hotel, Lu Shui was leaning lazily against the bed, her phone in her hand, sending messages to Zhang Jia again and again. She didn't know why, but she just asked Zhang Jia to buy a bag, and he never answered her again. The ATM suddenly ignoring her was unacceptable to Lu Shui, who had always been a big spender. She pouted and kept muttering. Ma Ji, why do you think Zhang Jia is ignoring me? I just asked him to buy me a bag, so why hasn't he replied to my messages for a few days? A man sat by the bed, silent and smoking. Lu Shui looked at Ma Ji and said coquettishly, "You're still better than him, you're willing to spend money on me, you've bought me 4 bags alone." Ma Ji's mouth curled up, revealing a smug smile. That's right. I guess that guy is still planning to save up money to marry you. He probably doesn't know that you've had 4 abortions. Lu Shui said nonchalantly after hearing this. It's all your fault. You never used protection. I was with him in the beginning because he was handsome, but I never imagined that he would end up being a security guard with no prospects. He has a house in the countryside where he grew up, and I plan to trick him into selling it and giving me the money. Chapter 9, Young Wife Wang Yan. Ma Ji didn't care as he listened to Lu Shui describe her plan. He just wanted to go back to school, where there was another treasure waiting for him. Although Ma Ji actually came from an ordinary family, he was very good at pretending to be rich. In order to win Lu Shui, he had someone make a few fake Hermes bags and paired them with a rented luxury car, successfully tricking Lu Shui into bed. In his eyes, Lu Shui was just a toy, and when he got tired of playing with her, he would throw her away without hesitation. Before he knew it, it was afternoon, and Zhang Jia, who was playing a stand-alone game, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, he saw a burly bald man at the door, and next to him stood a young woman with quite a good appearance. Zhang Jia recognized the 2 people. The man was Zhou Laotai's son, Wu Renping. And the young woman was Wu Renping's wife, Wang Yan, a kindergarten teacher. Wang Yan was wearing a pale pink slim-fit shirt with a black straight-legged long skirt. Her delicate face exuded the charm of a mature woman. "Shang, come out here, you old fool." Wu Renping was full of anger, kicking the door while yelling. "Honey, let's just forget it. This guy is probably hiding in there and won't come out. Let's go back and comfort our mother first." Wang Yan frowned slightly and gently persuaded. "No way, this brat dared to scold me, I'm not finished with him." Wu Renping gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Just as Wu Renping was furious, the security door suddenly creaked open. Zhang Jia walked out of the house with a smile on his face. "Good, you little brat still dares to come out. I won't let you go if I don't beat you to death today." The moment Wu Renping saw Zhang Jia, his anger surged again. He was about to strike, but he didn't expect Zhang Jia to grab his collar first. Before Wu Renping could react, Zhang Jia suddenly lifted him up with all his strength and flung him away. Wu Renping felt dizzy and his body flew uncontrollably, before crashing into the wall. The impact made Wu Renping see stars. He tried hard to struggle to his feet, but found that his body felt heavy as if it was filled with lead. The young woman Wang Yan let out a frightened scream, covering her mouth with her hands, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Wu Renping, who was moaning in pain by the wall, and then at Zhang Jia, who looked cold and stern, and for a moment didn't know what to do. Zhang Jia looked at Wu Renping expressionlessly and sneered. "You want to beat me to death? Come on, why are you not moving like a dead dog?" Wu Renping never expected that Zhang Jia would act so decisively, not giving him a chance at all, and with an absurd amount of strength. Looking at Wu Renping, who was paralyzed on the ground, Zhang Jia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. When he was a security guard, he was extorted by Wu Renping a lot. He even had to hand over several good cigarettes to Wu Renping every week. Facing extortion, Zhang Jia had also reported it to the police. But often, before the police arrived, Wu Renping got wind of it and came looking for him, beating him up. As for Wu Renping's wife, Wang Yan, Zhang Jia was even more impressed. When he first entered society, he had no idea of its dangers and complexity, and joyfully rented the house where Wu Renping's family lived. As a result, the first night he moved in, Wang Yan knocked on his door wrapped in a white bath towel. The towel was wrapped loosely around her, revealing large patches of pale skin and delicate collarbones. At that time, Zhang Jia was full of youthful blood and had never even washed his feet once. How could he withstand such temptation? Just as he was about to make a big move and welcome this sudden moment of passion, Wu Renping burst in with some men. Without saying a word, they first gave Zhang Jia a severe beating. Then, Wu Renping blackmailed him for 10,000 yuan, threatening him that if he didn't pay, Wang Yan would sue him for rape. Since then, he has remembered this woman with an empty body but a heart of a snake. After a long time, Wu Renping slowly crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his hand. He couldn't understand why Zhang Jia's personality had suddenly changed so much after just a few days apart. Wu Renping's mind kept replaying Zhang Jia's fierce gaze and decisive actions, and he was filled with doubt and shock. After the fall, Wu Renping had lost his arrogance. He knew that he would get no advantage today, and that any further entanglement would only make him more embarrassed. "What's wrong? You're scared so quickly. Just now, didn't you want to beat me to death?" Zhang Jia mocked. "Humph, don't be arrogant, I still have things to do, you wait until I'm done before I come back to deal with you." After Wu Renping finished cursing, he pulled his legs and ran, leaving Wang Yan behind him. Wang Yan also wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. She had just turned around to prepare to leave, but Zhang Jia directly blocked her way. "Sister Wang, don't be in a hurry to leave. I've settled my debt with your husband, but I haven't settled mine with you yet." Zhang Jia's voice was neither fast nor slow, but it carried a chilling sense of oppression. "Zhang, what do you mean? Are you going to hit a woman?" Wang Yan unconsciously took a step back. Zhang Jia's face was gloomy, and he took step after step towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked at Zhang Jia, who was gradually approaching her, in horror. Her heart was beating so violently that it felt like it was going to jump right out of her chest. "If you want me to pay you back, forget it." Wang Yan forced herself to remain calm, clenching her teeth, but her voice was already shaking. As she watched Zhang Jia push her into a corner, Wang Yan's heart lurched, her eyes full of panic. "What do you want? Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." Wang Yan's body pressed against the wall for a sense of security. "What do you think I want to do?" Seeing Zhang Jia looking up and down at her, Wang Yan really panicked. Since her marriage, she had paid a lot of attention to her appearance, and her figure and face were no different from those of young girls. Every time she went out, many people would stare at her, which made her feel extra confident. But now, being targeted by Zhang Jia, Wang Yan felt like a piece of fat meat being eyed by a wolf. The next second, Zhang Jia grabbed Wang Yan's hands with one hand and lifted her over her head, pressing her against the wall. The air around them seemed to have frozen, with only Wang Yan's rapid breathing echoing in the air. "Sister Wang, didn't you want to seduce me in the beginning? Pay your debt here today." Wang Yan was terrified at this point. She didn't expect Zhang Jia to dare to do this to her in the hallway in broad daylight. "I have a husband, you can't do this." Wang Yan was really panicked this time, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Just as Zhang Jia was about to teach this snake-hearted woman a lesson, a rebuke came from behind him. Chapter 10, Zhao Meiqi's Demands. "Zhang Jia, what are you doing?" Zhao Meiqi stood at the top of the stairs, looking at him in shock. "Sister Meiqi, why are you here?" "Perfect timing, why don't we do it together?" Zhang Jie said with a smile. Zhao Meiqi pointed her finger at Zhang Jie and said, "Good, Zhang Jie, everyone says that you shouldn't bully a friend's wife, but you actually went after your neighbor's wife." Wang Yan took advantage of the gap between the two people talking and desperately struggled to escape from Zhang Jie's control, crying as she ran downstairs. "Meiqi, I was just teaching her a lesson, don't get the wrong idea." Zhang Jie let Wang Yan escape and focused all his attention on Zhao Meiqi in front of him.
"Oomph, do you think I'm blind? Your hand is almost touching it, what are you pretending? If I tell Wu Runping about this, guess what he'll do to you?"
Zhao Meiqi snorted in disdain. Hearing that Zhao Meiqi was going to go to Wu Runping to complain, Zhang Jie became even more excited.
A strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. He wanted to see how Wu Runping would react when he found out that his wife had been bullied by him. He could even imagine Wu Runping, furious as he was.
"Zhang Jie, if you don't want Wu Runping to know, then give me 50,000 yuan, or I'll go complain right away." Zhao Meiqi stared at Zhang Jie intently, her heart filled with joy. She never imagined that just as she was worrying about money and looking for ways to get it, she would actually be able to see Zhang Jie molesting Wu Runping's wife. Everyone in the entire neighborhood knew that Wu Runping was a local thug and nobody dared to mess with him.
Zhang Jie's behavior undoubtedly gave Zhao Meiqi a handle.
"Hurry up and give me the money, or Wu Runping will come looking for you in a while, and I won't be able to protect you." But the next moment, Zhang Jie just left a sentence, "Go ahead and sue," and then walked into the house without hesitation. His figure disappeared behind the door, and with a bang, the security door slammed shut, leaving a stunned Zhao Meiqi. "Son of a bitch, I'm going to tell Wu Runping right now, and let him fix you." At Wu Runping's home, Wang Yan sat on the sofa, her shoulders shaking as she recounted her ordeal while crying. Hearing that Zhang Jie had laid hands on his wife, Wu Runping felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and his eyes burned with seething rage. "That bastard!" Wu Runping roared, immediately ready to settle the score with Zhang Jie. But after taking a few steps, his feet stopped. He was no match for Zhang Jie at all, and if he went up there, he would just be treated like a toy and tossed around.
"Honey, what should we do now?"
Wang Yan asked with a hint of tears in her voice.
"Maybe we should call the police." "What's the point of calling the police? Without evidence, the police won't be able to do anything."
"But don't worry, when my buddies come here in a few days, I'll break his arms for molesting my wife." Wu Runping's eyes were fierce, and he couldn't wait to skin Zhang Jie alive. "Honey, when he opened the door just now, I saw that the guy's house was full of new furniture, and even the TV was a 70-inch big TV.
Where do you think he got the money?" Wang Yan suddenly remembered a scene she had just seen. "Is there more to this story?" Wu Runping touched his chin.
"I definitely didn't see it wrong, that furniture is not cheap, just that sofa alone is worth tens of thousands of dollars."
"That's not right. He's just a security guard, how could he afford a sofa that costs tens of thousands of yuan? This kid isn't up to no good, is he?"
Wu Runping muttered to himself.
Wang Yan wiped away a tear.
"I heard a friend say that this kid has been going to the lottery store a lot lately."
"Do you think he's won the lottery?"
"It's possible. Our mother also said yesterday that this kid has been renovating every day for the past few days."
"I wonder what he's up to. No, we have to think of a way to get some money out of this kid."
Wu Runping's eyes were full of greed, as if he could already see a lot of money rushing towards him. On the other side, Lu Shui kept messaging Zhang Jie. The content was very simple, just telling Zhang Jie to get 300,000 yuan in gifts ready. She wanted to get married. Her idea was very simple: once Zhang Jie sold the house in his hometown and gave her the gifts, she would just run away with the money. But after waiting for a long time, Lu Shui never received any reply. Lu Shui didn't know why, but in the past, Zhang Jie would chat with her every day and send her red envelopes. But a few days ago, Zhang Jie never sent her a message again, and he even blocked her on WeChat. Although she didn't have any feelings for Zhang Jie, the thought that her ATM machine had suddenly stopped talking to her still made Lu Shui feel a little panicked. After all, she didn't have a job and all her expenses came from Zhang Jie. At this moment, Zhang Jie looked at the messages coming in on his phone and sneered inwardly. His girlfriend from his previous life, who was now getting married, wanted him to sell the house in his hometown for money and rip him off. However, Zhang Jie was not angry. He knew very well that there were less than 30 hours left before the end of the world.
Time flew by and night fell.
Zhang Jie put on his new stockings and prepared to go to the hotel with Bai Shuya for one last fling. But just as he was about to leave, there was a knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, he saw Zhao Meiqi standing quietly in front of the door.
A moment later, Zhang Jie opened the door and put on a smile. Maggie, I thought you were going to tell on me. Zhang Jie, I don't want you to get beaten up because of this. How about this, you give me 30,000 yuan and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Zhang Jie laughed and shook his head. Maggie, I'm just a loser, where would I get the money to lend you? Just now, her brother called her directly and asked for money. Zhang Jie, don't be smirking. I'm not joking with you. 30,000 is already my bottom line. How about this, just pretend you're lending it to me, and I'll pay you back next month. I'll lend it to you, but I have a request. What is it? I'll do whatever I can. Zhao Meiqi's heart filled with a glimmer of hope, and she couldn't wait to ask. Sleep with me for one night, and I'll lend it to you. Zhang Jie's words were like a bolt from the blue, and they caused Zhao Meiqi's face to change color suddenly. Her face went from red to white, and then from white to green. Although she was a junior anchor, she was surrounded by many lickspittle dogs. Those people sweet-talked her in the broadcast room and kept showering her with gifts, but only she knew that those lickspittle dogs didn't have any real money. Once it came to real big money, lickspittle dogs couldn't be relied upon. She has always kept her body pure, just waiting for a real rich second generation to appear. She dreams of one day marrying into a wealthy family and living a life of ease. And now, to her surprise, a loser she has never taken seriously actually wants to sleep with her. It's like an old nun opening the door for a monk in the middle of the night. What a joke. Shang, I think you're having a hallucination. You think your 30,000 yuan is a lot? I think you'd better save it and treat your brain. You're just a loser, so why are you acting so cocky? Chapter 11, the end is near. Maggie, I'm being very reasonable. By the end of tomorrow, you'll see that my request is not at all excessive. Fuck you, you're crazy. If you're horny, go find a hooker, don't come here and disgust people. After scolding Zhang Jie a little, Zhao Meiqi angrily walked upstairs. Looking at Zhao Meiqi's back, Zhang Jie felt that he had said a little too much. In the beginning of the apocalypse, people were still able to maintain a certain degree of order. Although there were deaths at first, everyone still followed the basic rules and helped each other to withstand the danger together. Although supplies in the supermarket were tight, people still queued up in an orderly manner to buy them, and there were no cases of looting. However, this fragile order did not last long. But the disaster had only just begun when people ran out of supplies at home and found that they could not get any help. People will search for food and water everywhere, and even break into other people's homes to loot. Violence and conflict escalate, and trust between people gradually disintegrates. Corpses can be seen everywhere as a result of looting for food. Hunger and despair make people lose their minds, and morality and ethics become fragile under the pressure of survival. So much so that in the later stages, there were even cases of people eating people. After Zhao Meiqi left, Zhang Jie went to the hotel and got through to Bai Shiya's phone. When he woke up the next day, the sunlight shining through the gaps in the curtains made him feel a little dazed. He looked at the time and realized that he had slept until noon for the first time ever. Bai Shiya had already left a long time ago. After moving around a little and taking a shower, he also left the hotel. At this time, there were less than 20 hours until the end of the world, and the sky was cloudless. The streets were bustling with people. Children who had finished school at noon were playing and laughing, sanitation workers sweeping the street took a rest in the shade, office workers were having lunch, delivery boys were riding electric scooters on the street, young couples were strolling hand in hand, and truck drivers were busy carrying goods, running non-stop for a living. Zhang Jie leaned against the window, looking at the bustling crowd, and couldn't help but sigh. Human beings are still so small in the face of nature. When that rain falls, most of the people on this street will die, and only a very small number will survive. But few people can survive the ensuing animal mutations and material shortages. Fortunately, he still has his system, which will allow him to survive the apocalypse. On the last day before the end of the world, Zhang Jie drove around the city aimlessly, preparing to spend all his money. After all, money will become worthless after the end of the world, and only supplies will be the only hard currency. So, he kept wandering around until nightfall, and when he returned home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. At some point, blood-red clouds began to gather in the sky, covering the dark sky. Everything on the ground was tinged with a faint red, causing an inexplicable sense of unease to rise in people's hearts. Zhang Jie turned on the TV, and the news began to report the weather conditions. According to expert predictions, the city will experience a long period of rainfall. This rainfall is special, and the meteorological department has issued an early warning, asking everyone to prepare.
Stock up on necessary supplies in advance, check the drainage facilities of your home, etc., to ensure the safety of your life and property.
Relevant units will also be prepared and actively take countermeasures to welcome this upcoming heavy rain.
Although the news only mentioned the city, only Zhang Jie knew that this rain would cover the whole world and become a nightmare for everyone.
Sitting up all night, Zhang Jie spent the night on the sofa.
When the first ray of sunshine shone through the window, Zhang Jie knew that the end was beginning. He went to the window and, through the thick bulletproof glass, looked out at the blood-red sky.
With a deafening clap of thunder, a drop of red rain hit the window in front of Zhang Jie. Then came a second drop, and a third.
Almost simultaneously, and a miserable scream came from downstairs. The people who got hit by the rain were like they got hit by sulfuric acid, and they began to fall one after the other, their flesh rotting, and they became corpses within seconds.
Seeing someone fall, some kind people wanted to go up and save them.
But when they came into contact with the rain, they too became corpses. In an instant, the screams and cries became one, waking up countless people who were still asleep. The lights gradually came on, and everyone stood on the balcony, looking on in confusion, dumbfounded.
Holy shit, what's going on? Why are there corpses everywhere in the community? What's going on with this rain? It actually smells faintly bloody.
Just as the residents were dumbfounded, everyone's phone rang simultaneously, and they received an official text message. Residents, please do not go out.
The rain is highly corrosive.
Please stay at home and wait for rescue. Residents, please do not go out.
The rain is highly toxic.
Please stay at home and wait for rescue. Some people were so scared that they immediately closed their windows after reading the message, but others did not believe it and stuck their hands out. The rain instantly melted the flesh and blood of that person, revealing 5 white finger bones. Seeing that people in the community kept falling down screaming, some people quickly reacted and ran towards the vending machines downstairs.
If the rain keeps falling and there is nothing to eat, won't they starve to death?
In front of the vending machine, there were already a lot of people gathered. The glass door had already been smashed open, and the goods had been looted. Some people, wearing raincoats and rain boots, rushed into the convenience store in the community. At first, a few people were still paying, but as more and more people poured in, the convenience store turned into a scene of robbery. People pushed and shoved, fighting for the goods, knocking the shelves over and scattering the goods all over the floor. The convenience store owner tried to stop the 0 yuan purchase, but was knocked unconscious by a punch and fainted. While the residents were looting supplies, Zhang Jie was leisurely sitting by the window, holding a duck leg in his hand and nibbling on it with relish. The hustle and bustle outside the window was in stark contrast to his calmness. The small convenience store in the community could not possibly meet everyone's needs. The goods inside were limited, while human needs were endless. For now, order has not completely broken down, and women can still take advantage of the chaos to scrounge up supplies. But once order breaks down completely, even the most beautiful women will become commodities to be traded. In this world of the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature gradually comes to light.
When survival becomes the only goal, morality and ethics are cast aside. No one will pity you, and no one will give you a bite to eat because you are pitiful. This is the law of the end of the world. In this cruel world, only the strong can survive, and the weak can only be at the mercy of others. The commotion in the convenience store is still ongoing, and many people have already fought over food. Fists are swinging, curses are being shouted, and the scene is in chaos. After being slapped a few times, many women have had their supplies snatched from them. Outside the convenience store, the chaos continued to spread. Some people who had originally been kind-hearted began to waver after seeing others resort to unscrupulous means to survive. Their moral defense gradually collapsed, and in order to survive for themselves and their families, they had no choice but to join the ranks of those looting supplies. Chapter 12, The First Day of the End of the World.
At this time, Zhang Jie, who had finished eating the duck legs, continued to open several packs of way-long spicy strips and ate them. He designated a part of the ring as the domestic waste area to store garbage, so as not to cause the house to be filled with garbage. According to the introduction of the system, he could redeem rewards every 3 days he survived in the apocalypse.
But no one knew what good things he could redeem.
It might be supernormal abilities, it might be a beautiful woman, or it might even just be a dog. Just as he was smiling at the situation, sitting calmly by the window, leisurely munching on the remaining food in his hands while coldly watching the chaotic scene in the community, a face behind the window of the building next door caught his attention. His gaze was originally just casually scanning the surroundings, but when that figure intruded into his line of sight, his eyes instantly focused. Because of his enhanced physical fitness, his eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could clearly see things that ordinary people could not, and every detail seemed to be magnified before his eyes. It was a handsome face, with sharp angles and a sword-shaped brow and starry eyes. Nevertheless, it was still inferior to a reader like him, who often read Tomo novels. Zhang Jie recognized the other person. The man's name was Wu Fan, a third-tier small celebrity. Wu Fan was currently strangling a woman's neck with a long leather whip. After the woman was hanged, Wu Fan threw her body out of the window expressionlessly. Perhaps sensing someone watching him, Wu Fan looked sharply in Zhang Jie's direction. Zhang Jie did not dodge, but met Wu Fan's gaze directly, even waving hello. Wu Fan was taken aback for a moment. He obviously did not expect his actions to be seen. He silently memorized Zhang Jie's location, then took out his raincoat and carefully put it on. As Wu Fan disappeared from view, Zhang Jie understood what the other person wanted. Wu Fan was definitely going to kill him to ensure that his crimes would not be exposed. However, he was not worried. After all, his safe was on the same level as the door to the bank vault. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. "Open the door, the community, here to distribute relief supplies." The voice sounded a bit urgent, as if urging him to hurry and open the door to receive the supplies. Zhang Jie could clearly see through the surveillance camera that there was a man in a black raincoat standing in front of the door. Wu Fan was holding a dagger in his right hand and kept knocking on the door with his left hand. "Hurry up, if you don't open the door, you'll lose your supplies." If this were before, Zhang Jie might have foolishly opened the door and trusted the so-called community aid. However, he had already died once, and he knew the cruelty of the end of the world and the darkness of human nature. In this world, if you easily trust others, you must be prepared to die. "I don't need supplies, you can give them to other people." Zhang Jie's voice came from behind the door. "Sir, please cooperate with our work, the authorities require that we deliver supplies to every household." Wu Fan continued to pretend, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. "I said I don't need supplies, are you deaf?" Zhang Jie's voice came again. After scolding him, Zhang Jie ignored Wu Fan at the door and sat down on the sofa, turning on the TV. Since the end of the world had just begun, although social order had already begun to break down, some basic infrastructure was still barely functioning, and there were still news programs on the TV. On the TV, a gray-haired meteorologist was explaining to the host the reason for the appearance of the murderous rain. The expert finally concluded that it was caused by environmental pollution, and predicted that the bloody rain would soon end. As this prediction was made, the group of property owners in Zhang Jie's community immediately became agitated. He said the hospital has an ultrasound. "I was shocked, but now that the expert has said it, I feel relieved. I was thinking of saving my food. Blooming wealth, please stop raining, I don't have much milk powder for my grandson. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, taking in girls aged 18-24. Young and pretty girls, available nationwide, are there any young men looking for a partner?" The group chat was buzzing with chatter and laughter, but only Zhang Jie knew that the rain would continue for a week, a month, never stopping. People still didn't understand the severity and duration of the disaster. As he watched the group chat, he suddenly received a friend request. "Young and pretty girl, available for travel anywhere in the country." In the past, Zhang Jie would have ignored these requests. But now that the world is ending, he felt that it might not be a bad idea to have some fun. So, against his better judgment, he accepted the friend request. As soon as they became friends, the young woman came right out and said what she wanted. "Hey, little brother, a video? It's very young." Zhang Jie thought for a moment and responded, "Send me a photo first to see how good it is." Soon, with a ding, a photo was sent. The photo showed a beautiful woman with a hot body, wearing black stockings, sitting on a big bed, flirtatiously. Then, the young girl sent another message. "Little brother, if you want a video, send 500 renminbi first. Oh, and if you have any other requests, you'll have to pay extra." Zhang Jie didn't hesitate, and directly sent 1,000 renminbi. After all, the end was already here, money had become worthless, and it was not a bad idea to have some fun. After the woman received the transfer, she directly sent a video. Once the video was connected, the woman unashamedly started twisting her waist, the fat on her waist swinging recklessly, and every swing felt like a small earthquake. Zhang Jie felt only a sea of turmoil in his stomach, and hastily extended his trembling fingers to hang up the video. After the video hung up, Zhang Jie felt only a strong wave of nausea rush to his mind. He took a few deep breaths to try to calm his churning stomach and chaotic thoughts. Get lost. Zhang Jie sent a single word, directly blocking and deleting the entire thread. This woman had caused him so much harm, no less than a car accident. For the first time, Zhang Jie felt that having eyes was a bad thing. The knocking on the door outside continued, having lasted for almost half an hour. Realizing that Zhang Jie would not open the door, the third-rate little celebrity also chose to give up for the time being. At this time, a woman with the nickname Blossoming Wealth posted a notice in the owners group. According to a notice from the higher-ups, the bloodshed will soon stop. Please privately send me the quantity of the supplies you have in your hands. I need to compile a report.
Zhang Jie recognized this nickname, which was precisely the nickname of Old Lady Zhou. The next second, someone questioned it. Old Lady Zhou, my son is a civil servant. If he doesn't know, where did you get the notice? Why are the higher-ups asking us how much supplies we have, and not giving us anything?
Old Mrs. Zhou sent a flustered expression. Just report what you were told, and cut the crap. Send it to me as soon as possible. The authorities are anxious to get it, and you will be held responsible if it hasn't been sent to me by 12 noon. Old Mrs. Zhou spoke with some urgency and in an order-giving tone. Zhang Jie sneered inwardly as he watched old Mrs. Zhou threaten the community residents. Using the guise of an official, she was collecting information on the supplies stored by each resident, and any fool could see what she was up to.
Chapter 13, Wife Wang Yan.
After a while, Granny Zhou took the initiative to add Zhang Jie in the group.
Zhang Jie, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you send it to me?
I'll tell you, this is a task assigned from above, and you can't afford to delay it. Seeing that Granny Zhou had started picking on him, Zhang Jie responded without any hesitation. Why should I tell you how much supplies I have? I think if you ask everyone about the amount of supplies, you are preparing to let your son come and rob. Once Zhang Jie spoke, he received a lot of support. Right, I just realized, your son is a gangster, he's tall and strong, he can rob whoever he wants. People's hearts are evil, it's only been raining for a few hours, and they're already eyeing the food we have. This young man is right, we really shouldn't let others know how much we have. Seeing that Zhang Jie's words had caused such a reaction, Granny Zhou gritted her teeth. Ever since Zhang Jie killed her dog, she has wanted to skin him alive, especially after hearing from her son that he also molested her daughter-in-law, nearly making her vomit blood. Everyone, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he's spreading rumors. We have a conflict, and he's deliberately retaliating against me. If we don't post it soon, the leaders won't be happy and won't send us relief supplies.
Seeing Zhou Leoi's explanation, Zhang Jie laughed.
He really had never met such a shameless person. He remembered very clearly that a few years ago, Zhou's grandson was going to be punished for touching a female classmate's buttocks at school. When Zhou learned about it, she went directly to the girls' class and, in front of the whole class, slapped the girl hard. She also cursed the girl impolitely, calling her a bitch and accusing her of seducing her grandson. Once, a pretty girl accidentally knocked over the flower pot that Granny Zhou had placed downstairs, and Granny Zhou went around the community spreading rumors that the girl was morally corrupt and was someone's mistress. In the end, the girl broke up with her boyfriend and lost her job. Thinking about this, Zhang Jie rudely confronted her.
Granny, you don't think anyone knows what kind of people your family are, do you? You can't fool us into giving you supplies.
When she saw Zhang Jie's message, Zhou Leoi's face turned green.
Zhang Jie, don't talk nonsense.
I was at least the former director of the neighborhood committee, and I would never lie to everyone.
Zhou Leoi explained. Whoever believes you is stupid, you old thing.
Zhang Jie left a message and turned off his phone. Time blinked to noon, and the blood-red drizzle continued, and the sky remained blood-red.
Knock knock.
Just then, a sudden knock came from the door. Zhang Jie saw through the door's surveillance camera that there was a woman standing in front of his door.
That woman was no one else but Wang Yan.
Wang Yan was wrapped in a white bathrobe, which clung to her body tightly, revealing her curvy figure. Her delicate curves, wrapped in the bathrobe, looked like a beautiful painting, exuding an irresistible charm. Her hair was damp, with water droplets slowly dripping down her hair, obviously just after a shower. The damp hair was scattered casually on her shoulders, adding a touch of laziness and charm to her. On the other side, Wu Renping was holding an iron bar in his hand, carefully hiding in the corner.
Wang Yan knocked on the door gently and said, "Can I borrow a hairdryer to dry my hair? We've had a power outage."
Zhang Jie was confident in his physical fitness, but at the moment he was not stupid enough to open the door and fight Wu Renping. If he got hurt, it would be more than he could bear. "Sister Wang Yan, I do have a hairdryer at home, but why would I lend it to you?
Your husband even tried to hit me yesterday."
Zhang Jie pretended not to know that Wu Renping was hiding nearby, and his tone of voice carried a hint of resentment.
Oh, he drank yesterday. I apologize to you on his behalf.
Open the door, it's cold in the hallway.
Wang Yan explained casually, her body involuntarily shrinking, as if she was really freezing. There's no rush to open the door. Does your husband know you're here?
Zhang Jie deliberately lowered his voice.
Wang Yan froze upon hearing this. What do you mean he doesn't know? It's good that he doesn't know. If your husband finds out about what happened between us yesterday, he won't let you off the hook.
Zhang Jie deliberately spoke in an ambiguous tone. Upon hearing this, Wu Renping's face stiffened. His eyes fixed on Wang Yan, his expression revealing shock, his lips pursed tightly, and he gripped the iron rod in his hand even tighter.
Zhang Jie, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between you and me.
Wang Yan glanced at Wu Renping, who was standing nearby, and her face turned pale slightly. Her voice also raised a few decibels.
Sister Wang, you've already forgotten so quickly. Who was it that told me yesterday that her husband wasn't very good at it and wanted my help?
Zhang Jie was relentless, continuing to provoke with ambiguous words. At this time, Wu Renping's face was ashen, and his teeth were clenching noisily.
Zhang Jie, what are you talking about? When did I say that? Hurry up and open the door. Hearing Zhang Jie's provocation, Wang Yan panicked completely.
Sister Wang, I can open the door for you, but there's no such thing as a free lunch, you have to repay me somehow.
Zhang, are you even a man? You want something in return for a hairdryer? Tell me, how much do you want? Wang Yan's brows furrowed.
I don't want money, I want you to lift your bathrobe up a little so I can admire your body.
Zhang Jie's tone became even more ambiguous.
Wang Yan wanted to refuse, but seeing Wu Renping nod at her from the side, indicating that she should continue, she lifted her robe a little, revealing her entire calf. Her face turned slightly red, and her eyes were full of helplessness.
Sister Wang, this is not enough, lift it a little higher.
Zhang Jie's voice came again. He wanted to see how far the couple would go to get him to open the door.
Don't push it too far.
Wang Yan wanted to rush into the room right now and give Zhang Jie a good beating. It didn't feel right to be groped by another man in front of her husband.
You can mention it or not. Since you don't want me to see, I won't open the door for you.
Zhang Jie said coldly.
Although Wang Yan didn't want to do it, she thought that if she could trick the door open, she would get an endless amount of money.
She gritted her teeth and raised her bathrobe to her thighs, comparable to a miniskirt.
This time, take off all your bathrobe. I don't want you to keep a single piece of clothing on.
Zhang Jie's voice sounded again.
Wang Yan's sense of humiliation reached its peak upon hearing these words.
Her face instantly turned pale, and her eyes were full of anger. She felt like a toy being recklessly toyed with by Zhang Jie.
Chapter 14, Changes in Animals. That's enough, how long are you two going to keep playing around?
With a roar, Wu Renping's voice resounded through the hallway like thunder. Wang Yan was startled, her body trembling involuntarily, and a flash of panic in her eyes. Wu Renping's expression was hideous, and he yanked Wang Yan up roughly, his movements unkind and even a little violent. Wang Yan stumbled and almost fell, and Wu Renping pulled her back into the house. As soon as they entered the house, Wu Renping, furious, pushed Wang Yan onto the sofa with such force that her body hit the backrest heavily. Wang Yan let out a cry of alarm, her face full of fear.
Say, what the hell was that kid talking about just now?
If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not finished with you. Wu Renping stood in front of Wang Yan with his arms folded, his forehead bulging with veins.
Wang Yan was lying on the sofa, scared and pale.
Husband, please listen to my explanation. That guy was provoking us, and there is nothing between him and me.
Hearing the woman's defense, Wu Renping became even more angry.
Bullshit, he had no idea I was even there.
Did you tell him about me?
Wu Renping shouted in accusation.
I didn't. I came back with you yesterday, how could I go and tell him something like that?
Wang Yan shook her head quickly, tears welling up in her eyes. Watching his wife deny it so resolutely, Wu Renping felt a little dazed.
He didn't know who to believe.
Since his health problems began, he hadn't touched Wang Yan in years. Walking down the street, he always felt like someone was staring at his wife, and that unease and inferiority complex had always haunted him. Now, a young man knows a secret that only he and Wang Yan know, how can he not be angry? He stopped in his tracks, glared fiercely at Wang Yan, and then sighed helplessly. Trust is like a blank piece of paper. Once it has been crumpled once, it is difficult to restore it to its original flatness.
Wu Renping, don't look at me with that expression.
Wang Yan glared at Wu Renping, her eyes red, tears rolling in her eyes. She sat up straight, trembling slightly. It was your stupid idea to let me wear a bathrobe to trick the guy into opening the door.
Wang Yan's chest was heaving, clearly she was furious.
I told you to trick the guy into opening the door, but I didn't tell you to take off your clothes and show him. Wu Renping's face was terrifyingly dark, and he pointed his finger at Wang Yan and said, "Tell me the truth, did you and that guy really hide something from me?"
You son of a bitch. Wang Yan exploded.
She stood up abruptly and threw a pillow at Wu Renping.
In all the years I've been married to you, when have I ever talked to another man?
I never complained when you were impotent all these years, and this is how you repay me.
Wang Yan wiped her tears with her hand and turned her head, locking herself in her room.
Zhang Jia was playing a video game at this time, playing with great enthusiasm. According to his speculation, the couple, Wu Renping and his wife, had already had a huge fight. No matter how much love a couple has for each other, if he causes trouble, it will cause a rift in their relationship.
He was going to find an opportunity to pour oil on the fire between the two of them.
Night fell quickly, and the acid rain outside the window continued unabated, with the raindrops smashing against the window in a heart-rending sound. Standing on the balcony, Zhang Jia's face was solemn as he looked down. He knew that the abnormal changes in some animals had already begun. In the flower bed downstairs, a sparrow was struggling in the rain. But as more and more rainwater got on its body, the sparrow's body began to undergo strange changes. Its feathers gradually began to turn black and spread rapidly. The sparrow's body gradually swelled up, like a balloon being inflated. A few minutes later, the sparrow turned into a raptor the size of an eagle, with scarlet eyes. The strange bird let out a shrill cry, took flight again, and disappeared into the darkness.
Meanwhile, the owners group was once again in an uproar.
The reason for the uproar was simple: someone had uploaded a photo to the group. In the photo was a black rat with shiny fur and red, menacing eyes. In its mouth, it was holding a round-headed calico cat. Judging from its size alone, the rat was twice the size of the calico cat. The once lively and cute appearance of the raccoon cat was gone, its body hanging limply, its eyes full of fear and despair. This scene made people who saw the photo feel an indescribable fear and unease.
Tang Month loves using Rejoice shampoo. How is this possible? The rat is even bigger than the cat, and it even killed the cat.
A Category 8 hurricane. This picture is fake. The family who photoshopped it should die.
Brothers social media, this rain can make the body grow? Hey, this is kind of interesting.
I suddenly had a bold idea, and you guys wait for me to try it. A moment later, a heart-wrenching scream came from downstairs of a building. After a while, in the property owners group, Brothers social media sent another message. Brothers, I tried it with the happiness of the rest of my life, and this rain is useless for people. I'll stop talking now, I have to go to the hospital. With this man's selfless sacrifice, the group suddenly became lively, with everyone chatting away.
Among the many people sending messages, Zhang Jie's gaze sharpened as he saw a familiar ID.
Strawberry Soft Rabbit. As far as he knew, this Strawberry Soft Rabbit was a flight attendant, 20 years old, named Xiao Xinran, and lived across the street from his building.
Zhang Jie was very impressed by this flight attendant.
Before becoming a security guard, he had worked as a ride-hailing driver for a while. At that time, he often got Xiao Xinran's orders and drove her to work. Every time he saw her beautiful figure appear next to the car, Zhang Jie would feel an inexplicable joy well up in his heart. Zhang Jie would carefully open the car door for her, greet her politely, and then drive smoothly to her destination. But one night, everything changed. As he was taking a shortcut back to the residential area with Xiao Xinran, she suddenly reported him to the police from the car. He tried to explain to her that he just wanted to get her home quickly and had no bad intentions. But Xiao Xinran, on the other hand, firmly believed that he had deliberately taken a detour in order to do something inappropriate to her. When the police arrived, Xiao Xinran cried and cursed Zhang Jie at the same time. In the end, Zhang Jie was detained for 1 month and permanently fired from the online car-hailing company. The thought that this woman was living in the building next door gave Zhang Jie an idea. He wanted Xiao Xinran to pay back her debt with her body.
Chapter 15, Flight Attendant Xiao Xinran.
Clicking on Xiao Xinran's circle of friends, Zhang Jie saw a series of exquisite selfies. Looking at each photo, Zhang Jie had to admit that Xiao Xinran was indeed a beauty. With a tall figure of 1.75 meters, coupled with a pair of slender and straight legs, and a delicate and smooth melon-shaped face like white jade, she could only be described as superb. In different photos, she has different expressions and wears different clothes. Sometimes it's a sweet and lovely smile, sometimes it's a cold and noble gaze, and sometimes it's a lively and playful grimace, but no matter what expression it is, it's hard to take your eyes off it. Many people regard Xiao Xinran as a goddess and she has many suitors. But only Zhang Jie knows that Xiao Xinran is not only a gold-digging woman, but also someone who really likes to hit women. She often posts sexist comments online, inciting conflict between men and women in order to profit from it. When he reported her to the police, Xiao Xinran had planned it for a long time and streamed the entire frame up live on some websites. After reporting her, Xiao Xinran said to the police, no girl would frame someone else for her own innocence. That's why the police didn't believe his explanation. He had been following Xiao Xinran's Weibo, and every comment Xiao Xinran left under popular videos could make any normal man lose his temper. I cheated because the man didn't add me as a co-owner of the house. Men who make women pay for dinner are jerks. Sisters, I'm scared of men. Is blood relationship really that important? Regardless of the facts, even if the woman was at fault, wasn't the man at fault a little? Zhang Jie found some online pictures of luxury cars and watches, posted them in his circle of friends, and then took the initiative to add Xiao Xinran as a friend. He knew Xiao Xinran's personality well, and if he didn't present himself as a rich kid, Xiao Xinran would never have agreed to his friend request. On the other side, Xiao Xinran was lounging in sexy pajamas on the bed, propping her head up with one hand while the other idly played with her phone. Her long, waterfall-like hair was casually scattered on the pillow, adding a touch of charm to her. Due to the bloody rain, she had received many greetings from dog lickers today. The messages popped up one after the other on her phone screen, full of concern and worry. However, Xiao Xinran's face showed a look of disdain, and she muttered to herself. These dog lickers only ask about my well-being and never send me red envelopes, they are really useless. However, there are still a few second-generation rich guys who have been courting her, and they have transferred a lot of money to her. She looked at the transfer records on her phone and smiled with satisfaction. She gently ran her finger across the screen, replying to the messages from those second-generation rich guys. She knew very well that these second-generation rich guys were only courting her because of her beauty and figure, and she was only using their wealth to satisfy her material needs. Xiao Xinran had never had a steady boyfriend. She knew very well that once her rich second-string boyfriend found out she had a boyfriend, he would definitely never transfer money or buy her gifts again. She enjoyed the feeling of being sought after by so many men and knew exactly where her charm lay. She carefully maintained her image and juggled between different men, but always kept a certain distance. She knew that was the only way to make these men unable to stop wanting her and to pay more for her. Just then, she received a friend request from a friend with the ID name Deeply Attractive Handsome Guy. Xiao Xinran didn't even think twice and clicked agree directly, and then clicked into Zhang Jie's circle of friends. Her request for adding a friend was very simple: the other person must be rich, otherwise she would immediately block and delete them. After looking at Zhang Jie's circle of friends, Xiao Xinran was still quite satisfied. There were luxury cars and famous watches, so he shouldn't be too bad. After looking at the circle of friends, Xiao Xinran left a simple comment. Second-generation rich kid, licks dog number 7. The next second, she received a picture from Zhang Jie. The picture showed an ordinary table, and on the table, the first thing that caught her eye was a plate of steaks. The steaks had an attractive brownish-red color, and the surface was nicely browned and slightly shiny. Next to the steaks were some brightly colored vegetables, green broccoli, golden corn kernels, and red tomatoes. In addition to the steak, there were also a few bottles of red wine. In addition, there were also small and exquisite cakes, fresh fruit, and a variety of snacks on the table. Seeing the photos of this food, Xiao Xinran was a little confused for a moment. She didn't know what the person who added her wanted to express. After thinking about it, Xiao Xinran sent a question mark to Zhang Jie. But this time, the charming Xiao Xinran did not receive a reply from Zhang Jie. If it were an ordinary person who did not reply to her, Xiao Xinran would not hesitate for a second to delete them. But for a rich second generation, she was much more tolerant. She just regarded Zhang Jie as a guy who wanted to play hard to get. Seeing that Zhang Jie was a rich second generation, she still sent Zhang Jie a photo of her legs wearing black silk. If you want to catch a fish, how can you hold on to it without bait? Zhang Jie sent a photo of the food to Xiao Xian, and then started eating the food on the table. He didn't need to say much to Xiao Xian, and in a few days, when there was no more food, Xiao Xian would contact him on her own initiative. At Bai Shuya's home, Bai Shuya kept calling the court at this time. Her ear was pressed tightly against the phone, afraid of missing any response. However, there was only the monotonous busy tone on the other end of the line, and no one answered. Today was supposed to be the day of her court hearing, but this sudden bloodbath had affected her plans. The phone kept going unanswered, which made her realize that her case might not be resolved. Thinking about this, Bai Shuya felt both excited and miserable. She was excited because she didn't need to go to court and go to jail. She was miserable because she had been slept on by Zhang Jiebai for several days, and every morning she woke up with a sore back. These days, she has been available at any time, and she has not refused to wear various uniforms or go to various places. She has let Zhang Jie testify on her behalf, putting aside her dignity and pride. But now, Zhang Jie has taken advantage of her without paying any price, so how can she accept that? She has decided to ask Zhang Jie for some compensation, otherwise it would be too bad for her.
Chapter 16 Bai Shuya's friend request.
The next morning, the rain showed no sign of stopping. Zhang Jie stood quietly by the window. He saw many bodies that had been corroded by the rain to the point of becoming white skeletons. The pale bones were particularly glaring under the rain. Many people were wearing thick raincoats and struggling to make their way through the rain. Their figures were faintly visible in the hazy rain curtain. Even so, the sound of terrifying screams could be heard from time to time in the community. While preparing breakfast, Zhang Jie noticed that the entire community had lost power. However, as he had a diesel generator, the power outage did not affect him in any way. He skillfully started the generator, and in a short while, the lights once again illuminated the room. He fried 2 eggs, added a slice of pizza and a bottle of pure milk, and had a simple breakfast. At this time, the residents in the community had just woken up and were a little confused when they saw that it was still raining outside the window. In the owners' group, everyone started discussing it.
Strange, didn't the experts say that the rain would stop soon?
Exactly, how can I go to work like this?
My mortgage is about to expire.
My wife is about to give birth, what should I do?
My son went out last night and hasn't returned yet, has anyone seen him?
Seeing that the group was abuzz with conversation, Zhang Jie decided to give these people a little shock. He took out a few boxes of instant noodles, took a few photos and posted them in the group. Deeply handsome guy, taking in beautiful women aged 18 to 24, food provided, interested parties please PM me.
Building 7 #gold medal insurance sales Gaomimi, you're hopeless, have you never seen a woman before?
Building 6 #Wang Tianba used car sales, you wanna pick up girls with a broken instant noodle? After Wang Tianba finished scolding him, he took the opportunity to advertise his used car in the group. Building 31 #Li Beauty who loves to work out, exactly, what sane woman would approach you for instant noodles? After saying that, Li Beauty, who loves to work out, posted a few selfies in yoga pants in the group. Building 6 #Wang Tianba's used car for sale, beautiful lady, you have a great figure.
Can I add you on WeChat to get to know you better?
Building 20 #building materials brother ma, beautiful lady, my bed is big and soft.
Do you want to come over?
Zhang Jie couldn't help but smile as he watched everyone change the subject to women. So far, many people have maintained an optimistic attitude. They are chatting and complaining in the owners group, as if they think this rain is just a minor inconvenience that will soon pass. However, as time passed and the authorities failed to show up, sooner or later these people would realize the severity of the situation. By then, these people would know the value of the instant noodles in his boxes. In this doomsday of gradually running out of supplies, instant noodles were an incredibly precious resource. He immersed his consciousness in the space ring and retrieved a spinning bike. Ever since gaining double physical fitness, Zhang Jie had felt his energy become stronger. He could do 200 push-ups in one go, and then 100 squats. He got on the exercise bike and started pedaling quickly. In the end times, exercise was essential, otherwise it was easy to get sick. Although his physical fitness was twice that of a normal person, he could still get sick in age. For some reason, Zhang Jie felt that he could not stay inside the house forever, and that there would come a time when he had to go out. After pedaling for 2 hours, he stopped, sweating heavily.
Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that Bai Shuya was adding him as a WeChat friend. Zhang Jie's thoughts were instantly drawn back to his university days. When he graduated from university, Bai Shuya had directly blocked him on WeChat. At that time, he could only helplessly watch the once familiar avatar disappear from his contact list. But now he no longer regarded Bai Shuya as a goddess. After agreeing to the friend request, Zhang Jie waited quietly for Bai Shuya's response. Soon, a voice message came through.
Zhang Jie, the court won't be handling my case anymore, you can't threaten me anymore.
You've slept with me so many times these days, you should give me some money as compensation.
Zhang Jia leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the screen of his phone as he replied leisurely.
Compensation? With the harm you've done to me, I'm lucky if I don't ask for compensation. Seeing Zhang Jia's brazen act of playing the rogue, Bai Shuya's face flushed slightly with anger. After all, she had been the prettiest girl in her class, and at school she had played many boys, including Zhang Jia, at her fingertips. Back then, she was proud and confident, enjoying the adulation of the boys.
Now, Zhang Jia had played her for a few days for nothing, and yet he was actually complaining. Bai Shuya bit her lip, trying hard to suppress her emotions, and sent another voice message.
You son of a bitch, if you don't pay me back, I'll sue you. The next second, she received a reply. Sue me? Go ahead and sue me, and I'll see if anyone will listen to you. Bai Shuya trembled with anger when she heard Zhang Jia's indifferent reply.
Her delicate face was distorted with anger.
Don't you go too far. Do you think it's still the same as before? Aren't you afraid that I really will make trouble for you and you won't be able to rest in peace?
Zhang Jia, however, remained calm and gave a soft snort.
Go ahead and make trouble.
See who will care about your nonsense in the face of this apocalypse.
Do you think you are still the belle of the ball? Everyone is struggling to survive right now.
Bai Shuya was at a loss for words. She bit her lower lip tightly and tried to think of a response. After a while, her tone softened slightly.
Zhang Jia, can we talk about this? After all, we were once in a relationship.
Zhang Jia sneered, his eyes full of mockery.
Feelings? You want to talk about feelings with me? When you were humiliating me, did you ever think about feelings?
Now you know how to talk about feelings with me, but it's too late. Bai Shuya's eyes reddened slightly, and she held back her tears.
I know I didn't do the right thing in the past, but the situation is different now. We can figure out how to survive together. Survive together? You think I'll believe you? You just want to take advantage of me.
Zhang Jia ruthlessly exposed Bai Shuya's thoughts.
He knew that Bai Shuya must have seen the picture he posted. Bai Shuya was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Fine, since you're so ruthless, we'll see.
After saying that, Bai Shuya hung up the voice call. Zhang Jia looked at his phone and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 17, I have supplies and I'm being willful.
He had originally thought that Bai Shuya would delete his WeChat, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement.
Obviously, Bai Shuya did not intend to completely break with him. Not long after chatting with Bai Shuya, the property owners group once again became lively. Building 8 number 72 Lonely Old Auntie, is there any strong young man? I have a lot of food here, come and eat with me.
Below this message was a selfie of an old woman. The woman in the photo was heavily made up, with gold jewelry hanging from her neck and hands. Building 9 #Young Spirit was the first to respond. Auntie really is like a wolf at 30, a tiger at 40, and can suck the soil while sitting on the ground at 50. Building 4 #Big Truck Driver Shiohu, stop talking nonsense, this is not an auntie, this is clearly my baby. Building 3 #The Ultimate Old Man, who, don't fight with me, this rich woman is mine, I'm in good health, let me do it. While several people were fighting over her, the lonely old auntie was already smiling from ear to ear, and she sent 5 red envelopes in a row in the group, causing the entire group of owners to go into a frenzy. Just as everyone was scrambling for the red envelopes, Granny Zhou, who had been confronted by Zhang Jia once before, jumped out again.
Dear neighbors, if anyone has any cold medicine at home, my grandson seems to be sick.
Her words instantly silenced the lively group chat. Everyone knew that medicine was a scarce resource in the current environment.
#Big Cart Driver Xiaohu from Building 4, Auntie Zhou, isn't your son at home? Just ask him to go look for it.
#Young Spirit from Building 9, right, Wu Ringping used to be so cocky and dare to fight anyone, how can he not be able to solve this kind of problem now? As she watched the residents in the group chat exchange comments, Granny Zhou's face grew more and more unpleasant. She frowned tightly, and the wrinkles on her face deepened. Ever since her grandson became ill, she had been so anxious that she had already asked her son, Wu Ringping, to search every corner of the house, but they had not been able to find a single cold medicine tablet. Seeing her grandson's high fever, which had not subsided, and his face burning red, Granny Zhou was really worried. She knocked on the doors of several neighboring households, but no one opened the door for her. There was nothing she could do but ask for help in the property owners group. The thought of being scolded by Zhang Jia in the group last time made her furious. Her son and daughter-in-law were provoked by Zhang Jia and quarreled every day, and it was all because of him. Old Mrs. Zhou gritted her teeth and her heart was full of resentment towards Zhang Jia. Just as Mrs. Zhou anxiously awaited news of the cold medicine, her phone screen suddenly lit up, and a picture appeared in the owner's group. The photo showed a medicine cabinet, neatly stocked with all kinds of cold medicine, filling it to the brim, with dozens of boxes. With trembling hands, Mrs. Zhou directly at Zhang Jia.
Auntie, I apologize for what happened last time. Can you give me 2 boxes of cold medicine?
I'll pay whatever it costs. Seeing that Mrs. Zhou was begging him, Zhang Jia replied emotionlessly.
1 box is 1 million yuan. Can you afford it? 1 million yuan? Are you crazy? It's just a box of cold medicine. What's the difference between this and robbery?
Mrs. Zhou trembled with anger, gripping the phone tightly in one hand while waving the other in the air.
Yes, I am robbing you.
If you don't have the money, forget about the cold medicine. Zhang Jia replied without mercy.
Zhang Jia, are you going to just stand there and watch a little child die? We are neighbors, after all. This is inhumane.
Old Mrs. Zhou gritted her teeth, her lips trembling as she sent a voice message directly, her voice full of anger. Seeing that the old lady was trying to morally blackmail him, Zhang Jia couldn't help but laugh. This old fool never forgets to stand on the moral high ground to criticize him. Soon, Zhang Jia posted another video in the group. He stood up, slowly walked to the window, and opened it. He lifted the entire medicine chest with both hands and without hesitation, threw it straight out the window. The medicine chest drew an arc in the air before falling heavily to the ground with a dull sound.
Seeing this, the owner's group exploded.
Holy shit, a full box of medicine just thrown away? This is so wasteful. Crazy, don't give it to me, what's the point of throwing it away?
Another owner was even more excited.
He imagined how much security he would feel if he were to get his hands on that full box of medicine. This person is sick, isn't he afraid of getting sick? Seeing Zhang Jia preferring to throw the medicine into the rain rather than giving it to her, Granny Zhou's vision went dark and she almost fainted.
Zhang, you've gone too far.
With supplies so scarce, you're still wasting medicine.
Are you even human?
At this point, Wu Renping sent a message, beginning to condemn Zhang Jia. Seeing that the big fish had taken the bait, Zhang Jia leisurely posted another picture. In the photo, there were several neatly arranged medicine cabinets on the table in front of him, each one full to the brim. Wu Renping, all you have to do is give your mother 10 slaps in the face, and I'll give you a free box of medicine. Post the video to the group within 5 minutes, you only have one chance. At this moment, the atmosphere in Mrs. Zhou's house was so tense that it was almost suffocating. Wu Renping and Mrs. Zhou sat together, their eyes locked.
Son, you can't listen to that kid, he's definitely lying to you. Zhou Laotai said anxiously, trying to convince Wu Renping not to make a mistake. But Mom, there's really nothing we can do now.
We can't go outside, and Xiuji has a high fever.
Wu Renping covered his head. Are you crazy? I'm your mother. Zhou Laotai's eyes widened.
She never imagined that her own son would waver over a box of medicine. Before Mrs. Zhou could finish her sentence, Wu Renping's reason was swept away in an instant. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he slapped the old woman hard in the face. Mrs. Zhou was stunned by the sudden slap, and her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She stared blankly at Wu Renping, her eyes filled with shock.
Pop.
Another slap, Wu Renping's left hand recording, right hand slapping. Zhou's face was covered, her voice trembling.
You actually hit me.
She staggered to her feet. I have raised you with great difficulty, and you hit me for a box of medicine? Zhou's emotions gradually got out of control, and she began to cry out loudly. However, when she saw her grandson on the bed, who still had a high fever, her sobs gradually subsided.
The sound of kept going, and blood began to ooze from the corners of Zhou Laotai's mouth.
After giving 10 slaps, Wu Renping posted the video to the group.
Chapter 18, The First Woman to Visit the Door.
After posting the video to the group, Wu Renping took the initiative to Zhang Jia.
Zhang, I have done what you asked.
You told me to slap my mother 10 times, and I didn't miss a single one.
Now can you give me the medicine?
As Wu Renping posted the video, the group once again became abuzz. Seeing that Wu Renping had actually beaten Granny Zhou as he had demanded, Zhang Jia leaned back in his chair, a sneer curling the corner of his mouth. Now that he had caught the fish, he wasn't about to let it easily take the bait. No, these 10 slaps are too light, they don't even come close to what I want. I want you to bleed with each slap, otherwise forget about getting the medicine.
Zhang, don't go too far, I can see that you don't want to give it to me at all.
Wu Ringping was furious at this point, his eyes burning with anger.
Since you don't want it, there's nothing I can do.
It seems that your son's life is not that important in your eyes. Wu Ringping glanced at the old woman Zhou, who was crying with her face covered, and then at the child in bed with a high fever. His fists clenched involuntarily. He knew very well that even if he slapped his own mother 100 times, Zhang Jia would not give him the medicine.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Wu Ringping could no longer hold back his anger, picked up a sledgehammer and stormed out of the house. At that moment, Zhang Jia was sitting leisurely in the house, drinking coffee and watching the various surveillance screens on the screen.
Seeing Wu Rinping's menacing appearance, Zhang Jia's face was expressionless.
He gently set down his coffee cup, leaned back in his chair, and leisurely watched Wu Rinping on the monitor. He wasn't worried at all about what threat the hammer could pose to him. The security door of the house was on the same level as a bank vault, and alloy steel plates were embedded in the surrounding walls. When he reached the door, Wu Rinping swung the sledgehammer high and with all his strength, smashed it towards the security door.
Dong!
The loud noise echoed in the corridor, startling the surrounding neighbors, who peeked out to check it out. Wu Rinping didn't care about the stares from the neighbors, and swung the hammer again.
Bang! Another loud noise.
However, despite his best efforts, after half an hour of hammering, there was only a shallow scratch on the security door.
Fuck!
Wu Rinping realized that Zhang Jia had been prepared, and he trembled with anger. After a while, Wu Rinping took a deep breath and began to threaten. Zhang Jia, I advise you to be sensible and open the door now, before I call my brothers and break down the door and kill you.
Ouch, I'm so scared, you go ahead and call now, if you don't, you're my grandson.
Zhang Jia's voice came from behind the door.
Okay, you've got balls, you just wait.
Wu Rinping kicked the door hard, turned his head and walked downstairs. In the room, Zhang Jia sat in front of the computer, enjoying the movie he had already downloaded. After a while, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Through the surveillance camera, Zhang Jia's gaze was suddenly attracted to a figure.
He saw Su Xian.
Su Xian stood quietly at the door. Her eyes were red and her eyes were full of exhaustion and fear. Before the end of the world, she went to work at the bank early in the morning as usual. What she didn't expect was that as soon as she entered the door, the bank manager tightly embraced her and tried to drag her into a room to rape her. If it wasn't for someone nearby who happened to hear her screams and came to stop him, she was afraid that she would have already lost her innocence. Because of this incident, she took the initiative to resign. But soon after she returned home, the end of the world arrived. Since she had always lived alone, there was not much food left in her house. With the water and electricity out, there was no way to cook the flour and rice that was left. She had been hungry for a whole day. There was nothing she could do, so after seeing the photo Zhang Jia had posted in the group, she went to the door with a try-it-out attitude. Even instant noodles were now a delicacy in her eyes. Although she was a few years older than Zhang Jia, she was still very confident in her appearance. After all, how many normal men could refuse help from a beautiful woman? She stood at the door, nervously biting her lip, waiting for a twist of fate. After a moment, the security door slowly opened, and Zhang Jia's smiling face appeared.
Sister Su, is there anything I can help you with? I don't have any money to deposit in the bank right now.
Su Xian clasped her hands together tightly, feeling a little nervous.
Zhang Jia, I saw your photo in the owners group. Can you sell me a box of instant noodles, no matter how much it costs?
This was the first time she had asked someone for anything since she was a child.
Su, you should be aware of the situation. Many people have died in the rain just to get food. Money has become worthless. Isn't it a bit bad to use money to buy food? Zhang Jia smiled. But I only have money now. I haven't eaten for a day.
I'll buy a box of instant noodles even if it costs 100,000 yuan, as long as you're willing to sell it to me. Su Xian's voice trembled a little, and her lips were chapped from dehydration.
Su Jia, I don't need money, I need you.
Zhang Jia's eyes became fiery, staring at Su Xian intently.
Me?
Su Xian froze for a moment, but soon she understood the meaning of the words. Obviously, Zhang Jia wanted to sleep with him. If it were in the past, when Zhang Jia said this, she would have slapped him. She had always been a proud person, working in a bank, with a good income and status. She had never taken a geek like Zhang Jia seriously. But now the situation was different. From the photos, it looked like this geek she had always looked down on had at least 6 boxes of instant noodles in his hands, enough to last her for a few weeks.
Can you change the conditions? I can promise you anything except this.
Su Xian's voice carried a hint of pleading, hoping that Zhang Jia would change his mind.
No.
Zhang Jia shook his head.
I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, I'll close the door.
I hope you've thought it over carefully. He lowered his head, glanced at his watch, and began counting down the seconds. With each beat of the watch's hands, it was as if they were hammering on Su Xian's heart. Su Xian stood there, as if frozen in place. Her mind was in a complete mess, with all kinds of thoughts intertwined like a tangled skein of yarn.
She didn't know what to do. Should she have the backbone to turn around and leave, and eventually starve to death at home? Or should she walk through the door, fill her stomach, and let others manipulate her?
For the first time, Su Xian felt that she didn't know what to do.
She was in a dilemma. 30 seconds left.
Zhang Jia's voice sounded again, breaking Su Xian's thoughts.
Half of Zhang Jia's body walked through the door.
His face didn't show any expression, and he just looked at Su Xian quietly.
10 seconds.
Zhang Jia's voice was like a death sentence. Just as the door was about to close, Su Xian gritted her teeth and rushed into the room. With a loud bang, the security door slammed shut, and there was one more woman in the room. Chapter 19, The Most Desired Food. Zhang Jia casually rested his hands on the armrest of the sofa, his eyes raking the woman in front of him.
Today, Su Xian was not wearing professional attire, but a plush fleece sweater.
The color of the sweater highlighted her complexion just right, making her look even fairer and more attractive. She was wearing slim-fit jeans that perfectly outlined her legs, making them look long and straight. Her face was also delicately made up, with a light eyeshadow that made her eyes look deeper and more spirited. The blush added a touch of shyness, while the lipstick made her lips look fuller and more attractive.
Su Xian couldn't help but feel a little shy as she watched Zhang Jia's gaze wander over her.
After all, Zhang Jia is several years younger than her, and in terms of age, he can be considered her younger brother. Su Xian carefully scanned the room and found no traces of instant noodles. At this moment, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and she suspected that Zhang Jia was lying to her. But for some reason, she could smell a faint fragrance in the room. It wasn't the smell of perfume, but the smell of meat being fried. Her nose twitched slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Zhang Jia, we agreed that you would bring me food after I went into the house with you.
Why can't I see any food?
Su Xian's voice contained a hint of questioning, and her eyes were fixed on Zhang Jia.
Su Jia, don't worry, take your time.
Instant noodles are not nutritious, and eating too much of them will make your skin worse.
I will give you something much tastier.
Zhang Jia's mouth corners rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face flushed. After all, she was not young anymore, and although she had never had actual experience,
some inappropriate images suddenly appeared in her mind.
She usually watched some small pornographic movies from the island country, and when she heard Zhang Jia say this, she immediately got the wrong idea.
Su Xian tried hard to calm herself down.
She cleared her throat and tried to make her voice sound calm.
Zhang Jia, what do you really want?
I won't play any strange games with you.
Nothing.
I just want to make sure you're mentally prepared. Tell me, honey, and I'll see how sincere you are.
Honey.
Su Xian whispered, biting her red lips. Her voice was too soft and not sincere enough.
Honey.
This time her voice was several times louder than before.
Not bad. If you want to stay here, there's only one thing you need to do, and that is to listen.
Zhang Jia stood up slowly and stroked Su Xian's face. Feeling the hand on her face, Su Xian did not dare to resist.
Pop.
Zhang Jia gave her a gentle slap.
Afraid that she would not react from the surprise, another slap followed. Do you like your father's big slaps?
Zhang Jia whispered in her ear.
I like it.
Su Xian said with tears in her eyes.
If you like it, just say so.
Su Xian hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Don't worry, as long as you're good, I won't treat you badly.
Come with me.
After the training, Zhang Jia took her hand. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, but hunger finally made her decide to follow him and take a look. Walking into the kitchen, Su Xian saw a steak sizzling on the stove, overflowing with aroma. Zhang Jia skillfully turned the steak over, then looked at Su Xian with a smile.
This is your gift.
Su Xian looked at the steak, a glimmer of longing in her eyes, but also full of caution. Zhang Jie seemed to read her mind. He picked up the plate, lifted the steak, and handed it to Su Xian.
Eat, I keep my word. Su Xian hesitantly took the plate, but didn't dare to eat it right away.
Zhang Jie smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't do anything to it, you don't need to be so nervous." Su Xian gritted her teeth, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of the food. She began to wolf down the steak, completely ignoring her appearance. After finishing the steak, Su Xian's mood relaxed slightly. She leaned back in her chair and let out a soft breath, feeling as if she had been pulled back from the brink of death.
But the next second, she was shocked.
Zhang Jie magically pulled out a bottle of red wine and a few stem glasses from his hands. Before she could react from the surprise, Zhang Jie had another roast duck in his hands.
The roast duck was golden in color, with a fragrant aroma that made people drool.
Zhang Jie looked at her with a smile on his face.
"Here, you can live carefree."
Su Xian looked at the red wine and roast duck in front of her, and her shock was beyond words.
The residents of the community risked their lives every day to go out and find food, and Zhang Jie was actually sitting at home enjoying a meal? This was outrageous.
After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhang Jie took Su Xian's hand and led her into his room. When the door slowly opened, Su Xian's eyes instantly widened, and she was stunned by the sight before her. On the Simmons bed were many roses, with crystal droplets of water on the petals, as if they had just been picked. Although she had had several boyfriends before, she had never crossed the line. But now, for a little food, she had actually come to Zhang Jie, a man she had looked down on at the time. Before she could think, her waist was encircled and her lips kissed. The next morning, Su Xian woke up slowly from her sleep. In the haze, she heard the sound of utensils clashing. The crisp sound seemed to be calling to her, and her stomach couldn't help but rumble. She grabbed a piece of clothing, which was one of Zhang Jie's shirts, and it looked very charming on her. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she walked out of the room. At this time, on the marble dining table, there were 2 bottles of milk, 2 sausages, and 2 servings of freshly made fried rice with eggs. "Here, eat while it's still hot." Zhang Jie smiled and handed her a spoon. Su Xian took a bite of the fried rice with eggs and instantly froze. She didn't expect Zhang Jie to be such a good cook. The egg fried rice had a delicious texture, the rice grains were distinct, and the eggs were fried just right, making every bite memorable.
"Zhang Jie, I never thought you could cook so well, you're amazing."
Su Xian's face beamed with a smile. "If I had known, I would have come to you sooner." Zhang Jie smiled upon hearing Su Xian's praise. He stared at Su Xian intently, causing a blush to involuntarily appear on her cheeks.
Chapter 20, The Ex-Girlfriend's Plan. "Okay, eat up." As Su Xian ate, Zhang Jie silently walked to the window.
The rain continued outside, and pools of stagnant water had formed on the ground, with skeletons and skulls visible everywhere. On the 3rd day of the end of the world, official rescue had still not arrived. The owners' group was no longer as active as it had been, and it was now quiet and deserted. Everyone now realized that this rain was no ordinary rain, and that the real end had begun. Meanwhile, in another residential area, Lu Shui was curled up on the bed, her hands covering her stomach, in pain. Beside her lay Ma Ji, also looking listless. The end of the world had come so suddenly that the two of them were unprepared. Just a moment ago, they had searched every corner of the house and found only 2 bags of instant noodles. Lu Shui's eyes were vacant and she said listlessly,
"What are we going to do now?
We're running out of food, and there are only 2 bags of instant noodles left. If things go on like this, we're really going to starve to death." Ma Ji was also hungry at this time, and his face was pale. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep to suppress the unbearable feeling of hunger in his stomach. After a while, Ma Ji slowly opened his eyes, opened his dry lips, and licked his lips with his tongue. In the past few days, the two of them had not dared to chew more than a piece of bread together, and they had managed for 2 days on just 1 bag of bread. They chewed every bite of food repeatedly in their mouths, trying to squeeze out more of a feeling of fullness from it.
"No way.
You call your boyfriend, doesn't that guy still have a few boxes of instant noodles?" Ma Ji's voice was dry and a little urgent. Lu Shui frowned slightly, and a flash of worry crossed her eyes. "I've sent him a lot of messages, but he's never answered."
"Do you think he's found out about us?"
Ma Ji swallowed hard and tried to sound reassuring.
"I don't think so.
Don't worry, if Zhang Jie had found out about us, he would have broken up with you a long time ago."
"Okay, I'll switch to my smaller phone and send a WeChat video message. My battery is almost empty, so I can only do this a few more times." You better hide. Lu Shui picked up the phone with difficulty. Her fingers trembled as if the phone weighed 1,000 caddies. The moment the video call connected, Lu Shui's haggard face appeared on the screen. Zhang Jie, do you have any food at home? Zhang Jie frowned and subconsciously glanced at the dining table. Yes, why? As he said this, he leisurely stuffed a spicy snack into his mouth. The aroma of the spicy snack seemed to travel through the screen to Lu Shui, making her unable to help but swallow. Can you send me something over? I'm starving? Zhang Jie looked troubled when he heard Lu Shui's words. Looking out the window at the drizzling rain, he said helplessly, "But it's still raining outside, and I just can't go out to get you anything." Xiao Xue, don't worry, as soon as the rain stops, I'll go and get you some food. You're my girlfriend, how could I possibly let you die? Zhang Jie said this while gulping down the milk. Although he only showed half his face, this action was still noticed by Lu Shui. Are you drinking something? Lu Shui's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of doubt. Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Jie replied casually, not caring what Lu Shui thought. Can I see what you're eating? Lu Shui swallowed hard, her hunger making her stomach cramp. She knew that Zhang Jie had a habit of stocking up at home, and she was dying to know what his standard of living was like, whether he was able to eat and drink his fill every day and have no worries about clothing and food. Fine, you're my girlfriend, what's there not to see? After Zhang Jie finished speaking, he slowly turned the camera towards the coffee table. Lu Shui's gaze was fixed on the screen, and then her eyes widened, completely stunned by the sight before her. The coffee table was full of food, with milk, bread, chicken legs, and red wine. Seeing this scene, Lu Shui was completely dumbfounded. These days, she has been lying in bed every day, not daring to move even one step, for fear of expending even the slightest bit of energy. She and Maiji had argued countless times over a small piece of bread, almost coming to blows. Hunger occupied almost all her thoughts. Who would have thought that she was about to starve to death, while someone was sitting at home leisurely nibbling on a duck leg and even drinking red wine to help the fun? The strong contrast in contrast made Lu Shui feel like an abandoned stray dog, lonely, helpless, and desperate. She stared blankly at the screen, and an indescribable sense of sadness welled up in her heart. When she came back to her senses, Zhang Jie had already hung up the video call. At this point, Ma Ji, who had been hiding in the corner, cautiously crept over. How are things with Zhang Jie? Is there any food? Ma Ji asked in a low voice. Yes, that guy not only has food, but a lot of it, and even red wine. Lu Shui said excitedly, as if she had seen a lifesaver. Where did he get so much food? Ma Ji listened with a furrowed brow and couldn't help but wonder. I don't know, but that's not the point. As long as we can get to Zhang Jie's place and find a way to break open the door, then his food will be ours. Lu Shui bit her lip tightly, her mind made up. She had long since lost her feelings for Zhang Jie, and the reason she had been holding back on breaking up was purely for her own benefit. You want to kill your boyfriend? Ma Ji was a little shocked by Lu Shui's idea. Although he has done a lot of bad things, this is the first time he has killed someone. It's fine, the law doesn't exist anymore, so killing someone is fine, and one more person means one more mouth to feed, so just leave him in the rain when the time comes. Lu Shui's tone was cold, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. Okay, you trick him into opening the door, and I'll do it. I practiced Sanda when I was in school, and he is definitely not my match. Ma Ji's eyes gradually became fierce. Zhang Jie's death is better than his death. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jie took out 2 dumbbells from his space ring and trained. Although his physical fitness is now twice that of an ordinary person, he is still a human being, he still bleeds, and he will still die. No one knows what will happen in the future, and he can't guarantee that he will never stay in the house and never go out. In room 908, Granny Zhou and Wu Renping sat side by side, their eyes as cold as frost, fixed on Wang Yan in front of them. Granny Zhou broke the silence first. Wang Yan, this is no time to be selfish. My grandson has a high fever and no matter what you do, go find Zhang Jie and get the medicine back. Wu Renping, are you still a human being? How can you give your wife to another man? Wang Yan shouted at Wu Renping, her voice trembling and tears welling up in her eyes. Wu Renping looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes devoid of any compassion or love. In his eyes, she was already dirty, and he would not cherish a dirty woman. Chapter 21, The Arrival of the Wife. Wife, our mother is right, for the sake of the child, you should make a sacrifice. Wu Renping said coldly. That's a nice thing to say, but that guy is a lecher. Who knows how he'll treat me? Wang Yan clenched her lips tightly,
her eyes full of grievance and anger. She never expected that the man who had said he loved her would now want her to trade her body for medicine.
Wang Yan, what do you mean? You mean your dignity is more important than Xiaohao's life?
I'll tell you, if anything happens to my grandson today, I won't let you off the hook. Old Mrs. Zhou slammed the table, stood up straight, and her eyes bulged.
I shouldn't have let my son marry you in the first place. He spent 200,000 yuan and got a jinx. My son would have been better off going out and getting a prostitute with that money.
Old Mrs. Zhou was so furious that she even swore. My dear, don't worry, this is just a one-time thing, I won't mind. When our son gets better, I'll go personally to that guy's house to take revenge for you. Wu Renping wore a fake smile on his face. He had now ranked Wang Yan below his son and the old lady. In his heart, his son's life and his mother's wishes were far more important than his wife. Seeing her husband so resolute, a wave of despair washed over Wang Yan. Her son had a high fever, but her husband was pushing her away.
Now she had no choice. Fine, I'll go.
Wang Yan's voice trembled, and it took all her strength to say those two words. She wiped away her tears and walked out of the house. At this time, Zhang Jia had no idea what was going on downstairs, and was concentrating on doing sit-ups. He knew very well that exercise was not an option. Otherwise, over time, his physical fitness would gradually deteriorate.
Knock, knock.
Zhang Jia saw a familiar face through the security camera.
This time, Wang Yan's eyes were red.
She was alone, with no one hiding nearby.
Zhang Jia, please, give me a box of medicine. I'll do anything you say.
Wang Yan's voice was hoarse and trembling with deep pleading.
Boom.
Before she could finish speaking, the security door suddenly opened. She gritted her teeth and walked straight into the house. When she entered the room, she found Zhang Jia embracing a beautiful woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiling at her.
Sister Wang, you finally come.
Zhang Jia smiled and placed a box of fever-reducing medicine on the coffee table. Seeing the fever-reducing medicine, Wang Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and she became a little excited.
Zhang Jia, I know you have conflicts with my family, and I'm here to apologize to you. If you give me this medicine, I will give you all the gold bars in my house.
Wang Yan said anxiously.
Gold bars?
Right now, I don't even want a mountain of gold.
First, take off your jacket and let me see your sincerity.
Zhang Jia said indifferently.
Wang Yan had no choice but to take off her jacket. Seeing that the woman was indeed prepared, Zhang Jia stopped pretending.
Go take a shower first. As long as you behave in a way that satisfies me, you can have the fever-reducing medicine.
Take a shower? You have water here?
Since the water supply stopped at the end of the world, Wang Yan has never taken a shower. She finds it really unbelievable that Zhang Jia has water here.
Seeing Zhang Jia's request, Wang Yan has no choice but to helplessly go into the bathroom.
She already knows what will happen to her after she takes a shower, but for the sake of her child, she has no choice. She stands under the shower, and as soon as the hot water starts to fall, the bathroom door is opened. After getting up, Zhang Jia went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a steak for Wang Yan. Wang Yan, who hadn't eaten a full meal in several days, her eyes lit up at the sight of the steak.
She couldn't wait to grab a knife and fork and gobble it down.
After finishing, she drank several bottles of milk. Su Xian looked at the two of them and a sense of crisis immediately welled up in her heart. Although she was younger and more attractive than Wang Yan. But she had just become a woman, and compared to a mature woman like Wang Yan, she still lacked the skills to please a man. If Zhang Jia kicked her out of the house, then she was finished. In this doomsday world, without Zhang Jia's food, she didn't know if she could survive until the next day. Seeing Su Xian's expression, Zhang Jia also realized what she was thinking. At this moment downstairs, Wu Renping was nervously walking back and forth in the house. His wife had been out for nearly 2 hours. Although Wu Renping was mentally prepared, he could not figure out why it was taking so long. In fact, when Wang Yan walked out of the house, he already regretted it. It was not worth it to completely cuckold himself for a box of fever-reducing medicine. In a moment, the door was pushed open and Wang Yan returned.
Wu Renping's body trembled as soon as she appeared in the doorway.
Seeing his wife's flushed face and damp hair, Wu Renping understood everything. The fact that he had been cuckolded really happened right in front of his eyes. Although he was furious and about to go mad, he could not show it. After all, it was he himself who had asked his wife to be proactive.
Wang Yan ignored him and walked into the bedroom with the medicine. After a while, Wang Yan came out of the room. She looked at Wu Renping coldly, her eyes showing no warmth at all. Did you eat meat?
Wu Renping stared intently at the grease stains around Wang Yan's mouth, as if he had discovered some shocking secret.
He was struggling to survive on mineral water, and his wife had gone out for a trip and actually eaten meat?
Yes, Zhang Jia's house not only had medicine, but also a lot of food. He even made me a steak with his own hands. Wang Yan's tone was flat, reflecting both the complex emotion she had just experienced and a faint sense of bragging in front of Wu Renping.
Steak? Where did this guy get all this stuff?
Wu Renping's brows were furrowed tightly, and he still held the bottle of mineral water that was almost empty in his hand.
I don't know, there are a lot of things in Zhang Jia's house, but don't even think about it, you're no match for him.
Wang Yan snorted in contempt and returned to her room.
Chapter 22, The Gate of Emptiness.
Zhang, when my brothers come tomorrow, I will skin you alive. Wu Renping clenched his fists, his fingertips stabbing deep into his palms, almost pinching blood. At this moment, Zhang Jia did not know what was going on downstairs. He was concentrating on running furiously on the treadmill. He tested it out. Normally, a normal person needs about 12 seconds to run 100 meters, while he only needed about 9 seconds, which is half a second faster than the world record. As for hand strength, the hand strength of an average adult is about 60 kilograms.
He now has reached 100 kilograms. This is also the reason why he can throw Wu Renping like a toy.
If they were to fight bare-knuckled, he would have a 100% advantage. Even if the others have knives, he has his own shotgun and crossbow.
Although the shotgun and crossbow are not powerful at long distances, they can still cause considerable damage at close range.
In that case, he can go out behind them with more confidence. He opens the owner group, where the people are exchanging supplies with each other.
Building number 9 #Young Spirit, 3 packs of instant noodles for a woman who wants to trade?
Building 6 #Wang Tianba is selling a used car. Anyone with baby formula at home, my kid is out of food, I'll trade ham for it. Building 20 #Building Materials Brother Ma, this rain is really refreshing, already 2 women have used their bodies to trade for food. Building 8 number 72-year-old lonely auntie, handsome guys with abs have messaged me privately, I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Just as everyone is chatting away, someone posts a video in the group.
In the video, 2 people wearing raincoats were fighting in a shopping mall, hacking each other with knives. The shorter man was quickly finished off, falling to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. The winner, gradually approaching the camera, revealed a smile. Seeing that face, all the residents froze for a moment. They all recognized the scarred face of the man in the video. The man was none other than Wu Renping's acknowledged older brother, the local triad boss Yi Tianlong. Holy shit, why is Yi Tianlong near our neighborhood? That guy doesn't hesitate to kill. It's over, that guy must be here to loot for food. Who the hell invited this plague? Seeing Yi Tianlong, Zhang Jia's mind flashed the name Wu Renping. Obviously, Wu Renping has found a tough guy to deal with him. But he wasn't worried. His door couldn't be blown open even with explosives. Even if Yi Tianlong brings a large group of people, he is not afraid. He still has a shotgun and crossbow in his hands, which is enough for several people to drink a pot. Late at night, everything is quiet. Zhang Jia hugged Su Xian, and the 2 of them were immersed in warmth and tranquility. But when 12 o'clock in the night arrived, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. 3-day survival mission completed, reward Void Gate. Void Gate? Zhang Jia, who heard the voice, sat up abruptly. Without hesitation, since it was a door, Zhang Jia gestured at the wall in front of him with his hand. Instantly, something strange happened. The wall in front of him seemed to have been cut open by an invisible sharp blade, and a neat crack appeared. He could see what was going on in the hallway through the crack. It seemed that he had opened a door in the wall, and the other side of the door was in the hallway. He carefully followed the crack, directly drilled out of the house, and came to the hallway. He quickly burrowed back into the house, then once again passed through the door in the void to the hallway. After going back and forth like this a few times, he finally understood that he seemed to have mastered a special ability. Although this ability did not cause harm, it allowed him to move freely in and out of the house. The doors could be as large or as small as he wanted, and their shape was completely under his control. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared at the door. This person is none other than the former 3rd-tier star Wu Fan. This time, Wu Fan seems to be fully prepared, bringing with him many tools for picking and unlocking doors. Wu Fan has been hungry for the past few days. When he saw the photo sent by Zhang Jia, he had the idea of picking the door to kill someone and steal supplies. Facing someone who is determined to kill him, Zhang Jia will not be polite. He walked up to the door and used his ability to create a small hole the thickness of a thumb directly in the door. Through the hole, he could clearly see everything outside the security door. Wu Fan was concentrating on picking the door at the time and did not notice a small hole appear in the door at his feet. Zhang Jia found the iron skewer he used when barbecuing before and stabbed it into the hole without hesitation. This swift stab sent the iron skewer straight into Wu Fan's calf. Before Wu Fan could react, Zhang Jia pulled the skewer back and then stabbed it again without hesitation. This time, the iron skewer pierced his lower leg bone directly. The sudden pain made Wu Fan lose his balance all of a sudden. He covered his lower leg with his hands tightly and screamed. Aha! The third iron skewer was extended again, this time piercing Wu Fan's palm directly. Big Star, let me remind you that my skewer hasn't been washed for several years, and there are a scary amount of bacteria and rust on it. If you can't find any antibiotics to disinfect it, then you might as well just wait to die. Zhang Jia wanted to go out, but considering the risk of exposure, he gave up the idea of going out. Wu Fan's screams quickly woke up the other residents in the hallway. In no time, several residents came to Zhang Jia's door.
Oh my, isn't that movie star Wu Fan? How did he end up here?
A young resident said in surprise.
What's wrong with this kid?
Why is he lying in front of Zhang Jia's door with several iron skewers stuck in his legs?
Another strong man asked with a frown. Who cares, what does it matter if he's dead?
This kid was no good, grass powder, drug use, I heard he even touched underage girls. A middle-aged woman looked at Wu Fan with disgust.
If he touched a child, then he was an animal, so why should he be allowed to live?
The strong man spat in Wu Fan's face, then picked up the struggling Wu Fan, opened the window and threw him off the 10th floor. As the acid rain fell, the flesh and blood of this once great star began to rot in an instant, and in no time at all it had turned into white bones. This kind of animal, if left in the world, is also a scourge. They really thought that if they broke the law in the past, they would be fine after paying a fine.
Now no one will indulge them. After killing Wu Fan, the several people quickly left separately, and the hallway once again returned to peace.
After a while, a blurry door suddenly appeared on the wall, and Zhang Jia walked out. He decided to take advantage of the cover of darkness and go upstairs to take a look. Her neighbor, Zhao Meiqi, still lived upstairs. Zhang Jia didn't want Zhao Meiqi to starve to death, as that would make his happiness in the end of the world much less.
Chapter 23, Breaking into a Woman's House at Night.
Following the stairs all the way up, Zhang Jia arrived at the front door of Zhao Meiqi's house. Zhao Meiqi lived on the 11th floor, in room 1112. Zhang Jia lifted his finger slightly and lightly drew a random line on the security door. Instantly, a 1-meter tall door slowly emerged. He took a deep breath and resolutely walked through the void door. As he passed through this strange door, he felt as if his body had passed through an invisible barrier, and then directly through the thick security door, stepping into Zhao Meiqi's home. In the living room, neatly folded clothes were piled on the sofa, and in the corner of the room, live broadcast equipment was placed in the center of the living room. Zhang Jia slowly paced in the living room, taking a careful look around. He looked in every corner, and eventually found only a few bottles of mineral water standing alone on the table, along with a few packs of instant noodles. After 3 days of the end of the world, it can be seen from these few supplies that Maggie Chiu seems to be running out of supplies. When he reached the bedroom door, he found that Maggie Chiu had locked the bedroom. He concentrated, and the light in his hands flashed again. In no time, a new door formed in front of him, and he walked directly into Maggie Chiu's room.
Zhao Meiqi's room, like most girls' rooms, was made up of pink.
The bed was the focal point of the room. It was a white princess bed, with a few cute stuffed animals placed casually on the bedside. At the head of the bed was a dressing table, full of all kinds of cosmetics and jewelry. The whole room was filled with a light floral fragrance, except that without the nourishment of water, it was about to wither. Zhao Meiqi lay on her side on the bed, covered by a snow-white quilt. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a pale shadow on her fair cheeks. Her long, slender legs poked out from under the quilt, and she was wearing a pair of white socks with some cartoon patterns on them. This was the first time Zhang Jia had seen Zhao Meiqi's bare face, and there wasn't much difference between the way she looked with and without makeup. She can become a little internet celebrity, and her appearance is still very good. Zhang Jia stood in front of the bed and quietly looked at the woman in front of him. Although he called the other party Sister Meiqi, in fact, he knew that Zhao Meiqi was even younger than him, only 20 years old. If it were any other man, a man and a woman alone, seeing Zhao Meiqi lying in bed in her pajamas, I'm afraid he would have been unable to resist the urge to force himself on her. But Zhang Jia was different. He didn't like this kind of rude way. He wants to conquer Zhao Meiqi willingly, only in that way can he enjoy everything about Zhao Meiqi in the future. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye.
Zhang Jia's gaze tightened, and a strong sense of alertness welled up in his heart.
He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the dark shadow, and discovered that it was actually a cockroach larger than his hand. The cockroach was completely black, its wings flapping rapidly, emitting a creepy buzzing sound. At that moment, the cockroach was flying quickly towards Maggie Zhao, aiming for her face. Zhang Jia grabbed a hairpin on the dressing table casually and threw it at the cockroach with all his strength. The hairpin instantly pierced the cockroach's body, making a heart-rending plop sound as it pinned it to the wall. The cockroach's body twitched violently, and white liquid slowly flowed from the wound. The liquid gave off a pungent fishy smell that filled the air and made people sick. Zhang Jia frowned, endured the unpleasant smell, quickly opened the window, and threw the roach corpse and hairpin out. After dealing with the roach, Zhang Jia did not dare to let his guard down. He carefully checked the room once, and fortunately, no other mutated animals appeared in the house. At this time, Zhao Meiqi was still asleep, completely unaware that someone had saved her life, and still immersed in her own dreams. After confirming that there was no danger, Zhang Jia left Zhao Meiqi's house. However, in order to make subsequent actions more convenient, he decided after careful consideration to leave a portal. That portal could only be seen by himself, and only he had the ability to open it. After leaving Zhao Meiqi's house, he went to Wu Renping's home on the 9th floor.
Due to his provocation, Wu Renping was unable to enter the room and had to sleep on the sofa. He went into the room of the old lady Zhou and drew a few lifelike turtles on her face, and wrote a few indecent swear words next to them. Then, without making a sound, he slipped the watercolor pen into Wu Renping's hand. After doing his evil deed, he went to the door of Wang Yan. The door was locked, but with his newfound abilities, Zhang Jia easily entered the woman's room. At this time, Wang Yan was wearing a sexy black pajama set that fit her graceful body curves. Looking at the sleeping Wang Yan, Zhang Jia suddenly had an extremely bold idea. He would spend the night in Wang Yan's room and leave before dawn. Just thinking about this kind of thing is incredibly exciting. Wu Renping is outside the door, but he is inside the house. The contrast of this excitement makes his blood seem to boil. He has already left a portal at home, and he can open another portal at any time to teleport back. Thinking about this gives him a sense of security. He says he will do it, and without hesitation, Zhang Jia lies down, moving as gently as possible, for fear of waking the sleeping Wang Yan. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. As soon as he lay down, the sleeping Wang Yan suddenly opened her eyes. When Wang Yan saw that Zhang Jia was actually lying in the same bed as her, her body trembled and she shrank back violently. Just as Wang Yan opened her mouth to scream, Zhang Jia was quick-witted and quickly covered her mouth. Sister Wang, you don't want to go without food, do you? If you're going to starve to death, go ahead and scream.
Zhang Jia's voice was low and cold, a bare threat. After that, he let go of her hand. Now that he had an endless supply of food in his hands, Wang Yan knew what to do if she wasn't a fool. Looking at Zhang Jia, she gripped the collar of her pajamas tightly, her heart pounding wildly.
How did you get in here? Wang Yan's voice trembled with a strong sense of accusation.
She didn't understand how Zhang Jia had entered her room. Wang Yan spoke while looking around anxiously, as if looking for something to defend herself with.
It doesn't matter how I got in, just scream if you want to, if you don't want to eat anything again in the future.
Zhang Jia said with a smile, stepping closer to her.
Chapter 24, Underworld Yi Tianlong. Don't come any closer.
If you take another step, I'll scream. My husband is right outside, and if he finds out you're in my room, he won't let you off the hook. Wang Yan said in a panic, backing up until her back was pressed against the cold, hard wall, with no way out. Seeing that Wang Yan was in a desperate situation, Zhang Jia showed no sign of stopping, but instead pressed in closer.
The smile on his face grew stronger and stronger.
Sister Wang, just a few hours ago we bathed together intimately, so why have you turned your back on me after such a short time? He felt that the scene at the moment was very similar to those in the Japanese movies he had watched before. The husband was sleeping quietly outside the house, oblivious to what was going on inside.
The wife, however, was being maliciously threatened and wantonly toyed with inside the house, isolated and helpless, desperate. Don't you think a box of pills can completely control me?
That guy Wu Renping may be an asshole, but after all, he and I are still husband and wife.
I'm not going to sleep with you here. Wang Yan had no way to retreat.
Her eyes gradually reddened, and tears swirled in her eyes. As a woman, she had really suffered too much. Her husband suspected her of cheating, and her mother-in-law spoke harshly to her. In order to cure her child's illness, she had to lower her dignity and use her body to trade for the medicine in Zhang Jie's hands. She had thought that this was just an ordinary transaction, and that after she got the medicine and saved her child, this matter would be over. But who could have imagined that this young man in front of her would just barge right into her home? Zhang Jie smiled dismissively. Sister Wang, this is not up to you. Since you have already boarded my ship, don't think about getting off so easily. By the way, I'd like to remind you that there's not much food left in your house. If you want to survive, I advise you to do as I say. For some reason, Zhang Jie suddenly felt like a real villain, forcing a good woman to do what he wanted. But this feeling of guilt quickly disappeared like smoke. In this world of doom, survival is the only law. If he still thinks about morality and ethics, what's the point of him living? Sister Wang, let me remind you that with your looks, you will soon have plenty of men after you. Your husband will most likely sell you. You'd better think about it. Zhang Jie said his judgment expressionlessly. I don't believe he would do that. No matter how you got in here, you'd better go, or I really will scream. Wang Yan slammed the door open, signaling for him to leave. But no one expected that Wu Renping was actually standing quietly in the doorway. In that moment, the air froze and time stopped. Strangely, however, Wu Renping did not open his eyes or show any expression. It was clear that Wu Renping was in a state of sleepwalking. Seeing Wu Renping's face, Zhang Jie suddenly lost interest. He did not like having a male third wheel around when he was making love to a woman. Turning around and walking into the portal, Zhang Jie disappeared into the darkness. He knew that it would not be long before this woman came crying to beg him. By then, he might not necessarily be in the same mood as he is now. At 8 a.m., Zhang Jie got up early. Humming a tune, he quickly prepared a simple breakfast. 3 sausages, 2 poached eggs, and a bottle of pure milk. Perfect. Zhang Jie looked at his masterpiece and deliberately made a video and sent it to Zhao Meiqi. His goal was simple, to show Zhao Meiqi his strength. Otherwise, how could his harem plan continue smoothly? Everything went as he expected. When Zhao Meiqi woke up and picked up her phone in a daze, she was shocked when she saw the video Zhang Jie had sent. The sausage in the video was covered in grease, and the tempting color and aroma seemed to be overflowing from the screen. Next to her, however, there were only a few dry bags of instant noodles, creating a stark contrast. What's wrong with this guy? Not only does he have instant noodles, but he also has sausages to eat? Zhao Meiqi sat on the bed, lost in thought. In the end, she couldn't think of an answer, no matter how hard she tried. In her impression, Zhang Jie was just a loser who coveted her. But now this loser is actually eating sausages and even sent her a video. This is clearly a demonstration to her. But after thinking about it for a long time, she felt that there was another possibility that was even more likely. Zhang Jie wants to sleep with her. After all, in the group these days, she has seen many women trading their bodies for food in order to survive. And now that Zhang Jie has food, he will definitely think the same way. Zhao Meiqi bit her lip, her heart full of conflict. On the one hand, her self-respect would not allow her to sell her body. On the other hand, she still had a few lapdogs helping her out. But she could feel that those lapdogs were already unable to take care of themselves. It is estimated that it will not be long before her source of food is completely cut off. By then, she may really have to submit to Zhang Jie's feet. After seeing that Zhao Meiqi did not reply for a long time, Zhang Jie was not in a hurry. All he had to do now was wait, and Zhao Meiqi would come to his door sooner or later. At this time, in Wu Renping's home, Granny Zhou was full of anger and was arguing with her son Wu Renping. Wang Yan stood to one side, looking at the tortoises on Zhou Laotai's face, and feeling extremely happy. The tortoises were drawn in a very comical way, and together with the swear words, they made Zhou Laotai look like a clown. She had not told Zhou Laotai and Wu Renping that Zhang Jie had come to the house, but was silently watching the show. Since Zhou Laotai had called her worse than a chicken, she no longer treated the old thing as a human being. As the two argued fiercely, the door suddenly knocked. Wu Renping hurriedly opened the door, and 3 burly men in raincoats walked in from outside. The 3 men were tall and powerful, with bulging muscles, and they looked extraordinary. The leader had a conspicuous scar on his face, which extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, making people look at it with awe. "Brother Long, you're here." Wu Renping hurriedly nodded and bowed, his face full of a flattering smile.
The man in front of him was the local triad leader, Yi Tianlong.
Yi Tianlong was burly, and a fierce aura shone from his eyes. He wore a black leather jacket under his raincoat, and a dagger was stuck in his waist, looking very domineering. Yi Tianlong walked into the house without any courtesy, sat down on the sofa with his bottom, and placed his legs on the coffee table.
Chapter 25, The Underworld Comes to the Door.
Pingzi, this time I was on my way to help you, but I got caught in the rain and 2 of my men died. That kid Zhang Jia better have a lot of supplies. Wu Renping was taken aback and quickly put a bag of bread in front of Yi Tianlong. Don't worry, Brother Long, there are plenty of supplies in that kid's house. As long as we can kill him, we won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. But it seems that the kid has modified the house, and it's impossible to break in.
It's okay, I have a way, Yi Tianlong said confidently.
Yi Tianlong said confidently, but when his gaze swept to Wang Yan next to him, he suddenly froze. Wang Yan's plump breasts looked incredibly seductive against the black pajamas, her slender waist seemed like it could hardly be held in her hands, and her perky buttocks were curvy. All of this was concentrated in one woman, and it made Yi Tianlong's eyes light up instantly. His throat moved unconsciously, and a strong desire welled up in his heart.
I can help you, but after it's done, your wife has to be mine.
Yi Tianlong stared intently at Wang Yan's chest and said these words with a lewd smile, not avoiding Wang Yan in the slightest. This. Wu Renping heard this and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He had already been cuckolded once, and he never expected that just 1 day later, someone else had set their sights on his wife.
But he knew that under the current circumstances, survival was the most important thing. What did his wife matter?
Without Yi Tianlong's help, he simply couldn't deal with Zhang Jia, let alone seize his supplies. Wu Renping looked at Wang Yan and then at Yi Tianlong in front of him. If he didn't agree to Yi Tianlong's demands, Yi Tianlong would probably kill him and then take over his wife. In this doomsday, human lives were as worthless as weeds, and no one would care if he lived or died. He might as well take advantage of Yi Tianlong's patience to talk to him and fight for more benefits for himself. In the end, Wu Renping gritted his teeth and agreed to Yi Tianlong's request.
Fine, as long as you can help me kill Zhang Jia and give me a share of the goods, my wife will be yours.
After all, you can find another wife if you lose the first one, but if you lose your life, you really will lose it. The moment Wang Yan heard that her husband was going to sell her to the underworld, she felt like the whole world had collapsed. Her mind went blank, and her body felt as if it had been drained of all its strength, tottering. Yesterday, she had vowed that she would never be sold again. She firmly believed that Wu Renping still had a trace of affection for her. She never imagined that a few hours later, she would become a bargaining chip in someone else's deal. At this moment, she finally understood that in Wu Renping's heart, she was nothing, not even as valuable as a bag of bread.
Brother Long, the guy's house has been modified, he won't open the door easily, what are you going to do?
Wu Renping asked doubtfully. After all, he had already tried several times, but Zhang Jia's house was like a fortress.
Yi Tianlong gave a mysterious smile and slowly took out 2 blue clothes from a backpack.
Police uniforms?
Where did you get them?
Wu Renping's eyes widened in shock. Of course we took them off the dead.
Yi Tianlong's tone was flat.
2 policemen actually tried to maintain order in the apocalypse, but they were beaten to death by the looters.
I took the opportunity to get their clothes. You want to pretend to be a cop to trick the kid into opening the door?
Wu Renping suddenly understood.
More or less.
In this situation, most people hope that the authorities will come out to maintain order. The police are asking for help at the door, so the kid will definitely open the door.
Yi Tianlong said confidently.
Brother, that kid knows me, so I'm not going.
I'll wait for your good news at home.
Wu Renping hesitated for a moment. Well, tell your wife to put on some sexy lingerie and wait for me to come back. Yi Tianlong said, and blew a kiss to Wang Yan. He put on the police uniform for his subordinate, straightened the collar a bit, and then strode out. Wu Renping looked at the back of Yi Tianlong's figure and knew that he had no way out. In this doomsday, survival was the most important thing. He could only choose to compromise, and he was willing to do anything to survive. Yi Tianlong walked up the stairs with his 2 subordinates, but his mind was filled with the image of Wang Yan. Wang Yan's plump figure kept popping up in his mind, like a spell that would not go away. He had already made up his mind that when it came time to get down to business, he would make Wu Renping stand by the side and watch with wide eyes. In his opinion, only in that way could he truly feel the ultimate pleasure. Imagining Wu Renping's angry but afraid expression, an indescribable pleasure welled up in his heart.
It was as if he could already see Wu Renping's suffocating and angry expression, which was stimulating just to think about it.
And he, in front of Wu Renping, would enjoy Wang Yan's body to his heart's content, letting Wu Renping understand who was the real man. In this cruel world, the weak must be trampled on by the strong. This time, apart from looting supplies, there is another important reason why he came. In this community, there is also a very famous female celebrity living here.
He just doesn't know the exact address of the celebrity yet. When he finds the female celebrity, he will also make the female celebrity his plaything completely.
At this time, Zhang Jia had just finished breakfast with Su Xian. Ever since Su Xian had seen Zhang Jia bring other women back, a strong sense of crisis had welled up in her heart. She knew that in this chaotic world of the end times, a man like Zhang Jia, who had so much material wealth, was undoubtedly the target of many women. She didn't want to lose Zhang Jia, and she didn't want to lose this hard-won support. So after dinner, Su Xian took the initiative to get into Zhang Jia's arms. Even though Zhang Jia was playing a stand-alone game, he still had to respond to Su Xian's passionate kiss. Su Xian's lips were soft and warm, full of passion and desire. As Su Xian continued to tease, Zhang Jia gradually became unable to bear it. He was only 21 years old, at the age of vigorous blood. How could he bear it in the face of such an active beauty? Just as he picked up Su Xian and was about to head to the bedroom, the door was knocked on. The crisp knock on the door instantly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Jia put Su Xian down, frowned, and walked to the door. Through the monitor, Zhang Jia saw two men in police uniforms. "Hello, we are from Genoa Street Police Station. Could you please open the door? We need to ask you something." A police officer with a crew cut kept knocking on the door. Seeing the police outside the door, countless possibilities flashed through Zhang Jia's mind. In his memories from his previous life, even though the end had happened more than 10 days ago, he had not seen any official personnel show up. This time, the end of the world has only passed 3 days, and the police are already at the door? Thinking about this, Zhang Jia already had an answer in his heart. The two policemen were undoubtedly imposters. The knocking on the door continued. "Hurry up and open the door, don't affect our work." Seeing that the door was not opening, the man with the crew cut became impatient. Under the clothes around his waist, he was hiding a machete. The moment Zhang Jia opened the door, he would chop off Zhang Jia's head with one swing. Yi Tianlong did not pretend to be a policeman because of the scar on his face, but hid in the distance to observe the situation. These days, he has already used these two uniforms to trick open the doors of more than a dozen residents. If they don't resist, he might let them live. If they dare to resist, they will all be killed with machetes. Chapter 26, The Ruthless Zhang Jia. The knocking on the door outside became more urgent, and the tone of the police officer with the buzz cut became more impatient. "Hurry up, don't obstruct us in the performance of our duties." Zhang Jia sneered to himself. The fake policeman was still so arrogant. Back in his room, he took out the crossbow he had bought at a high price from the cupboard. This crossbow was extremely delicate in appearance, but its power was extremely great, and it was clearly classified as a contraband item by the authorities. Normally, crossbows are only allowed to be used for specific hunting situations. He didn't intend to take out the gun, after all, that would reveal his hand too soon. He pressed 5 crossbow bolts into the slots one after the other and crept up to the door. Below the security door, he used his strength to accurately open a fist-sized hole. The hole was in the right place, unobtrusive but providing him with an excellent shooting angle. At this time, the two fake policemen outside the door were still knocking on the door, their minds completely focused on how to trick the door open, and they did not notice the changes at their feet at all. Zhang Jia aimed his crossbow through the fist-sized hole at the other person's thigh. After confirming the target, Zhang Jia did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Almost instantly, the arrow pierced the man with the crew cut deeply in the thigh. "Ah!" Immediately afterwards, a painful scream came from outside the door. The sudden sharp pain left his mind blank for a moment, and then instinctive reactions came flooding in. The powerful impact made his body shake violently, and he fell to his knees. The other fake policeman finally came to his senses and turned to run away. Zhang Jia would not let him escape so easily. He aimed at the fake policeman's leg and pulled the trigger again. The crossbow bolt whizzed out, accurately hitting the fake policeman's calf. The fake policeman stumbled and fell to the ground. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The man let out a miserable scream, which was creepy. "Big brother, this grandson is armed, come help me." The bald man shouted hoarsely. Yi Tianlong, who was far away, naturally did not dare to approach easily after seeing the two men inexplicably being knocked out. After all, his younger brother could die, but he could not. Seeing that the attack was successful, Zhang Jia pulled the trigger again. This time, the crossbow bolt accurately pierced the bald man's head. The bald man fell to the ground in pain, emitting groans, and soon became motionless. Without the slightest pause, Zhang Jia quickly turned his attention to the bald man who had been shot in the calf. An arrow shot the bald man in the chest, sinking deep into his chest. The bald man's head tilted, and he died instantly. After finishing off the two fake policemen, there was only one arrow left on his crossbow. Seeing this, Yi Tianlong also became unsettled. But just as he was about to escape, an arrow from the crossbow shot at him. The arrow pierced his calf, nailing him to the ground. Ah! Great pain came. Yi Tianlong could not care about too much, limping downstairs to escape. After finishing off the three men, Zhang Jia walked out of the room and threw the two fake policemen, who were unable to resist in any way, down the stairs. As for the fleeing Yi Tianlong, he was not worried. The crossbow bolt had caused a penetrating wound. With the current medical conditions, Yi Tianlong's wound infection was a foregone conclusion. At that time, without him having to do anything, the bacteria will be able to kill Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong, who had escaped, stumbled and ran all the way back to Wu Renping's home. The hem of Yi Tianlong's trousers had been stained bright red with blood, which had been flowing all the way. The crossbow bolt made of steel had penetrated his leg bone, and every slight movement brought excruciating pain. Yi Tianlong knew that he had to stop the bleeding as soon as possible, otherwise he would soon die from excessive blood loss. Wu Renping was anxiously waiting for news at home, and when he saw Yi Tianlong come back in a sorry state, he was dumbfounded. "Brother Long, what's going on? Where are the other two? Damn you, Wu Renping, you dare to lie to me? Those two are dead." Yi Tianlong was furious, and punched Wu Renping in the chin, knocking him to the ground. With trembling hands, he ripped a piece of clothing off directly and tied it above the wound. Then, he pulled a dagger from his waist and briefly sterilized it with a lighter. Yi Tianlong closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth as he held the dagger towards the wound. Enduring the intense pain, he bit by bit dug away the flesh around the wound, preparing to remove the crossbow bolt embedded in the bone. Ah! Yi Tianlong let out a scream, his expression contorted as he forced the bolt out despite the intense pain. "You little brat, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you." Yi Tianlong swore with clenched teeth. After bandaging the wound with his clothes, he endured the pain and, trembling, took out his mobile phone and sent a voice message in the group. "Zhang Jia, from today onwards, I, Yi Tianlong, will be your sworn enemy, you or me. Just you wait." Just as the group of people were wondering what had happened, Zhang Jia's reply was quickly sent out. "Yi Tianlong, you're lucky today, it didn't hit your head, next time I see you, you're dead." Everyone in the group was stunned to hear that Zhang Jia dared to speak to a triad boss like that. After all, everyone knew that Yi Tianlong was notorious for his ruthlessness. Now that Zhang Jia dared to speak to Yi Tianlong like that, it was practically the same as looking for death. However, it was not difficult to tell from the tone of Yi Tianlong's voice that he had indeed suffered a major defeat in front of Zhang Jia. "Zhang Jia, I don't believe you will hide in that house for the rest of your life. When you come out, I will skin you alive and feed you to the dogs." Yi Tianlong was really infuriated and sent another voice message. "You people who call yourselves gangsters only know how to bark like dogs? If you have the guts, come up here and fuck your father right now. If you don't, you're not my son." Hearing Zhang Jia's voice, Yi Tianlong's blood rushed to his head, and his lungs almost exploded. He was, after all, a triad boss who called the shots in the underworld. In the past, he was the one who bullied others. Now, he was actually being ridden and shat on by an unknown kid, which was a great humiliation. Just as he was about to scold some more, the pain pulled him back to reality. At that moment, Zhang Jia was leaning back on the comfortable sofa, leisurely, looking at the comments from the group on his phone, and he was in the best of moods. In the past, he had lived a life of inadequacy for more than 20 years. When humiliated by women, he could only endure in silence. Although he was angry, he dared not resist in the slightest. When oppressed by evil people, he could only swallow his anger and keep quiet. He was a proper doormat. He had sighed alone in the middle of the night countless times, feeling that his life was completely over. But now, everything was different. Other people struggled every day to survive, fighting to the death for a mouthful of food or a drink of water. But he was holding a beautiful woman, eating delicious food, and enjoying life. When he encountered someone who came to provoke him, he could also kill the other person without hesitation, without any psychological pressure.
This was the life he wanted. Chapter 27: Xiao Xinran's Dilemma.
Night quickly fell, and at Su Xian's invitation, the two of them entered the bathroom together, which was filled with steam. At the same time, a different scene was playing out at the home of flight attendant Xiao Xinran. At this moment, Xiao Xinran, wearing a pink nightgown, was curled up on the spacious sofa with her lips chapped. Her slender fingers kept tapping on the screen of her phone, her eyes betraying anxiety and unease. In the few days since the end of the world, she has been able to live quite well thanks to the many dog lickers scrambling to bring her all kinds of food. However, in the past few days, she has sensed that the number of people bringing her food is getting smaller and smaller. After sending a message asking about the situation, the dog lickers who had once been eager to serve her responded in different ways. Some licking dogs, disillusioned after experiencing the cruelty of the end of the world, replied, "Goddess, under the end of the world, I can hardly protect myself, I really don't have the ability to bring you food anymore. I was stupid before, but now I have to live for myself." Some licking dogs replied with a hint of resentment. "Humph, you only think of me when you need food. I'm also struggling to survive in the end of the world, so don't count on me." Some licking dogs, although still reluctant, also understand the difficulties of reality. "Xinran, I'm sorry, I don't have any extra food either. In today's world, it's not easy for anyone. You take care of yourself." Some licking dogs simply don't reply. They have awakened from the tribulations of the end of the world and are no longer willing to sacrifice for an unrealistic fantasy. Seeing the food in her house dwindle, Xiao Xinran became a little panicked. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been her parents' precious pearl, living a life of luxury and never having experienced hunger. But judging from the current situation, if no one sent her any more food, she would soon be in dire straits. As a goddess sought after by many, Xiao Xinran had her pride, and she was not prepared to trade her body for supplies. What she wants to do is squeeze every last bit of value out of the lapdogs, so that they will willingly bring her food. She did as she said, and picked out a few sexy swimsuit photos from her photo album, and sent them to everyone she had tagged, including Zhang Jia. In her eyes, men are all animals who think with their lower bodies. As long as there are men who still have feelings for her, they must obediently provide for her. In the bedroom, Zhang Jia and Su Xian, who had just finished their romantic bath, were sleeping in each other's arms. Ding! The sound of the phone went off, and Su Xian, who had buried her head in Zhang Jia's arms, poked her head out. "It seems someone sent you a message." "Ugh, it's not another woman, is it?" Zhang Jia opened WeChat and found that Xiao Xinran had actually sent him several swimsuit photos. In the photos, Xiao Xinran stood tall and graceful on the vast beach, looking like a goddess who had stepped out of a painting. She was wearing a snow-white bikini that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. The sun shone on her skin, covering it in a golden glow. Her long, dark, shiny hair fluttered wildly in the sea breeze, like dancing black silk, full of vitality and charm. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes exuding an indescribable confidence and charm. Seeing this photo, Zhang Jia suddenly understood why Xiao Xinran had so many dog lickers. At around 175 centimeters tall, with an S-shaped figure and a delicate little face, any man would say, "Holy shit." Clicking on the next photo made Zhang Jia's smile even wider. In the photo, Xiao Xinran looked like a lazy cat, hugging her slender and graceful legs as she sat on the wooden floor. Her hair was damp, obviously after a shower, and a few strands of hair were casually attached to her fair cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness and cuteness. She was wearing a large white shirt that hung loosely on her body. The shirt covered most of her body, but inadvertently revealed her delicate collarbone and the faint glimpse of skin, which left people with endless fantasies. There was a hint of shyness and charm in Xiao Xinran's eyes, as if she knew how charming she looked at the moment. Su Xian stared intently at the photo of Xiao Xinran, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Then, she quietly reached her hand around Zhang Jia's waist and gave it a hard twist. The intensity of the force made Zhang Jia can't help but frown. Su Xian really didn't expect that in just a few days, she would have another strong competitor. Before this, she had naively thought that Zhang Jia would only find her as a woman. However, from the current situation, it seems that this spacious bed will soon be too small to sleep in. But there is nothing she can do about it. After all, Zhang Jia controls the crucial food. In the midst of this doomsday, food is the foundation of survival. If she wants to survive, she has no choice but to be obedient. Even if Zhang Jia brings home a woman tomorrow and asks the three of them to bathe together, she has no choice but to agree. She is well aware of her situation, and in the face of survival, dignity, and reserve become insignificant. Zhang Jia was pinched a little, but he wasn't angry. He fully understood Su Xian's feelings, and he knew that Su Xian was afraid that there wouldn't be enough food to go around, and that there would be a whole host of difficult problems. He gently cupped Su Xian's cheek and gave her a soft kiss. "Don't worry, even if there are more women in the family, I will treat you all fairly." Hearing Zhang Jie's promise, Su Xian's heart was much more at ease. Now that the outside world has become a mess, if she is kicked out by Zhang Jie now, she will most likely be caught by those crazy people outside and used as a bargaining chip for exchange. After looking at Xiao Xinran's photo, Zhang Jie did not reply. He knew that the other party had not yet reached the point of desperation, and the photo he sent him was definitely not a one-off. Xiao Xinran did that just to trick for supplies. He just needed to wait patiently for a few more days, and wait for Xiao Xinran to appear again when she was starving to the limit. Chapter 28, The Arrival of the Ex-Girlfriend. In the morning, Zhang Jie woke up from his dream and habitually turned on his phone first. Many people in the owners group were exchanging supplies. Building 1 # yoga instructor Xiaomei, anyone with water at home, I haven't had any for a few days. Building 3 # construction foreman Lao Zhao, I have some, but I'll have to trade you your body, 1 bottle of mineral water at a time. Building 1 # yoga instructor Xiaomei, okay, let's talk in private. Building 7 # life skeptic, is there anyone kind enough to give me a ham sausage? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Building 6 # garden dumper Huing Jun, forget it, no one has anything right now. Zhang Jie is standing in front of the window, holding a cup of coffee and staring at the scene below. Many people have already left their homes in heavy raincoats, braving the acid rain. Although raincoats can to some extent protect against the rain, if you are not careful, you can still die. Even he himself had no idea what the world outside the community had become like. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Through the camera, he could see a woman standing in front of the door, his ex-girlfriend Lu Shui. Next to her, Ma Ji was holding a sharp fruit knife and carefully hiding in the corner. Since that day, Lu Shui has been crazy with hunger after seeing Zhang Jie eating a duck leg. In the past few days, she and Ma Ji have been eating a packet of instant noodles, breaking it in half. Today, the two of them have finally reached the end of their tether and decided to take action against Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, open the door quickly, there are so many people outside, I'm scared. I haven't seen you for a few days, I miss you. Baby, don't be angry, I'll give up the bag, I'll never lose my temper again. Lu Shui, as a veteran of the love scene, is still very good at reading men's minds. Otherwise, Zhang Jie would not have willingly gone out to find supplies in a previous life. Looking at the woman who had betrayed him, Zhang Jie clenched his fists. Under Lu Shui's seemingly innocent face was a viper's heart. Her phone rang, and Lu Shui sent a message. Baby, don't be angry, I'll apologize to you, okay? Open the door quickly. Zhang Jie immediately sent a message back. My stomach doesn't feel very good, I can't get up. Lu Shui saw the reply and pretended to be concerned. It's okay, you must be starving, I just happen to have some ham, you can have it. No, I've eaten too much meat and I'm full. Zhang Jie replied expressionlessly. Upon seeing Zhang Jie's message, Lu Shui froze for a moment, wondering if she had misread it. Stuffed? Are you crazy? She and Ma Ji had fought countless times over the ownership of a piece of bread. There were lunatics out there who would kill for food. You say your stomach is uncomfortable? Zhang Jie, I know you're still mad at me, but I'm still your girlfriend, after all, and you don't need to make fun of me like this. No one is making fun of you, it's true. After typing, Zhang Jie took a photo of the coffee table with his phone. The coffee table was covered with various dried meat snacks, leftover roast duck, and a few bottles of red wine. Unintentionally, he also captured Su Xian, who was eating lamb with gusto. After confirming that the photo was okay, he sent it to Lu Shui outside the door. When she saw the photo Zhang Jie sent, Lu Shui was dumbfounded. She had originally thought that Zhang Jie had almost finished eating the food he had brought. But now, the food on the table has only increased. There is even an extremely beautiful woman eating lamb with gusto. Seeing the large pile of food in Su Xian's front, Lu Shui is about to go crazy with jealousy. Over the past few days, she and Ma Ji have thought of countless ways to get food. They even killed an old man and robbed the other of their meager food supplies. But even then, she is still half-starved every day, and is left with the option of eating people. Now you tell her that Zhang Jie sits in the house every day, eating meat until he vomits, how can she not go crazy? Seeing the many delicacies on the coffee table, Lu Shui only had one thought at the moment. enter the house, kill Zhang Jia, and take over all his food. However, she was definitely no match for Zhang Jia, so she brought Ma Ji with her. Ma Ji is 1.9 meters tall, weighs 100 kilograms, and has practiced martial arts. She was very confident that as soon as Zhang Jia opened the door, Ma Ji would be able to settle everything in the shortest possible time. On the way here, Lu Shui had already made a plan. After Ma Ji had settled Zhang Jia, she would strike at night and kill Ma Ji. In this way, she could monopolize all the food and survive better. Zhang Jia, I brought you some stomachic tablets. This medicine will make you feel better. In order to trick Zhang Jia into opening the door, Lu Shui started telling lies with her eyes open. Seeing his ex-girlfriend treat him like a fool, Zhang Jia really wanted to laugh. Although he could shoot a gun through the heads of the two, that would be really boring. There are many kinds of pain in the world, but he was sure of one thing. Dying of hunger and despair is the most painful way. After all, in ancient times, when beheading, the condemned would be given a meal before the execution. If he didn't have fun with these two, it would be a waste. Thinking about this, Zhang Jia used his space ring to gather all the meat scraps, bones, blood, and vegetable broth that had been left over from the past few days. Shua, I'll open the door for you right away, so get ready. Zhang Jia's voice clearly came through the door. Lu Shui replied softly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable excitement. She quickly gave Ma Ji, who was lurking nearby, a wink. Ma Ji understood and quietly reached the door. Lu Shui was already beaming with joy, as if she could already see herself enjoying the food to the fullest. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement, and Lu Shui became a little impatient. Zhang Jia, are you done yet? Hurry up! Lu Shui urged. I'll be done in a second, just wait 10 seconds. Zhang Jia used his ability and opened a portal above the heads of the two people outside the door. In an instant, countless buckets of slop poured down and drenched the two men, startling them. Lu Shui screamed even louder. Ah! What is this? It stinks! The nauseating, fishy smell entered her nostrils, and Lu Shui bent over and vomited on the spot. Slop? This guy poured slop on us. Ma Ji's eyes were red, and he kicked the door hard. Fuck you, come out here if you've got the balls. I'll really fuck your whole family up. Despite Ma Ji's best efforts, the security door, which was comparable to the security of a bank vault, did not budge. Inside the room came the laughter of Zhang Jia. Trash belongs with trash, how about it? You've been saving that slop for a few days, it must be delicious. Fuck you. Ma Ji pulled out the machete behind his back and started hacking like crazy. But after more than 10 minutes of hacking, there was only a faint white mark left on the door. His knife was completely useless against the door. Chapter 29, Revenge of the Ex-Girlfriend. Just as Ma Ji cursed at Zhang Jia, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Someone was behind him, waiting for him to turn his head, and a fist was already in front of his eyes. The fist hit Ma Ji square in the nose, sinking deep into his face and crushing his features. Ma Ji felt a tremendous force hit him, and his body instantly lost its balance. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Jia's eyes were cold as he stepped closer to Ma Ji. Go ahead, kill me with your knife. Ma Ji spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle, supported himself with his hands, and with difficulty, crawled up from the ground. I'll kill you. Ma Ji roared, and raised his knife and charged. Just as Ma Ji raised his knife to strike Zhang Jia's body flashed, avoiding the vicious blow like a ghost. Ma Ji missed his target and, due to the excessive force, almost fell to the ground. Before he could steady himself, Zhang Jia's fists rained down on him. Zhang Jia's fists kept pounding on Ma Ji's face and body, making a dull sound. A heavy blow landed on Ma Ji's abdomen, and he bent over in pain, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Jia did not stop there. He grabbed Ma Ji's hair and slammed him face first into his knee. Ma Ji's face hit Zhang Jia's knee hard, and he felt like he was going into a blackout. His head was buzzing, and blood was once again gushing from his nose. The blow was so powerful that Ma Ji collapsed and fainted. Lu Shui saw this and turned around and fled the scene. She ran all the way downstairs, panting heavily. She couldn't understand how Zhang Jia could appear behind the two of them when the door was clearly not open. Was this any different from seeing a ghost? After finishing off the two of them, Zhang Jia returned to his room and continued playing the stand-alone game. But just by glancing at his phone, he noticed that there were countless messages in the owners group. Lu Shui had posted photos of the food in retaliation. Seeing the array of food in the photos, the group went into an uproar.
What's wrong with this kid? Why is there so much food in his house?
A middle-aged man with a haggard face stared at his phone in disbelief. He hadn't eaten anything for several days, and at the sight of the photos of the delicious food, his stomach lurched.
Great, everyone is starving to death, and you're not even offering to share. With trembling hands, Granny Jo pointed at the screen of her phone.
Her cheeks were sunken in, her lips were chapped, and she was almost unrecognizable from hunger.
Steak, red wine, caviar, chicken drumsticks, pizza. This is too much.
Lying in bed, Bai Shuya, who was covering her stomach, gulped and her eyes revealed endless longing.
Zhang Jia, you can't be so selfish, everyone is starving, so please take the food out and share it. Granny Jo directly at Zhang Jia. Yes, this is a special period, everyone should help each other, you have so much delicious food, but you're hiding it, is that reasonable? A woman immediately agreed. Share it with you? Are you worthy?
Zhang Jia replied unceremoniously, in my previous life, I don't know how many times I asked my neighbors for help, but no one helped me. Now these people want to take the supplies from him, they are just dreaming. This reply poured oil on the fire and further aroused the dissatisfaction of the crowd.
Your life is important, but ours is not. We are all neighbors, how can you be so ruthless? Zhang Jia, are you still a human being? Everyone is dying of hunger, it won't kill you to give out a little food.
If you don't give out the food, we'll go to your doorstep and smash the door, and see what you do then. As the crowd condemned Zhang Jia, in Zhou Laodai's house, Wu Renping stared at his phone, a cold smile curling the corner of his mouth.
Brother Long, this kid is dead.
Now the whole community knows that he has a lot of food at home.
It seems that we don't need to do anything. Those people are so hungry that they definitely won't let him go.
Good, he actually dared to make me a cripple, I will skin that kid alive.
Yi Tianlong reached out and touched his wound, his face gloomy.
His wound had already begun to show signs of inflammation, emitting a faint stench. If he couldn't find anti-inflammatory medicine, he would definitely die at the hands of the bacteria.
Wu Renping, I have lost 4 brothers and a leg trying to help you this time. Tell me, what price have I paid?
Let your wife stay with me tonight, and I'll pretend that nothing happened.
Yi Tianlong glared at Wu Renping with murder in his eyes. Brother Long, you can't even stand up straight, just let it go.
Wu Renping looked at Yi Tianlong, his mouth twitching. Although he no longer felt the same way about Wang Yan as he had at the beginning, the thought of giving his wife away to someone else still made him feel a sense of humiliation. Yi Tianlong was now a lonely man, and he was also limping, so he could be considered no different from a disabled person. If he were to give away his wife, what would be the difference between him and a cuckold? Seeing that Wu Renping had refused, Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, despite the severe pain in his leg.
Wu, don't give me any nonsense. I can still get women even when I'm lying down. Do you think I'm impotent like you?
Wu Renping was poked in a sore spot, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. A strong wave of anger and humiliation welled up in his heart, but he dared not let it out. Even though Yi Tianlong was injured, he was still no match for him. When he went to get his feet washed, he ended the fight in 3 minutes, but the technician told everyone that he couldn't do it. Since then, he has become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Although he has visited many hospitals and spent a lot of time and money, the problem has not been solved.
Seeing Wu Renping clench his fists, Yi Tianlong didn't care.
He had already sent other subordinates back to the base camp to get a gun.
Once he gets the pistol, he can easily control the entire community.
By then, not only Wu Renping's wife, but even that first-tier female celebrity who had not yet shown up would be unable to escape from his clutches. The thought that he would soon be able to play with a household celebrity made Yi Tianlong feel extremely excited.
Knock, knock, knock. Intense footsteps could be heard in the hallway.
A dozen residents carrying clubs and hatchets arrived at the front door of Zhang Jia's house.
Their goal was simple, to demand food. If Zhang Jia refused, they would break in. Chapter 30, Thunder and Lightning Master Zhang Jia.
Inside the house at this time, Zhang Jia leisurely sat in front of the surveillance monitor, looking coldly at the menacing crowd on the screen. He had already prepared a big meal for them. He would not be stupid enough to actually open the door for these people. The lesson from his previous life had already taught him that the more kind-hearted a person is, the sooner they will die. You never know what kind of thoughts the person knocking on the door is harboring. Soon, the residents arrived at the door and began knocking hard.
Zhang, open the door, don't play dead.
We're all starving to death, just give us a box of instant noodles each and we'll leave. A burly man in charge shouted. Zhang Jie frowned, walked to the door, and responded through the door.
Give it to you? Why? I don't even know you. Cut the crap, it's the end of the world. We're neighbors after all, you can't just stand there and watch us die.
Another man shouted.
Zhang Jie snorted, what do I care if you starve to death? I've worked hard to collect my own supplies, why should I share them with you?
The people outside the door looked furious when they heard Zhang Jie's words.
Zhang, don't be so selfish.
It's not easy for anyone right now, we should help each other as neighbors. Zhang Jie was unmoved. Leaning against the door, he said coldly.
Help each other? You don't have the ability to collect supplies yourselves, and you want to rob me?
The leader of the group, a burly man, saw that Zhang Jie was not going to give in, and his anger grew. He kicked the security door a few times. But the door did not budge, and his foot hurt from the reaction force. This door seemed different from all the doors he had seen before, it was ridiculously sturdy. Zhang Jie, you lend us the food now, and we will return it to you when the rain is over.
We are all residents of this building, and we will see each other again sooner or later. Don't be too heartless.
The man tried to use words to persuade Zhang Jie, suppressing the anger in his heart. In the past few days, he had used favors to trick the doors of many relatives and friends, and it basically worked every time. This type of axe is specially designed to break down doors.
A few blows with it on an ordinary iron door will turn it into scrap metal. Kid, don't push us. The axe in our hands is no joke.
If you know what's good for you, hand over the food quickly, or don't blame us for being rude, the man threatened. Su Xian, who was standing nearby, saw the fire axe in the man's hand and panicked for a moment. She had worked in a bank before and knew a lot about these axes. The fire axe is made of a special material and is extremely powerful.
It can even split the tempered glass of the bank counter with one axe.
The scene of the security door being split open involuntarily came to her mind, and the consequences were simply unimaginable. If the few people really split the security door open, there would only be one outcome for the two of them, and that was death. Even before she died, she would have to be humiliated by these ferocious men. Su Xian unconsciously wrapped her arms around Zhang Jie's arm, her voice tinged with worry.
They're not really going to be able to get in, are they?
Zhang Jie felt Su Xian's tension and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Don't worry, my door is on the same level as a bank vault door, and even a tank couldn't blast it open. Since they want what I have, I'll of course give them a big gift. At this time, the burly man outside the house was impatient and began to pound on the door with a fire axe.
Boom! Boom! Another axe fell, the sound echoing in the hallway for a long time.
Despite swinging the axe more than 10 times, not even a crack appeared on the door.
Damn, what's wrong with this door? Why is it so hard?
The strong man was panting with exertion and his arms were starting to go numb. This guy had installed this kind of door in his house for no reason.
Could it be that he knew someone would come to break down the door?
A bald man came over. The strong man gave the bald man a dirty look.
What else could he do? He would find someone else to continue smashing the door. He just didn't believe that he couldn't open this door.
Connecting the generator's wires to the security door, as long as he started the diesel generator, the security door would instantly turn into a powerful electric door. At that time, anyone who touched this door would suffer a strong electric shock. Guys, don't smash anymore, I'll open the door for you, but my door is a bit heavy, so you all come and help me push it. Zhang Jie's voice came from inside the door. The few people outside the hallway glanced at each other and a smile curled the corners of their mouths.
Okay, we'll help you push.
The burly man responded impatiently. With the exception of the burly man, the remaining 7 people touched the door together, their hands pressed tightly against the door, and each exerted their utmost strength to push the door. They had only one thought in their minds, and that was to enter the house as soon as possible and seize the supplies they had longed for so long. When he saw that all of the people had touched the door, Zhang Jie did not hesitate to turn on the switch of the generator.
In just an instant, a powerful electric current covered the entire door. The current was like countless fierce vipers, slithering and hissing all over the door.
Before the 7 people could react, the current passed through the door. Their bodies trembled violently the moment they came into contact with the current.
The door is electrified. After being shocked by the electrified door, the 7 people's bodies instantly became stiff.
The current surged wildly through their bodies, causing their muscles to spasm violently. Their hair stood on end, and their skin was scorched by the powerful electric current, leaving blackened marks. They tried to break free, but found that their hands were glued to the door and could not be removed. The screams of agony echoed through the corridor, but they stopped abruptly after only a moment.
In less than 3 seconds, the 7 people had turned into unrecognizable cokes.
The remaining strong man had never seen such a scene before. And the horrific scene nearly broke his spirit. He struggled to get up, crawled on all fours, and panicked as he fled downstairs. 7 people, 7 lives, were suddenly taken away. It happened so fast that there was no time to react.
After turning off the generator, Zhang Jie walked out of the house.
He took out his phone and calmly took a picture of the 7 bodies. Then, Zhang Jie sent the photo to the owners group.
Chapter 31, The Hungry Woman.
As soon as the photo was posted in the owners group, it caused an uproar. In the photo, Zhang Jie stood expressionless next to 7 charred corpses.
Holy shit, when did there suddenly appear black people in our neighborhood? Someone wondered.
No, those aren't black people.
These 7 people had their skin burnt by electricity and they're already dead.
The news exploded in the owners group like a bolt of lightning.
7 people were electrocuted to death, are you kidding?
Yes, no matter how stupid a person is, it is impossible for 7 people to be electrocuted to death at the same time.
Could it be that this kid is trying to scare us deliberately because he is afraid that we will go to his house? Yi Tianlong was lying on the sofa with his mouth twitching as the owners discussed the matter.
He had originally expected Zhang Jie to be killed so that he could take the opportunity to go up and get a share of the pie.
However, the result was greatly unexpected.
Only 7 of the 8 people who went up survived.
Big brother, what the hell is going on? How did that kid get electricity?
Wu Renping's brow was furrowed, and after repeatedly looking at the photo, his eyes were still full of disbelief. He really couldn't figure out where Zhang Jie got the electricity from during this special period of scarce supplies, and still managed to use it cleverly for defense.
Yi Tianlong glared at him impatiently. Who else can I ask if not you?
Fortunately, we didn't go just now, that kid electrified the door, whoever goes will die.
So what do we do now? Are we just going to let it go?
Wu Renping looked at Yi Tianlong, his heart full of anxiety. There was already very little food left in the house, and now there was also Yi Tianlong's greedy mouth. Since morning, he himself had only drunk a small sip of mineral water, and most of the food had been eaten by Yi Tianlong.
What else could be done?
Since the hard approach didn't work, they would try the soft approach.
Tell your wife to go to the guy and ask for some food. But Brother Long, we have already completely broken with that guy, I'm afraid it's useless for my wife to go.
Wu Renping looked troubled.
Do what you're told, no nonsense.
Your wife has already slept with that guy, so what's the big deal if she sleeps with him a few more times?
Yi Tianlong became impatient.
Meanwhile, Wang Yan was locking herself in her room and covering her head with the quilt to ward off her hunger. She was weak and powerless, her head felt dizzy, and every cell in her body longed for nourishment. The pain of hunger was like countless ants gnawing at her body, unbearable.
Now she regretted it.
It was clear that for a small price, she could eat well and drink well, but she was stupid enough to refuse. Just thinking about the steak she had eaten at Zhang Jie's house made her drool uncontrollably. The tender texture and rich aroma of the steak still lingered on her tongue. If she had the chance to do it all over again, she would never have thrown Zhang Jie out. Dignity was really worthless in the face of survival. Just as she was regretting it, a door suddenly appeared in the room. From the door, Zhang Jie slowly walked out. The reason he came was not because he pitied Wang Yan. He came here for thrills. In front of the woman, Zhang Jie took a piece of buttered bread out of his pocket. In front of Wang Yan, Zhang Jie took a bite and casually threw it on the ground. The smell of the bread instantly entered Wang Yan's nostrils, making her hungry stomach tremble.
You want to eat, don't you? Why don't you eat?
Zhang Jie said with a smile.
Looking at the fragrant bread, Wang Yan's eyes revealed deep hesitation. She knew exactly what it would mean if she did.
But if she refused, Zhang Jie would turn his back and leave. Then she would be left with endless hunger and pain, slowly dying in despair.
There was no other way.
In order not to starve to death, not to die in pain, she had no choice but to compromise. She had no way out at the moment, and her instinct for survival forced her to make this difficult choice. She bent down and picked up the bread, which was already covered in dust. She took a big bite.
Feeling the deliciousness of the food, Wang Yan hesitated no longer and chewed without caring about the dust on it.
After she finished eating, Zhang Jie conjured up a chicken leg out of thin air. It was the same method.
Without thinking, Wang Yan picked up the chicken leg and ate it with gusto. Seeing the other person gobbling up the food, Zhang Jia knew that his method was fine. As long as you are hungry for a few days, even the toughest woman will give in. Not bad. From now on, if you behave, I can guarantee you'll never run out of food. Zhang Jia said with a smile. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door. Honey, we're out of food. Go ask Zhang Jia for some. Wu Renping's voice came through the door, as if Wang Yan was his last resort. Wu Renping, what do you take me for? I'm not a chicken, I'm not a tool for you to trade for food. Wang Yan shouted out. Shut up, you don't call the shots in this matter. Hurry up and go and ask for more. Okay, just give me a minute. Wait for you? We're all starving to death and we're waiting for you? But no matter how Wu Renping shouted, Wang Yan didn't say another word. Chapter 32, The Baptism of Holy Water. An hour later, the door opened again. Wang Yan walked out. After giving Wu Renping, who was standing guard at the door, a fierce glare, she turned and walked out of the house. Looking at Wang Yan's back, Wu Renping was not angry but happy. After all, given the current situation, being able to trade his wife for food was already the best-case scenario. Upstairs, Zhang Jia had just returned home. Taking out all the empty large mineral water bottles from the ring, he prepared a gift for Yi Tianlong and Wu Renping. Thinking about it, Zhang Jia went into the bathroom. Ziz. The excess water in his body was injected into one of the large mineral water bottles. Then the urine in the bottle was poured into the remaining water bottles. Then real mineral water was poured in, shaken well. Before long, 5 bottles of fresh artificial mineral water were successfully produced. However, he did not intend to give it directly to the two of them. If someone is too eager to help, they are either up to no good or a thief. Yi Tianlong and Wu Renping were not stupid. Using the power of the void portal, he silently placed the 5 bottles of artificial mineral water in the hallway. He then logged onto WeChat and posted a photo of the mineral water in the hallway in the group chat. Picture. Building 9 #flirtatiousboy, someone has left mineral water in the hallway for anyone who needs it. This comment immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the group. In the apocalypse, water is more precious than food. People can survive for a week without food, but only for 3 days without water. Due to acid rain pollution, tap water has long been contaminated, and drinking it is suicidal. As the photo was sent, the hallway soon echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps. Some residents stepped out of their homes and sprinted towards the location of the mineral water. Soon, the group found the mineral water placed in the corner of the hallway. Holy shit, there really is some, it's so big, we can drink it for weeks. A resident couldn't help exclaiming. Never mind, let's just carry it back first. A skinny man licked his lips. His lips were already chapped and bleeding, and the prolonged lack of water had made his body extremely weak, and he could collapse at any time. But before these people could move, Yi Tianlong and Wu Renping each brandished a cold knife and menacingly came before the crowd. Yi Tianlong shouted, "Put the water down, I dare you to take it today." Yi Tianlong, don't go too far. Everyone is dying of thirst, and you want to keep all 5 bottles of water for yourself? A resident mustered his courage and asked loudly. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, he had to stand up and fight for survival. Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to touch this water will be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Yi Tianlong glared angrily at the man who spoke, glaring fiercely at him. The man who was glared at couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Although Yi Tianlong had become a cripple, the majesty of his former life as a triad boss was still there, and the ruthlessness and domineering attitude were not something a few people like them could easily deal with. After threatening the crowd, Wu Renping understood what was going on and brought all the mineral water into his hands. In the eyes of the many residents, who gritted their teeth and were full of anger and unwillingness, Yi Tianlong and Wu Renping returned to their home with a swagger. As soon as they entered the house, Wu Renping couldn't wait to take out 3 glasses, his face full of eagerness. He called out to Granny Zhou, and the 3 of them sat around the coffee table, looking at the mineral water in front of them with excitement in their eyes. In this doomsday, water resources are really scarce, especially this kind of pure and unpolluted water, which is like a rare treasure. Damn, it really seems that there is no way that the heavens will deny people their way. We can actually find mineral water for no reason. Brother Long, we are really so lucky, aren't we? Wu Renping exclaimed excitedly, unscrewing the bottle cap as he spoke and quickly pouring a glass of water for Yi Tianlong.
Yi Tianlong held the glass at an angle, and the clear mineral water slowly flowed into his mouth.
Water overflowed from the rim of his mouth and ran down his chin.
He drank too quickly and even choked a little, but he still didn't stop. Old Mrs. Zhou, on the other hand, carefully held the cup and took a small sip gently. In the midst of this doomsday, being able to drink such pure water was like a dream.
Wu Renping looked at them and couldn't wait to drink a big sip himself.
Then he smacked his lips and exclaimed with emotion. "This water is really delicious, it feels like the whole person has come back to life." Yi Tianlong, Wu Renping, and Granny Zhou were immersed in the satisfaction of drinking the mineral water, cup after cup, feeling the long-lost coolness flow down their throats. However, as the amount of water gradually increased, an unusual taste began to spread in their mouths. Yi Tianlong's face twitched slightly, and he stopped drinking and savored the taste in his mouth.
Wu Renping also sensed something was wrong.
He frowned and looked at Yi Tianlong doubtfully. Old Mrs. Zhou even covered her mouth, as if she wanted to prevent the strange taste from spreading. "This water doesn't taste right," Yi Tianlong whispered. Wu Renping quickly took another small sip and, after carefully distinguishing the taste, widened his eyes in horror. "Brother Long, this water seems to have a strange taste, like..."
He didn't dare to continue.
Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth and brought the cup to his eyes to take a closer look. It seemed that there were some tiny impurities in the originally clear water. He leaned closer and sniffed, and a pungent smell hit his face. "There's something wrong with this water." Wu Renping, as if he had discovered something terrible, said with a trembling voice. "Brother Long, it seems that there is urine in this water." Yi Tianlong's face was so dark that it looked like it could drip water. He stood up abruptly and kicked over the table in front of him.
"TMD.
Which son of a bitch did this?" Yi Tianlong roared in anger, making the whole house tremble. Old Mrs. Zhou covered her chest, her stomach churning uncontrollably as she vomited.
And just then, a prompt sound suddenly came from the property owner group.
Zhang Jia had even taken the initiative to at Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong and Wu Renping exchanged glances, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. They hurriedly opened their phones to check.
"How is the holy water? Is it good to drink?"
The moment he saw this message, Yi Tianlong felt as if his head was going to explode. He was a triad boss, and yet he had encountered this kind of thing. What made him most unable to accept was that the urine was still that of his enemy Zhang Jia. In the group chat, Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth when he saw Zhang Jia's name. "Zhang, you just wait, one day I'll skin you alive." But at this moment, Zhang Jia couldn't bother to reply to Yi Tianlong because he had more important things to do. Little internet celebrity, Zhao Meiqi sent him a message. Chapter 33, Zhao Meiqi's Invitation. At this time, in Zhao Meiqi's home, she was curled up on the bed, sending a message to Zhang Jia. "Brother Zhang, can you give me some food? I'm really..." Just now, her only remaining dog licked her unceremoniously and blacked her out. There was no way, in order not to go hungry, Zhao Meiqi had to let go of her former pride and reserve. The words Zhang Jia had once said kept running through her mind: "If there's anything you need, you can come to me." She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that Zhang Jia would, for old time's sake, or for some other reason, give her some food. Her thinking was simple: get as much food as possible at the lowest possible cost. Soon, a message from Zhang Jia came through. "Of course you can, but there's no such thing as a free lunch.
What are you going to do to repay me?"
Upon seeing Zhang Jia's reply, Zhao Meiqi's thoughts instantly became a tangled mess. The feeling of hunger was ever present, and the pressure of survival made her have to seriously consider Zhang Jia's proposal. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. For a moment she thought of refusing Zhang Jia and continuing to find other ways to survive. For a moment she felt that perhaps she could negotiate with Zhang Jia to reduce the cost. It had now been 5 days since the end of the world. She had already eaten all the edible food in the house until there was nothing left. But now, she really had no other options. As a woman with quite a good appearance, going out to find supplies now was no different from looking for death. After thinking for a long time, Maggie Zhao gritted her teeth and sent a message.
"Can you come to my house and we can talk face to face?"
At this time, in Zhang Jia's house, he was concentrating on doing push-ups. Su Xian was sitting on the sofa next to him, leisurely watching a Korean drama that she had already downloaded on TV.
2632782894889.
Zhang Jia silently counted in his mind while doing push-ups. The number kept rising, and his movements remained standard and stable. After doing exactly 500 push-ups, Zhang Jia slowly stopped. Since his physical fitness has been strengthened, he has indeed felt a huge change. Now, doing 500 push-ups in one go doesn't take much effort for him. That exercise that used to be so difficult for him is now effortless. After doing push-ups, Zhang Jie didn't rest for a moment and immediately continued doing squats. Since the beginning of the month, he has deeply realized the importance of exercising. In this world full of crises, only by becoming extremely strong can one better control one's own destiny, especially the women around him. After all, only a tired ox can till the field, and if a man is exhausted by women and dies in bed, he will become a laughingstock. After doing the squats, Zhang Jie also saw the message that Zhao Meiqi had sent him. Without hesitation, he opened the door to the void and walked in. Knock knock. The door was knocked on, and Zhang Jie appeared at the door. Zhao Meiqi froze for a moment and then hurriedly stepped aside to let Zhang Jie in. After Zhang Jie had walked into the room, Zhao Meiqi carefully closed the security door again. Zhang Jie sat down on the sofa with his back against it, crossed his legs casually, and looked at Zhao Meiqi, who was wearing pajamas, with interest. Sister Meiqi, what did you want to see me about? My time is very precious. His voice was neither fast nor slow, but it made Zhao Meiqi feel a little nervous. Zhang Jie, since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. Zhao Meiqi took a deep breath and tried hard to remain calm. How much food do you have on hand right now? Although her voice tried to remain as calm as possible, the urgency could still be heard. A lot, why? Zhang Jie's mouth curled up. Can you lend me some? I can pay you back. Zhao Meiqi knew that in the midst of this doomsday, food was more precious than money. This is not good. I remember you saying that you would rather starve to death than come to me. Now why has your attitude changed? Zhang Jie looked at Zhao Meiqi with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhao Meiqi was taken aback, and her face turned a little embarrassed. She did look down on Zhang Jie at the beginning, thinking that he was just a loser, and she even said some harsh things. At that time, she didn't care about Zhang Jie, and she didn't even want to look at him. But now it's different. From the photos Zhang Jie posted, it seems that he not only has a lot of food, but also a wide variety. In the midst of this apocalypse, this food is practically priceless, and it cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Food means survival, it means hope, and Zhang Jie is in control of such a precious resource. A strong desire welled up in Zhao Meiqi's heart, and she knew she had to seize this opportunity. She quickly stood up, walked quickly to Zhang Jie's side, and extended her slender arm to hold his. Oh, don't worry about such trivial matters. Zhao Meiqi's voice was soft and charming. How about this? I still have 100,000 in my hand. How about 10,000 for a box of instant noodles, okay? As she spoke, she shook Zhang Jie's arm and cooed like a spoiled child. Zhang Jie's face showed no signs of emotion as he looked at Zhao Meiqi, who was trying to use her feminine wiles. Zhao Meiqi's delicate appearance and deliberate intimacy seemed like a boring performance to him. If he were still the same little security guard as before, a simple young man living at the bottom of society and full of fantasies about beautiful women, he might have really agreed to Zhao Meiqi's request. He would have recklessly offered her his food for a moment of intimacy. But now, he was no longer the innocent little boy he once was. He was now completely immune to the beauty technique. Maggie, money is no different from worthless paper these days. I suggest you think of another way to repay me. Zhang Jie said with a smile. After saying that, Zhang Jie slightly raised his hand, as if performing a magic trick, and suddenly a hamburger appeared in his hand. The bun of the hamburger was soft and golden, the patty in the middle was thick and juicy, the lettuce was bright green and dripping with juice, and it also exuded an attractive aroma. Zhang Jie ate in front of Zhao Meiqi, opened his mouth, took a big bite, and made a contented chewing sound. Smelling the aroma of the burger, Zhao Meiqi's throat involuntarily moved a little. She swallowed hard, her eyes full of longing and envy. She hadn't tasted meat in a few days, and every cell in her body longed for nourishment. Those once familiar flavors are now like a distant dream. After finishing the burger, Zhang Jie slowly took out a bag of French fries from his pocket. The fries were golden in color and exuded a rich aroma. He picked up the fries one by one and put them in his mouth, making a crisp chewing sound. The aroma of the fries became even stronger, as if they had come to life and were frantically entering Zhao Meiqi's nasal passages. The aroma was like countless little hands tickling her heart, making her itch uncontrollably. Zhao Meiqi was a little restless. Her stomach was rumbling, protesting to her non-stop. Her stomach twitched, and the feeling of hunger came like a tidal wave, making her almost unable to bear it. She wished so much that she could have this kind of food, even just a small bite, to make her feel immensely satisfied.
Chapter 34, Animals and the End of the World.
Zhang Jie leisurely chewed on a French fry, with one end of the long French fry still in his mouth.
Zhao Meiqi's gaze was fixed on the French fry.
Driven by hunger, she slowly approached Zhang Jie, and her lips lightly touched the other end of the French fry. She took a small bite of the French fries carefully, and the crispy texture and rich fragrance instantly spread in her mouth, sending a shock through her taste buds. Zhang Jie watched the look on Zhao Meiqi's face as he pulled the French fries a little towards him with a slight force, teasing her on purpose. Zhao Meiqi's face had to follow the movement of the French fries and get closer to Zhang Jie. Seeing that the fries had become so short that they were about to kiss, Zhao Meiqi's heart jumped, and reason instantly took over. She hurriedly let go of the fries, and a flash of panic crossed her eyes. However, Zhang Jie didn't seem to intend to give up. He took out another fry and continued repeating the previous action. Although Zhao Meiqi was reluctant in her heart, driven by hunger, she once again moved closer to the fries. In this way, one held the end of the French fries while the other was forced to eat from the other end, and they finished the entire bag of French fries.
After eating the French fries, there seemed to be a trace of salty fragrance remaining on Maggie's tongue.
She slightly pursed her lips, still a little unsatisfied. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Zhang Jie, and she longed in her heart for some more food to satisfy her still hungry stomach. She longed to eat more, even just a little, to temporarily relieve the torment of hunger. The next moment, Zhang Jie magically produced a jar of honey. Zhang Jie slowly poured some of the honey on the table. "Sister Meiqi, you must be hungry, eat quickly. If you don't eat it cleanly, you will be responsible for the consequences." The moment Zhao Meiqi saw the honey, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she soon hesitated again. She knew very well that Zhang Jie was flirting with her, but hunger could not be controlled. Zhao Meiqi lowered her head helplessly. Her formerly proud head was now weighed down by the heavy reality and could not be lifted. She tightly closed her eyes, and a sense of shame flooded her mind. The pain of hunger kept pulling at her, leaving her with no choice. Zhang Jie looked at Zhao Meiqi's submissive appearance and his heart was filled with the joy of victory. This woman who once looked down on him and spoke evil words to him is now groveling for food. Zhao Meiqi probably never imagined that one day she would eat food in this way. She was once so proud and so arrogant, thinking that she could easily get everything with her beauty and charm. However, in this desperate situation, her pride was completely crushed. She had to lower her head and bow to the people she once regarded as ants. After eating all the honey, Zhao Meiqi let out a sigh of relief and leaned tiredly against the sofa. She now felt that Zhang Jie was a complete pervert. But when she looked at Zhang Jie again, she noticed that he had handed her a piece of paper. Every sentence on the paper would not pass moderation if posted online. Here, read it out loud. Looking at the lewd and lascivious sentences that made people blush, Zhao Meiqi wanted to refuse. She was not married, she didn't have a boyfriend, and it was not proper to say these things. But now, she had no right to refuse, unless she wanted to starve to death. Reading out the sentences on the paper, Zhao Meiqi felt so ashamed that her face turned red. What she didn't expect was that Zhang Jie had recorded all her words. After listening to her recording over and over again, Zhao Meiqi's heart was pounding. The feeling was no different than running naked down the street. When she came to her senses, she found that Zhang Jie had disappeared. Back at home, Zhang Jie was lying on the sofa, constantly reflecting on what he had just done. He had successfully crushed Zhao Meiqi's pride and sense of shame today, and he had recorded it. As long as Zhao Meiqi was hungry for another day, she would be even more desperate and crave food even more. On the other side, Ma Ji and Lu Shui were hiding in the utility room on the first floor, cleaning each other's clothes. "Damn it, that son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him." Ma Ji couldn't help swearing as he cleaned the filth. "So what do we do now? We can't even get in Zhang Jie's door, and without anything to eat, we'll all starve to death." Lu Shui was shaking with anger as she touched her head full of slop. She never imagined that Zhang Jie would suddenly treat her like a different person. There is an old woman on the second floor, with problems with her ears and eyes. Her son goes out every day, and I guess he has stored up quite a bit. If we can trick her into opening the door, we can survive for now. Ma Ji spoke of his plan. There was dead silence in the dark hallway, not a sound could be heard. The two quickly arrived at the door of the old woman's house. After making sure there was no one else around, Ma Ji knocked gently on the door. "Mom, I'm home, open the door." After shouting a few times, Ma Ji, who was lying on the door listening, did hear footsteps. The footsteps were extremely slow, and it took a long time for them to get close to the door. As the door slowly opened, an old woman with gray hair and wrinkles appeared in front of the two. The old man's eyes were white and clouded, and there was hardly any light in those eyes. "My son is back, come in, I'll make you something delicious." The old woman's face was filled with a loving smile, and her voice was full of concern. Lu Shui and Ma Ji glanced at each other and followed the old woman inside. You child, you have everything you need at home, but you run off all day long. You're such a big boy, but you still don't give me any peace of mind. When will you find a wife like this?" The old woman chattered on and on, while shuffling towards the kitchen. Following behind the old woman, Lu Shui carefully observed the situation in the house. To her surprise, there was a diesel generator buzzing away in the room. The old man walked unsteadily to the kitchen and brought out a plate of steaming food. He placed the food on the table and started talking to himself. "Son, you must be hungry. I've made your favorite, mapo tofu. Eat it while it's still hot." Ma Ji didn't waste any time, grabbing the tofu and shoving it into his mouth. His mouth was full of oil, and he didn't care about Lu Shui at all. The old woman didn't see Lu Shui, and kept saying in her mouth, "Ji Ming, eat slowly, don't choke. You said that you, in order to take care of me, haven't married even though you're already 40. Mom is worried. Now children your age are all married with families, but you're still taking care of me. Mom knows that you're filial, but I don't want to be a burden to you." The old woman said, and her turbid tears flowed uncontrollably down her face, slowly sliding down her wrinkled face. "Promise me, don't tire yourself out. I don't ask you to become rich or a high official, I just want you to live a peaceful life." The old woman sobbed, while gently stroking Ma Ji's shoulders with her trembling hands. At this moment, Ma Ji actually choked because he ate too quickly, making a gagging sound in his throat and his face turning red. The old woman seemed to sense her son's difficulty and quickly reached out and gave him a gentle back rub. After Ma Ji finished eating, he went around behind the old man and said in a low voice, "Mom, I brought you a necklace today, I hope you like it." After that, Ma Ji gave Lu Shui a wink. Lu Shui hesitated for a second, but finally gritted her teeth and took out the nylon rope from her pocket and handed it to Ma Ji. The old woman's face once again beamed with a smile of joy when she heard that her son had brought her a gift. "Having a filial son like you, I warn you may have lived a worthwhile life." The old woman stretched her neck, looking forward to her son's gift. Ma Ji looped the nylon rope into a circle and gently placed it around the old woman's neck. "Sorry." When Ma Ji finished saying his last words, he used all his strength to tighten the rope. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Woman. After killing the woman, Ma Ji threw the old woman's body downstairs. As Ma Ji killed the old woman and threw her body downstairs, Lu Shui felt a chill in her heart. Her new boyfriend was actually a cold-blooded murderer. But now was the end of the world, and it was every man for himself. For the time being, the two of them had a place to stay, but they knew full well that there wasn't much food left in the old woman's house. If they wanted to survive, they would have to break into Zhang Jie's room. Night fell quickly. In this post-apocalyptic world, the water resources outside have been contaminated and are unusable, and the mineral water he uses for bathing is extremely precious. His space ring also contains hundreds of thousands of barrels of mineral water, and the amount is so large that it can never be used up. After the shower, they lay down together on the sofa and watched a movie. Soon, midnight arrived. Su Xian rested her head on Zhang Jie's chest and slept soundly. She looked like an angel sleeping, and it was hard not to feel affection for her. Successfully survived the apocalypse for 6 days, reward, enhanced neural response speed. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Jie's mind. Hearing this reward, Zhang Jie nodded with satisfaction. He knew the importance of neural response speed in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world. If he couldn't react in time when danger approached, then it would all be for nothing. The outside world is full of all kinds of unknown dangers, and people die outside every day. Only by making oneself strong enough can one survive in this cruel doomsday. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented joy. A bold idea came to his mind. After he had taken Maggie Zhao, he would play the game of 3 people bathing together. The thought of having 2 top beauties to play with him made his blood boil. Most people lead a dull life and only have one wife for their whole life. But now he already has 2 people in his family. Soon, there will be 1 more person. How could this not excite him? Thinking about internet celebrities, his thoughts suddenly drifted back to an incident that had happened before. It was half a year ago, when he was still just a security guard. One day, a luxury sports car suddenly pulled into the community. Driving it was a young woman wearing sunglasses and a mask, covering herself up tightly. Despite this, with his keen powers of observation, he could tell that this young woman was definitely a beautiful woman. From her attire and car, it was clear that she was someone extraordinary, someone who was not ordinary at all. Later, he happened to hear in a casual chat with a colleague that there was even an actress living in the community. However, the actress was extremely mysterious, and no one knew exactly where she lived. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Jie still had no clue. What he had to do now was not to find the actress, but to take Zhao Meiqi and Xiao Xinran into his arms. After carrying Su Xian back to the bedroom, Zhang Jie passed through the door of void and arrived at Wu Renping's home. Wu Renping was lying on the sofa, fast asleep, as he had no room to stay. Yi Tianlong was not in the house, and no one knew where he had gone. At this time, Wang Yan had not fallen asleep yet. She sat quietly on the bed, her mind full of thoughts. She knew that Zhang Jie would definitely come tonight. She had both anticipation and a hint of nervousness in her heart. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the door was gently twisted, making a slight noise. Zhang Jie appeared at the door. Wang Yan hummed lightly and went up to meet him. Meanwhile, on the sofa in the living room, Wu Renping was immersed in a beautiful dream. In his dream, he was in an incredibly luxurious palace, surrounded by a large group of scantily clad, curvaceous beauties. Wu Renping was embracing these beauties, and the table in front of him was full of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Since the end of the world, he has never had a full meal. Every day, he struggles with hunger. Even his wife has fallen apart from him. In his dream, he was having fun and was very happy. The next day came quickly. Zhang Jie got up early as usual and prepared 2 breakfasts. This was the 7th day of his life after the end of the world. After finishing his meal, Zhang Jie went to the surveillance room. He had installed many cameras in the building's corridors to ensure his safety. These cameras were like his eyes, able to help him keep tabs on everything in the building at all times. Neither potential dangers nor unexpected movements could escape his watch. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots came abruptly. Through the surveillance screen, Zhang Jie saw a familiar face. Yi Tianlong, holding a pistol, shot and killed a couple. Before they died, the couple still held several bags of bread in their hands. Yi Tianlong walked expressionlessly over to the man and took the bread from him. Then he raised his mobile phone and took several photos of the 2 gruesome corpses, which he sent to the owners group. From now on, I will be the one calling the shots in this community. Whoever dares to rebel will suffer this fate. Chapter 36, Precious Food. When Yi Tianlong was seen to be holding a gun, there was complete silence in the group of owners. A gun is an incredibly efficient weapon for killing people. Even if you are highly skilled in martial arts, if you are shot by a gun, you will meet your maker. Now that Yi Tianlong has a gun in his hand, he can be said to have completely seized the fate of everyone in the community. Looking at the dark pistol, Zhang Jie experienced a sense of crisis for the first time. Although his physical fitness is now much stronger than the average person, he is still only flesh and blood. But if he is shot, he will die just the same. His top priority now is to kill Yi Tianlong and eliminate this hidden danger. If he can get the pistol, his chances of survival in the end times will be greatly improved. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Jie still couldn't come up with a good plan. If he went out rashly, he would most likely be shot to death. While Zhang Jie was pondering a response, on the other side, Zhao Meiqi was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. Her mind was like a tangled ball of yarn, with confusion and struggle constantly intertwining. At the moment, the feeling of hunger was like a fierce beast rampaging through her body. She looked at the empty house, her heart filled with despair. All the food in the house was gone, and she didn't know what to do. Her stomach rumbled, and the acidity of her stomach juice made her dry stomach twitch. Zhao Meiqi covered her stomach to try to relieve the unbearable pain. After much hesitation, finally, Zhao Meiqi gave in. Her fingers trembled as she picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Jie. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, she noticed Zhang Jie appear in her bedroom. Before she could react, Zhang Jie quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into a door. She felt a blur in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she had already arrived at Zhang Jie's home. Zhang Jie had already walked into the kitchen and started bustling around. At this time, Su Xian stood in front of her, looking up and down at her. Su Xian looked at the girl in front of her, who was obviously several years younger than herself, and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But she quickly adjusted her emotions and pulled Zhao Meiqi to the dining table. Little sister, come, sit here and get ready to eat. You must be starving these days. Zhao Meiqi was also a little dazed, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her with a faint mature air. A few days ago, she had witnessed Su Xian scolding Zhang Jie, and now, Su Xian was actually living in Zhang Jie's house. It was unbelievable. Seeing that Zhao Meiqi's eyes were full of confusion, Su Xian did not explain, but just poured her a glass of cola. Seeing the cola, Zhao Meiqi could no longer bear her hunger, grabbed the glass and gulped it down. The cool cola flowed down her throat, nourishing her body, which had been dry for a long time. After finishing the drink, Zhao Meiqi wiped her mouth with a satisfied look, and a long-lost sense of comfort welled up in her stomach. She never expected that Zhang Jie would still have coke in his house. He must be really rich. Where did he get so much food? Zhao Meiqi couldn't imagine how Zhang Jie had such an abundant supply of goods during this period of scarce resources. I don't know about that. After we finish eating, you can go take a bath. Su Xian said with a smile. Take a bath? Zhang Jie still has water here. That's impossible. Zhao Meiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. In her understanding, all the water had been contaminated, and bathing in water contaminated with acid rain was no different from looking for death. Nothing is impossible. I was also shocked when I first arrived, but I remind you, if you want to stay here, you must listen. Zhao Meiqi nodded. Well, I know. That's good to know. Go take a bath. The water and electricity have been out since the beginning of the month, and you haven't bathed yet, have you? Su Xian gave a meaningful smile. Okay, I'll go right away. Entering the bathroom, Zhao Meiqi got ready for a shower. Not having bathed for a few days made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Creak. The bathroom door was pushed open. Zhang Jie appeared in the doorway. It was dinner time, and Zhang Jie had made several dishes, including mapo tofu, braised pork, and beef and soy sauce. Seeing the array of food, Zhao Meiqi could hardly believe her eyes. It was the first time she had seen so much food since the end of the world. Zhao Meiqi couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and start gobbling. Her mouth was so full that she couldn't care about her appearance. After a while of gobbling, Zhao Meiqi burped. She hadn't eaten so much in a long time, and it almost made her burst. Looking at the youthful Maggie Zhao, Zhang Jie felt a myriad of emotions. He had once given his heart to a woman, but in return had received endless hurt and humiliation. But now he had only offered a little food, and a beautiful woman had gone to great lengths to please him. His life now was no different from that of a fairy. He had no worries about food or clothing, and was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Chapter 37, Potential Crisis. After dinner, Zhang Jie stood by the window overlooking the entire residential area. The acid rain outside was still falling non-stop, showing no signs of stopping. There were fewer and fewer people surviving in the residential area, while there were more and more mutated animals. He could clearly see that there were several wolf dogs with 2 heads running recklessly on the road. In his previous life, he did not even live to this point, so naturally he did not see these changes in the animals. With the addition of Maggie, Zhang Jie also discovered the problem with his room. His room was too small, especially after Maggie came, and the 3 of them were all crammed into one bed, which was just weird. If any more women came along, his room would be completely packed. After thinking about it, Zhang Jie decided to let Maggie stay in her own home for the time being. He had the ability of the void portal, so he could let Maggie enter the portal at any time and be transported over. In this way, the problem of accommodation could be basically solved before he found a new place to live. Although he needed to find a new place to live as soon as possible, Zhang Jie understood that it was not yet time for him to go out. Yi Tianlong was eyeing him from outside, and if he could not solve Yi Tianlong, he could not accomplish anything. However, the good news was that Yi Tianlong's leg had become completely infected and there was no cure. Even if he did nothing now, Yi Tianlong would die at the hands of the bacteria. All he had to do was wait patiently. As for his ex-girlfriend Lu Shui, he could clean up after her at any time. However, Zhang Jie still insisted on his previous idea, that he would let the 2 starve to death. If the 2 didn't want to starve to death, they would have to go out and find food. Once they went out, there was a high possibility that they would die at the mouths of mutated animals. Just as he was thinking, the sound of the phone ringing broke the silence. Zhang Jie frowned slightly, reached for the phone, and answered it. In an instant, Bai Shiya's heart-wrenching cries came through the phone. Zhang Jie, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. Bai Shiya's voice trembled. Please forgive me, I'm really going to starve to death, I can be your slave, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Zhang Jie listened to Bai Shuya's cries without any emotion. All kinds of things flashed through his mind, but now he didn't have any feelings for Bai Shuya, including sympathy. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, he has long since seen through the warmth and coldness of human nature. Every piece of food in the post-apocalypse is extremely precious, it is the foundation of survival, and he would not be stupid enough to give it to just anyone. Kind people always die the quickest in the post-apocalypse, and he doesn't want to be that victim. Not to mention that Bai Shuya has also brought him indelible scars. He hung up the phone and blocked it. He didn't want to have anything to do with Bai Shuya anymore, and didn't want her presence to affect his life. In a certain room, Bai Shuya kept dialing the phone over and over again. She was now so thin that she looked unrecognizable, her body shriveled up, her hair dry and yellow like straw, disheveled and hanging down her shoulders, like a living skeleton. Seeing Zhang Jia black her out, Bai Shuya was completely desperate. She had originally thought that Zhang Jia would save his life because the two had had physical relations, but now, Zhang Jia's attitude determined everything. After pulling Bai Shuya, Zhang Jia returned to his room and played a stand-alone game. These days, people kept knocking on the door, so he didn't get to play the game properly. To prevent boredom in the apocalypse, he downloaded enough stand-alone games to last him hundreds of years. He even hooked up the controller and spent 4 hours playing. Meanwhile, the alert tone kept going off in the property owners group, and the messages were already piling up. He clicked open the property owners group out of curiosity, but couldn't help but gasp. Someone in the owners group had posted a lot of bloody photos, and those shocking images seemed to be scenes from hell. In the photo, a man's stomach was ripped open by something, the wound was hideous and terrifying, and blood gushed out like a spring, staining the ground around him red. In the next photo, a woman was lying on the ground, and a large hole had been cut into her chest, which should have been full of life. As the photos scroll by, each one makes the hair on the back of your neck stand on end. Building 9 #the brave, what the hell is going on? A few days ago there were rats eating cats, and now people? Building 6 #Wang Yan buy used car sales, these people must have died while out looking for food. Building 21 #did Duan Malay, luckily it wasn't me who died. It seems like we can't just go out. Building 8 number 72-year-old lonely old lady, I don't have much food left. What should I do? While the residents were discussing heatedly, suddenly another video was posted. In the video was a black-haired wild boar, with a frighteningly large size, comparable to a small car. The wild boar's eyes flashed with a red, murderous light, as it gnawed on a human corpse. The corpse had been gnawed beyond recognition, bloody and gruesome. Residents, this wild boar is roaming in front of our community gate. Everyone must be careful when searching for supplies. This creature has already eaten more than 10 people. The person who posted this video warned. Building 9 #spiritual young man, damn, what the hell is going on in the world? Is it still possible to live? Hurry up and get a woman so I can die in bed. Building 6 #Wang Yan buy used car for sale, who says it isn't? Every day, I brave the acid rain to find food, and now the man-eating wild boars have arrived. Building 21 #Dagong Mare, Yi Tianlong has a gun, right? Let's get some food and ask him for help, and with one shot, the wild boar will either die or be crippled. When the group heard this, they thought it was a feasible solution, so they all started to mention Yi Tianlong in the group. However, all they got in return was a cold roll. Yi Tianlong was sitting in a house, casually sitting on a chair with other subordinates who had rushed over, and eating bread with gusto. He had already killed 3 people that day. He only had 7 bullets left, which was an important guarantee for his survival in this world. Naturally, he could not waste bullets for a little reward. What's more, he had to save the bullets for Zhang Jia. He swore that he would not rest until he had his revenge. Chapter 38 Xiao Xinran licks the dog. Brother, why do you think the kid got himself a security door? It's really strange. Did he know the end was coming? A few subordinates who had just arrived next to Yi Tianlong asked suspiciously. I don't know, but the fact that the kid could prepare in advance is definitely not ordinary. His security door is incredibly sturdy and electrified, so it's obvious that he came prepared. So what do we do now? That kid is hiding behind the door, fearless and confident. He definitely won't come out willingly. We can't keep waiting like this forever. Yi Tianlong took a deep drag on his cigarette and casually threw the butt on the ground. Don't worry, I've already done some research. This kid has a girlfriend named Lu Shui, who is also in this community.
As long as we can catch this woman, I don't believe he won't open the door.
Upon hearing this, the subordinates' eyes lit up, and they nodded in approval.
Big Brother is brilliant. This is indeed a good idea.
It's not a good idea for us to keep robbing food with so many people. Yi Tianlong waved his hand to indicate that the brothers should be quiet. From today onwards, if anyone in this community dares to disobey, just kill them and take a photo and post it to the owners group. As for women, whoever among you can get one, you can have fun with her yourself, but I'll remind you, if you meet a female celebrity, you must save her for me.
Don't worry, brother.
We've been dying to get laid for a while now, and we're just looking for somewhere to let off some steam.
We'll definitely leave your stuff alone.
While the men were discussing how to rule the community, the situation at Xiao Xinran's home, a flight attendant, was not optimistic. Since Xiao Xinran posted a photo of herself in her swimsuit in the owners group, at first she did receive some supplies from the men who licked dogs. Although the supplies were not much, they were enough to last her a while during this difficult time. Xiao Xinran looked at the men who had brought her supplies and was full of pride. She felt that with her beauty, she could survive the apocalypse carefree. However, as Yi Tianlong began to kill people to loot supplies, no one dared to risk their lives to bring supplies to Xiao Xinran. She had wanted to go out and borrow some food from her neighbors. After all, they were neighbors, and maybe someone would be willing to help her. But the thought that with her pretty face, she would probably be dragged straight into a room for something indecent made her give up on the idea. Her pretty face could be a disaster for her at this time, not an advantage. There was no other way, so Xiao Xinran opened the cupboard and took out the little bit of food that was left. She was now left with just a few small cakes, which would barely last a few days. After eating a small cake, Xiao Xinran lay on the sofa, exhausted, and picked up her phone. She sent a message to all her friends on WeChat. Soon, someone responded to her. The other person's request was simple: a ham sausage for sex once. Seeing this request, Xiao Xinran was furious. As the most famous flight attendant at the airline, she had countless suitors behind her. Those boys tried every means to win her smile. And now, a spare tire, who actually wanted to sleep with her for a ham sausage, was just dreaming. Get lost, you really think highly of yourself, who cares about your stuff?
After scolding him, Xiao Xinran blocked backup number 5.
In a short while, another backup number 3 also replied to her message.
Xinran, I really can't help you. My father went out yesterday to find supplies and hasn't returned yet.
I'm in a difficult situation myself now. Seeing the backup's rant, Xiao Xinran frowned. You're a big man, you don't have anything to eat, so go out and find something.
What are you crying about? What else do you have to eat at home?
Hurry up and send me some, and I'll let you into my house this time. Backup spare part 3 was overjoyed to hear Xiao Xinran's words.
Really? You've never let me into your house before.
Really, but I can only sit for a while. Xiao Xinran knew that she needed food right now, and this man was her only hope at the moment. Although she didn't have any special feelings for these lapdogs, at this time, she could only make some compromises. She wasn't worried about what this man would do to her. She knew the character of lapdog number 3 very well and knew that he had always been an honest person and would never dare to cross the line. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, such honest people were already rare. After a while, the door was knocked on. Standing outside the door was a handsome young man carrying a black plastic bag.
Xiang Xinran, open the door, I've brought you some food.
Xiang Xinran opened the door and the young man hurriedly came in. He took off his raincoat to prevent the acid rain from splashing on Xiang Xinran, and carefully put it aside. Xiang Xinran, it's been a long time, you've lost weight, and this is the first time you've taken the initiative to message me. The boy sat primly on the sofa nearby, opened the plastic bag and revealed 3 packs of instant noodles.
Just 3 packs of instant noodles, that's too little.
Xiao Xinran raised her beautiful eyes in disapproval. There's no way, there's not much food at my house either, and I even stole these from my mom without telling her, so just make do with it. The boy gave a wry smile, a little helpless. No, this is too little.
Get me some more packs.
I didn't even let the others in when they brought me bread and milk.
I specifically asked for you.
Xiao Xinran's tone carried a hint of command. The boy looked troubled, and after hesitating for a moment, he said,
Xinran, there really isn't any more. My family is also having a hard time right now. These 3 packs of instant noodles are the limit of what I can get.
Xiao Xinran flew into a rage upon hearing this. How can you be so useless? You can't even handle something so trivial. I thought you liked me a lot, but it seems that's not the case. Shinran, I've done so much for you, but you don't understand me at all. I get you milk tea when you go to work, and drive you home after work, but now that my mom is sick, you only care about yourself. Seeing that the boy was getting a little emotional, Xiao Shinran was momentarily taken aback. She realized that she had gone a bit too far. If she wanted a man to keep paying for her, she couldn't say anything too harsh. She knew this very well, and had to coax the other person from time to time to make the lickspittle happily pay for her. In the past, she had also relied on such tactics to make the lickspittle do everything for her. Thinking about this, Xiao Shinran reached out and gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Li Yang, I know you like me a lot, but this is the end of the world, and I want to survive too. I've been hungry for many days. How about this, if you give me 5 more packs of instant noodles, I'll never ask you for anything again, and I can come to my house anytime in the future. She gave a promise that no man could refuse. Li Yang froze for a moment, obviously torn. On the one hand was the request of his goddess, and on the other was his mother. Seeing Li Yang hesitate, Xiao Shinran did not hesitate to take his hand directly. The soft touch instantly touched Li Yang's brain nerves like an electric current, leaving him with a blank mind. He felt as if he were in heaven, with only that soft hand and his heart pounding uncontrollably. Xiao Shinran watched Li Yang's reaction and secretly gloated in her heart. She knew her own charm and also the boy's feelings for her, and she decided to add fuel to the fire. Li Yang, I know you are a good person, and you will definitely help me, right? After hearing these words, Li Yang gritted his teeth and agreed to Xiao Shinran's request. After sending off Li Yang, Xiao Shinran was very excited. If there were a few more dogs like this, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. She opened her phone and continued to wait for news from the dogs. However, this time, no one replied to her. After a while, Zhang Jia replied to her. However, Zhang Jia didn't type anything, he just sent her a video. Xiao Shinran clicked on the video curiously and saw a long dining table with all kinds of delicious food. The first thing that caught her eye was a shiny, crispy roast chicken, next to which was a plate of brightly colored sweet and sour pork ribs. Looking further, there was a large plate of braised fish and a plate of stir-fried bok choy. In addition, there were many exquisite pastries on the table, surrounded by meat broth, steaming hot, and a few bottles of red wine by the table. Chapter 39, Molesting the Flight Attendant. In the past, she did receive a video from Zhang Jia. But the content of the video at that time was far from as outrageous as it is now. Before the end of the world, many rich second-generation children had invited her to enjoy a big meal. At that time, she didn't think there was anything special about the luxurious food. But now, just by seeing the pictures of the food, her stomach started to rumble uncontrollably. The delicious dishes in the video instantly aroused her strong appetite. Without much thought, Xiao Shinran quickly sent a cute emoticon to Zhang Jia. And it was accompanied by a text, "Are these things for me?" Xiao Shinran has always been confident in her appearance. In her opinion, it was not strange for a man to prepare a sumptuous meal for her. However, after a long time, Zhang Jia still did not reply. After waiting patiently for a while, Xiao Shinran sent another question mark. This time, Zhang Jia finally replied, first with a simple smiley face, and then with a sentence. "Beauty, do you want to go out?" The moment she saw these words, Xiao Shinran froze. At that moment, she even began to suspect that the person on the other end of the phone was a greasy middle-aged man. "What's wrong with you? Can't you chat properly? You're asking to be dumped." In the past, whenever she saw this kind of flirty message, she would have unfriended and blocked the person without hesitation. If she wasn't so curious about the food in the video, she would have done so a long time ago. "Beauty, don't be angry, how about this, if you call me husband, I'll send you a ham sausage." Seeing this message, Xiao Shinran became even more angry. She had always stuck to her bottom line over the years and had never slept with any man. Asking her to call him husband was clearly a blatant molestation. "Fuck you, you're crazy." Xiao Shinran angrily cursed. However, when her gaze fell once again on the photos sent by the other person, her hand, which was about to click to block, stopped involuntarily. At this time of year, food is extremely scarce, and its preciousness is self-evident. If just saying honey can get food, then it's not something she can't agree to. She has nothing to lose anyway. Just as she was hesitating, Zhang Jia unexpectedly placed a video call. Xiao Shinran carefully answered the call without showing her face. Zhang Jia likewise did not show his face, and he simply turned the camera towards the dining table. After all, sending just a video is not very convincing. When Xiao Xinran saw that the table was indeed set with a pile of food just as it appeared in the photo, she was amazed. She had originally thought that the other party was just fooling her with an online video, but she never imagined that the mouth-watering food actually existed. At this moment, Xiao Xinran felt for the first time that what she had just said was a bit excessive.
Handsome guy, who are you and why do you have so much food at home? I'm an acquaintance of yours, don't you recognize me?
Zhang Jia's voice came from inside.
An acquaintance of mine?
Xiao Xinran frowned, trying hard to think in her mind, but no matter how she thought about it, she still had no idea. In her memory, the acquaintances she knew were all extremely friendly to her, and no one would dare to flirt with her so recklessly.
It doesn't matter who I am. How about that suggestion I made earlier?
Zhang Jia brought up that ridiculous suggestion again.
Do you take me for a fool?
Yi Tianlong is outside right now, and you're just asking for trouble by coming out with food.
Even if I called you my husband, you still wouldn't give it to me.
Xiao Xinran said angrily.
That's not necessarily the case. As long as you give me your location, I can deliver it. Zhang Jia laughed. Really?
A trace of doubt flashed in Xiao Xinran's eyes, but looking at the temptation of the food, she couldn't help but be tempted.
I never lie.
Zhang Jia said with conviction.
Okay, you have to keep your word.
Xiao Xinran bit her lip and finally gave in.
After that, she cooed and called out husband.
No, the voice is too small, I didn't hear it. In desperation, Xiao Xinran shouted a few more times. But when she was done, Zhang Jia hung up the phone without warning. Xiao Xinran looked at the disconnected phone and stamped her feet in anger. She immediately called back, but only heard a busy signal. She was unwilling to be tricked like this, so she kept sending messages to question Zhang Jia.
What do you mean? Why did you hang up on me? You liar. You're not going to deliver the food at all.
Answer my messages. After a while, Zhang Jia finally replied.
Don't worry, little beauty.
The signal was bad.
Are you delivering the food or not? I've done everything you asked.
Xiao Xinran replied angrily. Of course I'll deliver it, but you have to promise me one more thing.
Zhang Jia said nonchalantly. What is it? Don't push it. Send me another intimate photo of yourself, something sexy. You're shameless. You're really pushing it.
Xiao Xinran was furious.
Forget it, and forget about the food.
Zhang Jia didn't seem to care about Xiao Xinran's anger.
Xiao Xinran hesitated.
After some intense thought, she gritted her teeth and sent a sexy selfie.
Can I have the food now? Xiao Xinran asked hopefully.
No, you're wearing too much clothing.
You. With no choice, Xiao Xinran selected another photo.
In the photo, she was wearing sexy lingerie, standing in front of the mirror, examining her figure.
This time, I believe you. Haha, not bad. But I'm a bit busy right now, I'll send it to you when I have time. Zhang Jia again prevaricated. How long are you going to drag this out? If you lie to me again, I'll. Xiao Xinran couldn't think of any harsh words to threaten Zhang Jia. Delete Zhang Jia? That's impossible.
The other party clearly had a lot of food in her hands, and if she deleted it, she would be the one to suffer.
So what are you going to do? Don't forget, I have the food in my hands now, and I have the initiative.
Xiao Xinran was so angry that tears were rolling in her eyes, but there was nothing she could do. She could only pray that Zhang Jia would fulfill his promise as soon as possible and deliver the life-saving food to her. Chapter 40, The Unexpected Visitor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jia was sitting comfortably with the two women around the table, drinking a cool beer and eating the fragrant barbecue. He was in no hurry to go find Xiao Xinran. After all, Xiao Xinran was in another building, and he knew full well that if he went out there recklessly, it would be risky. Not to mention Yi Tianlong, who had a gun in his hand. If he got caught in the rain, he would surely die. Moreover, from Xiao Xinran's state just now, it was obvious that she had not yet reached the point of being desperate. All he had to do was wait patiently for Xiao Xinran to despair. And right now, he had more important things to do. Su Xian and Zhao Meiqi also understood in their hearts that only by obeying Zhang Jia could they continue to survive. However, the two of them were not worried that Zhang Jia would neglect one of them. As long as they behaved well, they could definitely stay here forever. After lunch, Zhang Jia took out the shotgun he had previously bought from the ring. Although the shotgun was very powerful, it had a fatal weakness: its range was very short. If he and Yi Tianlong shot at each other, there was a high probability that he would die first. So he had to think of a way to eliminate the other person before Yi Tianlong fired. Although the system had given him extraordinary nerve reaction speed and physical fitness, Zhang Jie didn't feel that he could now fight someone with a gun relying on his physical fitness. In the end times, it can be said that whoever has a gun has absolute power. Knock, knock. Just as Zhang Jie was pondering his next move, there was a knock on the door. He walked to the door and looked through the camera, where he saw a familiar face. Bai Shuya was now skin and bones, looking very haggard. Her cheeks were sunken, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Her once long, dark, beautiful hair had also become dry and coarse, losing its former luster. Zhang Jie, please. Bai Shuya's eyes were full of pleading. Give me something to eat, I haven't eaten in 2 days, I really can't hold on much longer, I'll do whatever you tell me to, just give me a bite to eat. Her voice was so faint it was hard to hear, like a mosquito buzzing. It seems like we don't have anything to do with each other, why should I help you? Zhang Jie's tone was cold. He wouldn't feel sorry for Bai Shuya even if she starved to death. Please, I'm really going to die. I don't want to die. Bai Shuya's tears welled up in her eyes, and her emotions finally broke. I don't want to die yet, Zhang Jie, please save me. Bai Shuya never imagined that she would cry and beg Zhang Jie for forgiveness. She had no other options now. Food was in short supply for everyone. She had tried to ask for help from others, but was met with cold refusals. Everyone is looking after themselves, so how could they spare any food for her? Even if she wanted to trade her body for food, no one would want to trade with her, as she looked like a ghost. Despite Bai Shuya's incessant knocking on the door, Zhang Jie inside the house still didn't respond. Gradually, Bai Shuya realized that her efforts were hopeless. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a harsh remark. Zhang, I curse you to die a horrible death. You will suffer the consequences one day. Zhang Jie's heart did not stir at Bai Shuya's harsh words. Soon after Bai Shuya left, several figures appeared on the surveillance footage. Yi Tianlong limped along, accompanied by Wu Renping and a few henchmen. To his surprise, Yi Tianlong was holding a woman in his hand. It was his ex-girlfriend Lu Shui. Lu Shui's hair was being tugged by Yi Tianlong, and she followed behind him with a pale face. Bang! Yi Tianlong fired a shot at the security door, and the bullet hit the door, leaving only a shallow bullet mark. Big brother, this door can't even be pierced by a bullet, that's ridiculous. A little brother widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Tianlong's face grew even more gloomy, and he yelled. Zhang, I know you can see outside. I've brought your girlfriend here today. If you don't open the door in 3 minutes, I'll kill her. With that, he pointed the gun at Lu Shui's head. Lu Shui was so scared that she trembled, tears and snot mixing together and running down her face. Ma Ji was dead. Yi Tianlong had kicked open the door and then chopped off his neck with a single stroke. Don't do anything stupid, she's my girlfriend. If you dare to hurt her, I won't let you go. Zhang Jie sat on the sofa, leisurely eating grapes while feigning concern. He didn't care whether Lu Shui lived or died, he was just putting on an act. Kid, you think we can't do anything if you hide in your shell? I advise you to open the door obediently, I might let you off the hook. Yi Tianlong was ecstatic at this point, he didn't expect to find Zhang Jie's weak point so easily. Open the door quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Yi Tianlong's tone became increasingly fierce. Are you men or not, threatening me with my family? Zhang Jie took out another chicken leg and nibbled on it, speaking slowly. Cut the crap. Yi Tianlong gave a wink, and Wu Renping immediately understood. He swung his arm and slapped Lu Shui hard in the face. Ah! Lu Shui screamed, and was knocked to the ground by a slap, with blood slowly oozing from the corner of her mouth. I advise you not to hit her, or I won't let you off. Zhang Jie roared. At this moment, Zhang Jie felt that his acting skills could rival those of an Oscar-winning actor. Let us off? Yi Tianlong snorted derisively, and he lifted his foot and kicked Lu Shui hard on the head. This kick was overbearing and fierce. Lu Shui rolled on the ground a few times before stopping, nose bleeding profusely. You bunch of animals, I won't let you go. Zhang Jie shouted hysterically. He used his acting skills to try to make his anger seem more real. Animals? If you don't open the door, I'll show you how we played with your girlfriend. With that, Yi Tianlong pulled Lu Shui to the door by her hair. Zhang Jie, help me.
Lu Shui covered her face and shouted hysterically. Kid, if you don't open the door, don't blame me for being rude. My brothers haven't touched a woman in a long time, and you don't want to see your girlfriend being played with by other people, do you? Come on, brothers, untie your belts for me first, and let this woman see your strength. Upon hearing Yi Tianlong's words, apart from the impotent Wu Renping, who stood aside with an embarrassed expression, the rest of the men did not hesitate to undo their belt buckles. Seeing the eager look on the thugs' faces, Lu Shui panicked completely. There were 6 or 7 thugs. How could she possibly stand it? What if she got broken in? Chapter 41, Taking Down the Gang Leader. Seeing that the men were about to unfasten their belts, Zhang Jie knocked on the door hard. Stop what you're doing. I can give you 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 barrels of mineral water if you let her go. There are 24 packs of instant noodles in a regular container, and if you save a pack of noodles a day, you can last 24 days. 10 boxes of noodles can keep a person alive for 240 days. Add to that 20 barrels of mineral water, and one person can last a year if they ration their drinking. Hearing Zhang Jie's conditions, the few people outside the door were a little tempted. But Yi Tianlong, as the leader, did not think so. He knew in his heart that since Zhang Jie was willing to hand over the supplies, that meant this woman must hold a very important place in his heart. As long as he put in a little more effort, he was sure he could squeeze more benefits out of this. Zhang, 10 boxes of instant noodles are not enough, at least 50 boxes, otherwise you'll see how your girlfriend dies. I'll be honest with you, my brothers are all perverts, they will never let her die easily. After this remark, the brothers burst into laughter. Boss, don't waste time talking to him, this woman looks quite good, let me do it. One of the brothers, with a fierce face, was a little impatient. No, no. Lu Shui listened to the lewd words of the men, her eyes full of horror. She shouted loudly while backing away repeatedly. Little girl, don't blame us, there's nothing we can do if your boyfriend doesn't open the door. Brothers, line up and come one by one. Yi Tianlong grinned evilly as he bound Lu Shui's hands and feet. You bastards, I'll kill you. Zhang Jie's acting skills exploded, his voice howling like a wounded beast. It's useless to get angry. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, my brothers won't be polite. Yi Tianlong sneered, slowly raising 3 fingers in the air. His voice was cold as he said. 3, 2. Stop, I promise you. Upon hearing Zhang Jie's reply, a smug smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's hideous face. Let her go. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Tianlong's vision went dark. Something fell from the ceiling and landed right on his head. Yi Tianlong's body swayed a few times before he collapsed to the ground. What the few men didn't know was that while they were talking, Zhang Jie had opened a portal in the ceiling above their heads. An iron cabinet was thrown into the portal by him, and then fell out from above the heads of the several men. Big brother! The younger brothers cried out in alarm and rushed over. They scrambled to pull Yi Tianlong, who was covered in blood, out from under the iron cabinet. Yi Tianlong was unconscious by now, with a hideous gash on his head. Seeing Yi Tianlong's miserable appearance, Wu Renping was actually a little happy. He was the strongest among the group, and if Yi Tianlong died, he could completely take his place. Without thinking too much, the group lifted Yi Tianlong up and grabbed Lu Shui to leave the corridor. Zhang Jie had originally thought that he could kill more people, but he didn't expect to only hit Yi Tianlong. However, he was already very satisfied with the result. Now that there was no hospital, if someone was seriously injured and couldn't undergo surgery, they would basically be certain to die. What's more, he had hit them on the head. Human lifelines. After dealing with the outside world, Zhang Jie let out a sigh of relief. Was Lu Shui dead or alive? He didn't care. He walked over to the refrigerator and opened the door. A blast of cold air hit him. Without hesitation, he grabbed a few bottles of beer and gulped them down. 7 days had passed since the end of the world, and the outside world had long since fallen into dire straits, with the people suffering. People were fighting and killing each other for a little food, and were even willing to sell their dignity and bodies. But he had been having fun all day, eating and drinking without worry. If those people outside knew, they would probably be so angry that they would die of it. While the people are struggling with hunger and fear, Zhang Jie is enjoying fine food and the company of beautiful women. They are fighting for a mouthful of water or a piece of bread, while Zhang Jie has an abundance of supplies and a comfortable life. Opening the property owners group, there are still people chatting in the group. Building 3 #sexybaby,
Whoever gives me a bottle of mineral water, I'll let them play for an hour. Building 7 #social you ma good, damn, you fat pig, here to scam again, get lost. Building 10 #building materials Sister Wang, private chat with food, 3 times a bag of bread. Just as Zhang Jia was watching everyone chat, he suddenly received an invitation to join a group chat. The other person's note only had a few words, trading group. With curiosity, Zhang Jia joined the group. When he saw the content of the group, he was shocked. The group was full of men, and they posted pictures of their respective wives with the price of the transaction marked. The women in those photos were either beautiful or plain, but their eyes were full of helplessness and despair. He roughly looked at it, and it seemed that the beautiful women often had to trade several bags of bread, while the less attractive ones could not even get a bottle of water in return. Not only did people trade in the group, but some people also auctioned off some strange and weird things. There were the teeth of unknown beasts, plants of strange shapes, and photos of animal carcasses. The outside world had obviously changed dramatically. At the top of the trading group, there is also an auction list. Without exception, the auction list is full of beautiful women, and the prices are very high. These unfortunate women were captured after the end of the world and have become tools for others to trade. Although Zhang Jia has seen many beautiful faces, he has no intention of bidding on them. If there are too many women in the family, it will not only be crowded, but also prone to various problems. As he watched, Zhang Jia even discovered that someone was offering a reward for his head, worth 2 boxes of instant noodles. Although he didn't know who was offering the reward, he knew that this person must have a grudge against him. Not many people have the power to come up with 2 boxes of instant noodles. Inside building 3 number 201, Zhou Gang, the elderly lady Zhou's younger brother, suddenly sneezed loudly. Chapter 42, Looking for a Hitman. At this time, Zhou Gang was sitting comfortably in the house, embracing a young woman and gobbling down bread. At the beginning of the end, Zhou Gang used his power to cheat many residents of their supplies. This allowed him to still live a life of luxury during these days of the end, enjoying fine food and the company of women. As for his sister, Zhou Laotai, and his nephew, Wu Rinping, whether they were dead or alive, he didn't care at all. In his heart, only his own interests and enjoyment are the most important. Brother Gang, why did you spend 2 boxes of instant noodles to reward a security guard? This is not in line with your identity as the head of the neighborhood committee. The young woman asked with a puzzled face, snuggling in Zhou Gang's arms. She didn't understand why Zhou Gang was so obsessed with targeting a security guard. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival is already so difficult, and every supply is extremely precious. But Zhou Gang is willing to offer 2 boxes of instant noodles as a reward for one person, which seems incredible to her. You don't understand. Although I don't have to worry about food or drink right now, that kid has much more supplies than I do. A flash of greed crossed Zhou Gang's eyes. If I can kill him, I'll be the only person in control of food in this community. Then I'll be the emperor in this community, and I can control everything as I please. But Brother Gang, Yi Tianlong, who has a gun, can't do anything about that kid. What are you going to do? The young woman asked worriedly. She knew how powerful Yi Tianlong was, and she was worried that Zhou Gang's plan would fail and bring danger to herself. Simple, as long as I don't revoke the reward, sooner or later someone will go and trouble him. I don't believe he can kill everyone in the community. Zhou finished eating, and Zhou Gang wiped his mouth and opened the trading group. He just wanted to see if there was any new trading information, but when he saw the new message in the group, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? The woman sensed something was wrong and came over. Damn it, I don't know which guy put a bounty on my head in the group, worth 10 barrels of mineral water. Zhou Gang said angrily with clenched teeth. His face turned gloomy, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. He never imagined that he would also become the target of someone else's reward. So what now? The security door could not stop those people. She knew that in this world of doom, people would do anything to survive. The temptation of 10 barrels of mineral water was enough to make many people crazy. They would definitely come after Zhou Gang no matter what. Before the woman could finish speaking, there was a loud banging on the door. Bang! The security door was smashed through with a hammer, and a large hole appeared in the door. Several men with sticks and clubs appeared outside, their eyes greedy. With another loud noise, the door was kicked open. Several men charged into the house menacingly, and Zhou Gang and the woman were forced to shrink into the corner. What do you want? I'm the head of the neighborhood committee. Zhou Gang tried to intimidate these people with his status.
What's the point of being the head of anything?
Seeing that threats were useless, Zhou Gang's face turned pale. The woman clutched Zhou Gang's arm tightly, and her body could not stop trembling.
Don't be rash, we can discuss this. Zhou Gang tried to calm these people down. Discuss?
You're not worthy, you're just a parasite sucking the blood of the people. The strong man in charge sneered, swung the baseball bat, and swung it at his chin.
Ah!
The baseball bat shattered Zhou Gang's entire jaw, sending flesh and blood flying and teeth flying. Then, the remaining few people raised the baseball bat and hit it against his head. In no time, the fat-headed Zhou Gang became bloody, like a pile of rotten meat, and fell to the ground. At this time, Zhang Jia did not know what was going on here. He just indiscriminately posted the reward and put up everyone who had a grudge against him. But soon after, his WeChat rang. The other party didn't waste any words and sent him a few photos directly. Clicking on the photos, he saw that Zhou Gang in the photos had a blown head and couldn't be more dead.
We have killed your target, now it's time to honor your promise.
The other party's message was sent again. Obviously, after completing the task, they were eager to get the due reward as soon as possible.
Of course, come to Building 9 to collect it.
Zhang Jia replied briefly.
After ending the chat, Zhang Jia stood up and opened the door.
He raised his hand, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared, and 10 barrels of mineral water stored in the space ring appeared in front of him. Although he could completely renege on this promise, he didn't feel there was any need to. If he could establish his authority through this transaction, he could find some thugs to work for him.
That way, it would be convenient for him to do anything in the future.
Soon after Zhang Jia entered the house, there was a rush of footsteps in the hallway. Several burly men in raincoats ran up the stairs in a hurry. The leader of the group, a burly man, saw the 10 barrels of mineral water at the door at a glance, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although they had just killed Zhou Gang and got some food from him, they had not found a single bottle of water during their search. In the world of the end, water is a more precious resource than food. Now, these 10 barrels of mineral water in front of them were simply a huge fortune for them.
It was enough for them to last for a while.
Big brother, this Zhang Jia is really rich, he can afford to give away 10 barrels of water, it's just outrageous.
Cut the crap, he dared to offer a reward for Yi Tianlong, do you dare?
The bald strong man glared at the man who spoke.
We have to leave quickly, before anyone else notices.
The bald and strong man looked around warily before picking up a bucket of water and walking quickly downstairs. The other several strong men also picked up their buckets and followed behind him. After a few steps, Zhang Jia's voice came out. Guys, I still have supplies in my hands, do you want them or not? Hearing the voice, the footsteps of the several men involuntarily slowed down. The bald and strong man frowned, turned around, and a flash of vigilance appeared in his eyes.
Zhang Jia, we're not stupid.
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Just tell us what you want us to do.
The bald and strong man spoke first, keeping a close eye on the door.
My request is very simple. Help me find an actress. An actress? You're not serious, are you?
No one has found her yet, so she must be hiding.
How are we supposed to find her?
The bald guy scratched his head and couldn't help complaining. You know, Yi Tianlong's brothers have been looking for days in the community and haven't found the actress yet. As long as you can help me find news about the actress, 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of ham for each of you. Zhang Jia offered tempting conditions.
This bald guy couldn't stay calm. The conditions Zhang Jia offered were simply terrifying.
He and his brothers have been starving these days, sharing 1 bottle of water between 5 people, and their mouths are sour with hunger. Now, someone is willing to pay the price of 10 boxes of instant noodles just for information about a woman, which is simply outrageous and unreasonable. Okay, I promise you that as soon as I have any news about the female celebrity, I will let you know immediately.
Chapter 43, The New Underworld Boss.
Night fell, and there was complete silence. In one of the rooms of Building 9, Yi Tianlong lay on the bed, unconscious with his head wrapped in thick gauze. Several subordinates sat around him, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. The doctor said that boss's injury is very serious and he needs antibiotics to survive, but there is only one person in this community who has antibiotics, and that is that Zhang kid. One of the subordinates frowned and said, Damn, what's wrong with that kid? He actually bought all the medicine in the pharmacy, not a single one left. At this time, Wu Renping suddenly stood up, walked up to the few people and said, Long Gu hurt the back of his head, without medicine he will definitely die.
In my opinion, we'd better hurry up and choose a new boss. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the few people became gloomy. Wu, what do you mean? You're not qualified to be the boss. One of the underlings stood up with a murderous look on his face. Wu Pingren was unruffled. He drew a gun from his waist and turned on the safety. Whether I'm qualified or not is not up to you to decide, it's up to the gun in my hand. Looking at the dark muzzle, the few people were discouraged. They never expected Wu Pingren to take the pistol while the few people were busy. Okay, you're ruthless. Although the men didn't have a good impression of Wu Renping, they could only obey him as he held the weapon in his hands. Building 8, Room 420. In the dark room, a thin middle-aged woman was sitting on the sofa, stroking the cheek of a little girl. The little girl was pale, thin, and her lips were as dry as the land after a long drought, with a thin layer of skin. She kept touching her sagging belly and looking at the door again and again. Xiaohua, don't worry, Daddy will be back soon with something delicious. The middle-aged woman stroked the little girl's hair gently, trying to ease her hunger. Liar, Mommy is a liar, Daddy hasn't brought anything back for 2 days. The little girl broke free from her embrace and cried loudly. Tears rolled down her face like broken beads, her shoulders shaking. Little Flower is so hungry, she wants to eat. The woman looked at the little girl and felt a pang of sadness. Her eyes reddened instantly, and she reached out to hug the little girl again, but her hand stopped in mid-air, hesitant. Since the end of the world, all the food in the house had been eaten. She tried her best to feed her child, even if it meant eating less herself, she would satisfy her child's needs first. The little girl's father, on the other hand, needed to risk his life every day to find food for the family's survival. He has not returned yet, and she is a little worried. Knock, knock. An urgent knock comes from outside. The woman's eyes, which had been dull, suddenly flash with alarm. She quickly takes the little girl under her arm and walks lightly to the door. Her heart is pounding. When she is sure that it is her husband standing there, she opens the door with relief. A bald, burly man poked his head through the door, looking eager and childlike. Honey, you'll never guess what happened to me today. The woman was in no mood to share his joy and frowned. Come in, the kids are starving. Have you found any food? I have, and there's plenty of it. The burly man pushed open the door and walked into the house, carrying a bulging backpack. He placed the bag on the table and opened it, revealing a variety of food, including bread, biscuits, tins, etc., as well as 2 large buckets of mineral water. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. So much? Where did you get it from? The little girl was originally so hungry that she was listless. When she heard the noise and saw the food on the table, her eyes lit up instantly. She came running over like a happy little bird, and without thinking about anything else, she grabbed the bread and gobbled it up. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I saw a reward in a group. The burly man locked the door behind him and lowered his voice. Someone offered 10 barrels of mineral water in exchange for the life of our community leader. A few of us got together and killed Zhou Gang. We got quite a bit from the guy's house, and these 2 barrels of water were the reward. The burly man recalled the scene at the time and still felt a little excited. This is so good, there can't be any traps, can there? The woman's brow furrowed, and worry appeared on her face. There shouldn't be. The guy even said that as long as we help him find news about an actress, he'll give us 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 barrels of mineral water. No way, where did he get so much water? If Yi Tianlong knew, wouldn't he kill him? The woman's voice was full of doubt, and her brow furrowed even tighter. She couldn't imagine that there was still someone who didn't lack supplies. Yi Tianlong is nothing, you probably don't know, that person is Zhang Jia, who was arguing with Yi Tianlong in the group. The burly man said, shoving a ham sausage into his mouth. I've already made up my mind, I'll just hang out with them from now on, I'll stick with them no matter what. Zhang Jia, is that the guy who threw the medical kit away like trash and has a bunch of food at home? Hearing this name, the woman was dumbfounded. Zhang Jia, the name is already known to everyone in the community. Since kicking the dog that killed Granny Zhou, many people have remembered this young man with more guts than heaven. Especially after Yi Tianlong was crippled by Zhang Jia, the entire community was shocked. To be able to cripple a gangster, this is not something that can be done with just words. This shows the strength of Zhang Jia. Just thinking that her husband can rely on such a big thigh, the woman is overjoyed. At the home of flight attendant Xiao Xinran sat on the messy sofa, distracted. She had originally thought that her lapdog Li Yang would, as usual, be happy to bring her food. However, she had waited all day long,
but had not seen a single hair. Her mood had gradually changed from expectation to disappointment, and now to anger. Her gaze fell on the table next to her. She had already eaten 2 of the 3 packs of instant noodles, leaving only 1 pack left. Although she had sent many messages to Li Yang, one after another, the tone of her words gradually changed from a gentle inquiry to an angry interrogation, but there was never any reply. Even Zhang Jia, who had promised to give her food, did not respond. Gradually, a bad thought arose in her heart.
Li Yang might be dead.
The thought made her feel a dull pain in her chest and she could hardly breathe.
If her only remaining dog was dead, who would bring her food? She couldn't imagine living without food. She couldn't really sell her body for food, could she?
The thought of it made her heart rise with a strong sense of resistance. This was completely impossible for the proud her. She has always been proud of her beauty and temperament, and feels that she should be held in the palm of a man's hand, not use such a humiliating way to exchange for the materials of survival. But now, the grim reality is in front of her. She only has a pack of instant noodles left, and she will run out of food tomorrow. If she doesn't think of a way soon, all that awaits her is to starve to death. Xiao Xinran thought for a long time, and finally made up her mind to urge Zhang Jia a little more. After all, with her appearance, no man could resist her. As long as they had thoughts about her, she could take advantage of them.
Chapter 44, The Clue to the Female Celebrity.
At this moment, Zhang Jia was immersed in a different kind of fun.
He stood in the corner of the room, holding a fishing rod in his hand.
A piece of dried meat with an attractive aroma was tied to the end of the line and hung high in the air. Su Xian and Zhao Meiqi were sitting on the sofa not far away, their eyes fixed on the hanging piece of beef jerky. They were ready to pounce on the delicious food at any moment. When Zhang Jia lowered the fishing rod and the jerky slowly approached them, they couldn't wait to tilt their heads back and open their mouths wide, trying hard to bite the jerky.
It looked like 2 cute little animals fighting over food.
However, just as they were about to bite the jerky, Zhang Jia suddenly lifted the fishing rod, so quickly that they couldn't react. Su Xian and Zhao Meiqi missed their bite, but instead of giving up, they shouted with even more excitement.
Do it again.
But at that moment, the phone rang. Zhang Jia looked down and saw that his phone screen was lit up, and Xiao Xinran had sent him a message.
He clicked on the message, and the concise content came into view. Honey, when will the food you promised me be delivered? Facing Xiao Xinran's inquiry, he ignored it. In his opinion, it was still too early to make a move. At this time, at Wu Renping's home, Granny Zhou was gloating, shoveling bread into her mouth.
With the gun in his hands, Wu Renping had managed to snatch quite a bit of food. Granny Zhou, who hadn't eaten for several days, was finally able to feast. Wu Renping sat aside, his eyes coldly watching Wang Yan, who was sitting not far away. The thought of Zhang Jia brought an uncontrollable rage to his heart. From that moment on, he made up his mind that he must kill Zhang Jia. Wang Yan felt uncomfortable when he stared at her, and she lowered her head, afraid to look into Wu Renping's eyes. But soon, as if she remembered something, she looked up defiantly and locked eyes with Wu Renping, her gaze even carrying a hint of defiance. Wu Renping gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, which creaked. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and not let it erupt immediately. Mrs. Zhou paid no heed to the tense atmosphere between the two men and continued to chew her bread noisily, muttering under her breath. A bunch of unruly people, they had to be forced at gunpoint to hand over their food. Wu Renping walked over to the window and carefully counted up the day's harvest. Because of the gun, the vast majority of people had to obediently hand over their supplies under his threat. Looking at the piles of food, water and various daily necessities in the corner, Wu Renping felt a sense of satisfaction well up in his heart. However, despite this, he still hit a wall in front of a room on the 7th floor of Building 10. He never expected that in this residential area he would encounter a second safe house. The door of that safe house, like Zhang Jie's room, was made of a special material and was extremely sturdy. After thinking about it for a long time, a possibility suddenly flashed through his mind.
Could this safe house be the room of that well-known movie star?
After all, only a celebrity would install a security door in their home for no reason. Wu Renping's thoughts kept surging, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was reasonable. If he could catch this movie star, it would be a real treasure. If he could get this movie star in his hands, he might be able to use her to trade for more food and water. Those with abundant supplies will definitely be attracted to this movie star. After all, being able to own a movie star who once held a high position is a great temptation for many people. By then, the line will probably extend outside the community. Those men will flock from all directions, bringing their supplies to trade with him.
They will grovel before Wu Renping, begging him to give them this rare opportunity.
Wu Renping, on the other hand, can pick and choose the most suitable trading partners to get the most benefits. At this time, Wang Yan had already gotten up, returned to her room, locked the door, and stood in front of a door. Zhang Jia had left a portal on the wall that only she and Zhang Jia could use.
Wang Yan took a deep breath and stepped through the portal with ease.
A strange flash of light flashed, and she instantly arrived at Zhang Jia's home. Entering the living room, she saw Su Xian intently watching a movie with the volume turned up really loud.
Where was Zhang Jia? Why was the TV volume so loud?
Facing Wang Yan's confusion, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. She slowly moved her gaze away from the TV screen, turned her head to look at Wang Yan, and a meaningful smile curled the corner of her mouth. Su Xian slowly reached out her hand, picked up the remote control, and gently pressed a few buttons. As she did, the deafening volume of the TV began to gradually decrease.
Hey, Wang Yan, are you in such a hurry to find Zhang Jia? Su Xian laughed.
Wang Yan gave Su Xian a white look and said a little uncomfortably.
Don't talk nonsense, I just need to find him for something.
Su Xian raised her eyebrows and deliberately lengthened her voice and said,
Oh? You have something on? What is so important that you have to come find him at this hour?
Wang Yan bit her lip and stuttered a little.
It's just something important, don't be nosy.
Su Xian laughed and covered her mouth, saying, Don't be stubborn, we're both women, I know what you want, you just want to stay here all the time, I understand. In a short while, Zhang Jia walked out of the bedroom. When he saw that Wang Yan had actually come to him on her own initiative, he was a little surprised.
What is it?
Zhang Jia said, while casually sitting between the two and putting his arms around their waists. I came to tell you that Yi Tianlong's gun was taken by Wu Renping. I can feel it, and it won't be long before he kills me.
Wang Yan hugged Zhang Jia's arm, seeking his protection.
Zhang Jia was not surprised to hear the news. With the cabinet falling on him, Yi Tianlong would either die or become a vegetable. Whoever could get their hands on the gun at this time would naturally be able to take Yi Tianlong's place. He had long anticipated this situation, so he was not surprised. It now seemed that his top priority was to kill Wu Renping and take the other person's gun.
Chapter 45, The Female Star Chu Yishui.
Just as Zhang Jia was thinking about how to kill Wu Renping, several thugs were standing in front of door 701 on the 7th floor of Building 10. The leader was a man with a fierce expression, holding a magazine in his hands. On the cover of the magazine was an extremely beautiful young girl, charming and touching. The girl's skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by a single blow. Her big, bright eyes seem to have 1,000 things to say when she looks around. Her high, straight nose makes her features even more three-dimensional, while the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always carry a faint smile, like the warmest sunshine in spring, making people feel incredibly intimate and comfortable. Most importantly, this girl has a tall figure, with flesh where it should be and no extra flesh where it shouldn't, and the proportions are perfect. Blind luck, finally found this woman, brothers, break down the door for me. The man was followed by a group of equally fierce-looking men. They were armed with various tools such as iron bars, axes, and hammers. Upon hearing the man's words, the people around him immediately started to break down the door. Inside the house, the actress Chu Yishui was hiding in the corner of the room, trembling with nervousness. Every impact sent a wave of fear through her, and she covered her mouth tightly, afraid of making the slightest sound. She stared fixedly at the door, which was being pounded, and listened carefully for any noise outside. Since the end of the world, she had never left the house. She had thought that would protect her from the others. But the truth had shown her that it was impossible to hide. Her safe house had betrayed her. Although her safe house was of a high standard, she had not expected the end of the world, so she had not stocked up on supplies, and as a result, she did not have much food left. So far, all that was left in her house were a few bags of bread and a few bottles of milk. At first, she had thought about going out and using her public influence to collect some supplies. But when she saw a woman being killed in front of her door, she gave up on that idea. The woman's screams of agony and her desperate eyes were deeply etched in her mind. Humanity had been twisted in this apocalypse, and her fame would only bring her greater danger. If she went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. She might meet a fate even more tragic than that of the woman. No one would consider her feelings. But now, although her safe house was large, with more than 400 square meters of luxurious decoration, there was very little food left. This meant that sooner or later she would have to go out and find food. But her face is just too well known. As one of the stars who appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, no one doesn't know her. Once she goes out, she will definitely be recognized. At that time, what awaits her will be hell. If that happens, she would rather die. In the past few days, she has been paying attention to the property owners group. Zhang Jia, who flaunts his supplies in the group, has successfully attracted her attention. When she saw Zhang Jia eating expensive steaks and drinking fine red wine, she broke down. These things, which she had grown tired of eating before, had now become delicious treats that were out of her reach. As she thought about it, Chu Yishue's stomach grumbled. Stuffing a piece of bread into her mouth made the hunger feel a little better. The sound of smashing continued outside the door, and her heart gradually grew anxious. What if the safe house was broken into? Zhang Jia stood by the window, pondering ways to kill Wu Renping. At that moment, his phone lit up, and the bald, burly man from before sent him a message. Brother Jia, I have news about the actress. She's in room 701, building 10. I just got the news that a bunch of punks are bashing on the door. Zhang Jia frowned slightly and quickly replied. Bashing on the door? You find someone to deal with it. After you're done, add a bucket of water to each of them. Okay, I'll go right away. Soon, Hulei arrived at building 10 with a few burly men. The punks who were banging on the door stopped what they were doing when they saw someone approaching. The leader of the group tried to speak, but a baseball bat was swung at him, hitting him on the head. The leader let out a scream, covering his bleeding head as he stumbled backwards. Seeing this, the other punks panicked, and some of the timid ones even began to shrink back. One of the punks plucked up the courage to say, What do you want? We. Before he could finish speaking, Hulei stepped forward and kicked him, sending him to the ground. Tell me, why did you come and break down the door? Hulei stamped on the punk's chest, his eyes fierce. The punk endured the pain and stammered. We heard that there is a female celebrity here, so we thought we could find some benefits. Hulei sneered, How dare you even think about someone else's woman? A few people behind him pounced on the gangsters and beat them up with their weapons. After a while, the gangsters were beaten all over their bodies and were lying on the ground, dying. Hulei took out his phone and took a few pictures of the gangsters on the ground, then quickly sent them to Zhang Jia. In Hulei's eyes, Zhang Jia had now become his benefactor. The end had only just begun, and he had even been desperate enough to consider suicide. Zhang Jia's appearance had given him and his family a glimmer of hope. As long as he could serve this benefactor well, he might never have to worry about food again. Zhang Jia was exceptionally satisfied when he received the photos of the scene sent by Hulei. How could the woman he was interested in be touched by other people? Zhang Jia was only interested in beautiful women. And now, there was a thorny problem in front of him. Su Xian, Zhao Meiqi, Wang Yan, and behind them Xiao Xinran and the female stars. There were 5 of them. If they were all arranged at home, there would be no room at all. Just as he was thinking, Wu Renping sent him a video. In the video, Lu Shui was tied up in 5 different ways on the table, her face full of panic and despair. Yi Tianlong's group of younger brothers stood around, waiting for his orders. Looking at the phone, Zhang Jia felt nothing. The woman's hypocrisy, betrayal, and viciousness had left him with no more pity for her. In his eyes, Lu Shui's death was not a pity, and what had happened to her was entirely her own fault. Chapter 46, The Despair of an Ex-Girlfriend. Zhang Jia stood in front of the window, watching downstairs. Most of the people in the community had already starved to death, and a small number of people were still struggling. The nearby convenience stores and supermarkets have long since been emptied, and hunger has become the most deadly thing of all. At this time, Wu Renping is staring at his phone, waiting for Zhang Jia's exasperated reply. But after waiting for a few hours, there is no message on the phone. Brother Ping, now those residents have learned their lesson and are all going out to find food late at night. It's much more difficult for us to loot things. Why don't we take this bitch out and trade her for supplies? One person suggested to Wu Renping. At first, the group did manage to loot a lot of food. However, they were shocked when they tried it. The food was consumed much faster than they had imagined, with several mouths to feed. What's more, Granny Zhou was like a black hole that could never be full, constantly shoveling food into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged as she kept chewing, and the already limited food supply was quickly depleted. Wu Renping looked at the gluttonous old woman Zhou and her face became a little ugly. It's okay, I have a gun in my hand. When those people come back, we'll go from door to door and break in to rob.
I don't believe anyone would choose food over their lives. Wu Renping said with gritted teeth. What about this woman? Xiao Di pointed at the bathroom. Wu Renping threw a mobile phone out, a little impatient. Give her the phone and tell her to tell that Zhang Jie kid that if he doesn't open the door, I'll tie his girlfriend to the entrance of the residential building and let everyone have a free experience. When the bathroom door was opened, Lu Shui screamed in horror. She had been tortured all day and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Getting the phone, Lu Shui didn't think twice before sending a WeChat video to Zhang Jie. She wanted to apologize, she wanted Zhang Jie's forgiveness, and she wanted to get out of this hellhole. After pressing the send button, Lu Shui silently prayed that Zhang Jie would answer. The video call connected, and Zhang Jie's face appeared on the screen. Lu Shui's lips trembled. Zhang Jie, I'm sorry. But the next second, she froze. Zhang Jie was sitting on the sofa, and next to him, 3 beautiful women, several times more beautiful than her, were tenderly feeding him grapes. And on the coffee table in front of him, there were all kinds of fruit. Apples, cherries, grapes, watermelons, etc. At that moment, Lu Shui looked at Zhang Jie at the end of the screen, the beautiful women around him, and the table full of fruit, and felt like the most miserable beggar on the side of the road. They were in 2 completely different worlds. Please, redeem me and take me back, I really can't take it anymore, they are nothing but animals. Lu Shui cried out. She hadn't eaten for several days, and her body was already weak to the extreme. Plus, she had been toyed with all day by those people, and she was on the verge of physical and mental collapse. No one could stand such torture. Xiao Shui, I really can't help it. Wu Renping has a gun, and I don't think you want to see me get shot, do you? Zhang Jie's voice came from the phone, cold and decisive. But I really can't stand it anymore. If you can just take me back, I'll do anything. Lu Shui cried loudly, her voice heart-wrenching. But before she could say another word, Zhang Jie hung up the video call. He had no mercy for this woman. If it wasn't for Lu Shui in his previous life, he wouldn't have died so tragically. He knew better than anyone that Lu Shui had not admitted her mistake because she knew she was wrong, but because she knew she was going to die. Su Xian and Zhao Meiqi were half lying on the sofa, leisurely checking their phones. Maggie, I just saw someone in the owner's group kill their pet cat to eat the meat. That's pretty sick, Su Xian said with a frown. What's so strange about that? In a few days, eating people will be normal. Zhao Meiqi said indifferently. In the few days since arriving at Zhang Jie's house, she has completely adapted to this carefree life. There is an abundant supply of food every day, and all kinds of delicious fruits to enjoy at will. There is no need to worry about survival at all. Su Xian sighed slightly and said, if I have to go back to hunger and starvation, I absolutely won't be able to accept it. Zhao Meiqi nodded and agreed, yes, now only a fool would want to leave here. Hey, look at the others, they are already so hungry they would eat their belts, and we are still eating alone, isn't that not good? Su Xian frowned, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. She looked at the fruit on the coffee table and thought of those people struggling outside. What's the big deal? I even posted a photo on WeChat yesterday. All my girlfriends were asking where I was and wanted to come over for a bite. Maggie Zhao said nonchalantly. She took out her phone and found the WeChat post she had made yesterday. It showed photos of all kinds of delicious food and her smug smile. You see, they're all jealous. Yes, if the outside world is hell, then this place is heaven. Everyone would want to come here. Su Xian sighed. If only it could always be the 4 of us here. Maggie Zhao said softly. She imagined a scenario where only the 4 of them lived here, without any interruptions from outsiders, and only endless peace and contentment. Not likely. I reckon this house will soon be too small to live in. Su Xian shook her head, breaking Maggie Zhao's fantasy. After taking a cool shower, Zhang Jie picked up the dumbbells and started exercising. After eating and drinking all day, if he doesn't exercise, he will sooner or later become a useless person. After exercising his upper body strength, Zhang Jie did some squats. Squats can greatly enhance the strength of the leg muscles, allowing him to have a more stable center of gravity and stronger explosive power. The animals outside are mutating like crazy, so he can't run fast. At this time, his phone rang, and a cute avatar with the nickname Baby Snow requested to add him as a friend. Chapter 47, First Time Out. Looking at the red dot on the screen, Zhang Jie agreed to the friend request. Strangely, after adding him as a friend, the other person did not say anything. The two were at an impasse for a while. Zhang Jie sent a question mark.
After a while, Snow Baby sent a few words.
Do you have any extra food? I'm willing to trade you for gold bars.
Seeing this message, Zhang Jia felt that the other person was a bit humorous. If gold bars could be eaten, he would trade them, but gold bars are not as good as a biscuit in the end of the world. Seeing that Zhang Jia did not respond, Baby Shui sent another message.
Which one do you want, the emerald bracelet, the sapphire, or the diamond necklace? I can give you all of them. Zhang Jia did not reply, and directly clicked on Baby Shui's friend circle. Strangely, there was no activity in Baby Shui's friend circle. Obviously, this was a small account that had just been created. The other person was using a fake identity to chat with him. Plus, Snow Baby was being very generous, so Zhang Jia seriously suspected that the celebrity hiding in the safe house was the one he was talking to. The other person was afraid to reveal their true identity, so they could only trade with him in this way. At this time, Zhu Yixue was nervously staring at her phone, waiting for Zhang Jia to reply. As a household name celebrity, she had no shortage of money at home. If she could use some jewelry to trade for some food from Zhang Jia, who was well supplied, that would be perfect. But after waiting for a while, Zhang Jia did not reply to her message. Zhu Yixue knew very well that Zhang Jia was no fool. Her expensive jewelry was worthless in the apocalypse. Clicking on Zhang Jia's moments and looking at the photos of delicious food, Zhu Yixue swallowed. Envy. Jealousy. She could not understand why Zhang Jia could live such a life. Zhang Jia ignored the messages that Baby Snow kept sending him. What he needed was not money, but a beautiful woman. In a few days, the actress would understand what she had to pay for. Turning off his phone, he took out the shotgun he had previously purchased. Taking advantage of the dark night, he was going to kill Wu Runping for good. In this way, no one in the community could threaten his safety anymore. He had a dagger in his bosom and a shotgun in his hand. Taking advantage of the pitch-black corridor, Zhang Jia crept out of his home. According to Wang Yan, Wu Runping should be staying at home downstairs with a few henchmen. In order to prevent being discovered if he took the stairs, Zhang Jia used his ability to create a hole in the middle of the floor and jumped directly to the 9th floor. However, when he cautiously arrived at the front door of Wu Runping's home, he found that the door was wide open and empty. Just as he was wondering, a gunshot was heard in the community. Although the sound of the gunshot was very faint, being muffled by the rain, Zhang Jia, whose hearing had been enhanced, could still hear it clearly. The gunshot came from the next building, number 7. It was obvious that Wu Runping had changed his base of operations. Zhang Jia took out 2 raincoats from his ring and folded them together and put them on. He would completely kill Wu Runping today to eliminate the threat. When he arrived on the 1st floor, the rain of blood outside was still falling. The sky was covered by endless clouds of blood, presenting a heart-stopping red color. Zhang Jia stood in the doorway and carefully checked his equipment. Making sure there were no gaps left on his body, he took a deep breath and walked into the strange rain of blood for the first time. The raindrops hit his raincoat with a hissing sound. Although the raincoat partially blocked the rain, Zhang Jia could faintly smell a pungent burnt smell. The bloody rain was slowly corroding his raincoat. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Most of those once living beings had now become skeletons. Since it was late at night, he did not encounter any other residents along the way. Soon he arrived at Building 7. Based on the gunshots just now, Zhang Jia judged that Wu Runping should be between the 6th and 7th floors. Gripping his shotgun, he quickly arrived on the 5th floor. Many of the doors of the residence on the 5th floor had been opened, and the inside of the house was in a mess. On the stairs, he saw many dried and blackened bloodstains. In the end times, fighting has become commonplace, and the law of the jungle is fully reflected at this moment. There is no mercy, no compassion, only a cruel competition for survival. As he walked, a strong bloody smell suddenly filled his nostrils. He followed the source of the smell to room 502. When he stepped into the room, he couldn't help but frown. The room was a mess, with objects scattered all over the floor and the walls covered in blood. On the floor lay the body of a man who had been shot in the head, blood and brain matter mixed together. On the sofa lay a woman, her throat slit, her blood staining the sofa and the floor. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had experienced great fear before dying. The messy footprints on the floor already indicated what had happened here. Leaving the room, Zhang Jia continued walking upstairs. In room 803, Wu Runping was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by a group of his henchmen sitting casually together. A pile of beer bottles was in front of them, and several people were drinking beer. After gulping down a mouthful of beer,
one of the younger men wiped his mouth with his sleeve and then looked in the direction of the bathroom.
Boss, that woman is about to die, should we give her something to eat? Wu Renping frowned, thought for a moment, and said,
Give her a few sips of water, don't let her die now, and hang her in the owner's group tomorrow morning to see if we can get a good price.
The younger brother nodded and replied, Okay.
Then, as if he had remembered something, he continued,
What about Brother Long?
Wu Renping glanced at the room next door and said flatly,
What else can we do?
The wound has become severely infected, there's no hope. Find 2 people to carry him downstairs, don't let him die in the house, it's unlucky. The younger brother who spoke looked troubled.
Although he was reluctant, in this doomsday environment, he knew the consequences of disobeying Wu Renping's orders.
Very soon, Yi Tianlong was carried out. At this time, Yi Tianlong's face was pale as paper, and although gauze was tied to his forehead, a foul stench continued to come from the wound. Yi Tianlong had already killed Wu Renping 100 times in his heart, but he was now too weak to even curse. He had hurt his head and was unable to resist Wu Renping, so he could only wait to die. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the once mighty mob boss was carried out of the room by 2 men and walked towards the window.
Chapter 48, The Killing Begins.
The 2 underlings carried Yi Tianlong to a window. Looking at the once mighty boss in his current state, the 2 could not help but feel some emotion. One of them lowered his head, his face showing remorse, and said softly,
Brother Long, I'm really sorry, we really have no choice.
The other person nodded in agreement, helplessly saying, That bastard has a gun, we can only recognize him as the boss, and we dare not disobey what he says. He sighed and said, Don't worry, I'll burn you more joss paper this time next year. As they spoke, the 2 men opened the window, which faced away from the rain. The cold wind blew through, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Just as the 2 men were about to throw Yi Tianlong out of the window, the short-haired man suddenly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and looked into the darkness in the distance.
Hey, did you hear anything? The long-haired man wrinkled his nose and said, No, why? Don't be so jumpy, you're just scaring yourself.
The short-haired man seemed to sense something, and after looking around for a while, he said,
Something's wrong, I feel like someone's watching us.
The long-haired man rolled his eyes.
Liuzi, I think you're hallucinating from all the masturbation. Everyone in the building knows we're here, who would dare come?
The short-haired man hesitated for a moment, looked around again, and finally shook his head.
That's true. I hope I'm just being paranoid.
However, just then, a cold light suddenly flashed. The long-haired man felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his throat. A dagger pierced his throat with such speed that he had no time to react.
Choking. Shocked.
He opened his mouth to make a sound, but all he could spit out was a mouthful of blood. Before the remaining short-haired man could react, another dagger slid silently like a ghost across his neck. The movement was clean and swift, without a trace of hesitation. The short-haired man only felt a coldness in his neck, followed by a fountain of blood. He subconsciously covered his neck with his hand to try to stop the blood from flowing, but it was all in vain.
Bang! The 2 of them fell over at the same time.
Yi Tianlong fell heavily to the ground and, seeing what had happened in front of him, was stunned.
It was too fast.
Everything had happened too fast. 1 second they were still talking, the next they were corpses. After recovering from the shock, an unprecedented feeling of joy welled up in his heart.
Excitement. Excitement. He was saved.
Yi Tianlong never would have imagined that, at this critical moment, someone would come to his aid and save his life. It felt like he had been to the gates of hell and was now being dragged back. He now felt that it was clearly the will of heaven that he not die, that his life was not meant to end. He was now desperate to see who had reached out a helping hand in this desperate situation.
But when a face slowly emerged from the darkness, Yi Tianlong was completely dumbfounded.
The person who had saved him was none other than his sworn enemy Zhang Jie. After killing the 2 men, Zhang Jie looked at Yi Tianlong on the ground. Yi Tianlong was now dying, and had completely lost the arrogance he had at the beginning. Stepping on his chest with 1 foot, Yi Tianlong let out a muffled grunt. He was now incapable of any resistance and could only be slaughtered at will. Zhang Jie leaned slightly forward, stared into Yi Tianlong's eyes, and said coldly,
If it isn't my social dragon brother, I never thought we would meet in this way.
Yi Tianlong looked at Zhang Jie weakly, his eyes full of fear and despair. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but could only let out a faint sound of breath. After saying that, Zhang Jie drew the dagger at his waist and raised it high. As his hand released, the dagger fell vertically and plunged into Yi Tianlong's brow. Yi Tianlong's body twitched violently, his eyes instantly widening, before losing their luster. Strange, it's been so long since Lu Zi and Hu Zi went out, why haven't they returned yet? Wu Renping frowned, pacing back and forth in the room, with a vague sense of unease in his heart.
These two guys aren't going to go find a woman somewhere, are they?
One of the younger brothers smirked on his face and teased.
Big brother, don't worry, it's absolutely fine, as long as you don't go out of this building, you'll be safe.
Well, one of you go out and look for them, it's not safe out there right now. Wu Renping stopped in his tracks, scanned the group with his gaze, and ordered.
I'll go. A burly man volunteered and stood up.
A few minutes later, the man pushed open the door and stumbled in, out of breath.
Big brother, something's happened.
Lu Zi and Hu Zi are dead, right in the hallway, and Yi Tianlong has also been killed. The man's voice trembled, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying.
What? Hearing the news, everyone was shaken.
The whole neighborhood knew that they had guns, and yet someone had dared to mess with the bigwigs.
Several people went outside.
When they saw the three bodies on the ground, including Wu Renping, they were shocked and unable to speak. The eyes of Liu Zi and Hu Zi on the ground were wide open, and the expressions of fear before death remained on their faces. Yi Tianlong was lying on the side, with a dagger stuck in his head. They didn't hear any sounds, and there were no traces of a fight on the ground at all. This was enough to prove that the two men had been killed instantly. Wu Renping, illuminated by the candle, looked at the bodies on the ground, and a chill kept rising from his heart, making every pore of his body stand up. The murderer, who could easily kill two adults in a very dimly lit environment without making a sound, was anything but simple. These days, he had led a group of henchmen and killed many people. Those who had had conflicts with him or who he simply didn't like had all become the ghosts of his subordinates.
Wu Renping is not unaware of the many enemies he has made, but he doesn't care.
He feels that having a gun in his hands gives him an absolute advantage. Because of this, there are countless people who want to kill him. Wu Renping occasionally worries that someone might sneak up on him, but he quickly reassures himself that he has many people under his command and that he is always on guard, so no one can get the better of him. This is the reason why he dares to act so tyrannically. At this moment, Zhang Jia is hiding in the corner of a room, using a small hole he has made to observe the situation outside. The reason why he came to this building this time is that apart from killing Wu Renping, he also has an important purpose.
The flight attendant Xiao Xinran is now running out of everything. He needs to go door to door to take Xiao Xinran into his harem.
Chapter 49, Taking Care of Wu Renping.
With two people dead, Wu Renping and his remaining brothers could no longer calmly drink beer. Obviously, someone had set their sights on them.
There were no lights in the hallway, only the faint light from the candles. Looking at the inky darkness in the distance, the hearts of the few people began to tremble. Fear slowly rose from the bottom of their hearts like a cold tide, gradually spreading throughout their bodies.
Big brother, what do we do now? We don't even know who did it, and it's dark as pitch, how are we going to find them?
One of the younger brothers asked, his voice trembling.
Wu Renping gritted his teeth.
Lu Zi and Hu Zi hadn't been dead for long, so the guy must still be in the building.
Everyone search quickly, and if you find anything, just yell. He's not as tough as a gun.
Although the younger men were all a little scared, they had no choice but to disperse and search for the murderer in the face of Wu Renping, who was armed with a gun. Wu Renping's nerves were on edge, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness around him, his ears pricked up, catching any suspicious sound. His mind flashed past his enemies one after the other, pondering the identity of the murderer.
Was it that rival who had once taken business away from him? Or was it someone who had always hated him?
But after thinking for a long time, he still didn't get an answer.
Who would dare to provoke someone with a gun?
At this time, Zhang Jia was like a cheetah lurking in the dark, watching the few people outside. He was hiding in the house and could clearly see the few people outside, but those people outside were unaware of his presence. Soon, a young man with dyed yellow hair appeared in his field of vision. The young man was a bit careless, and walked step by step towards the room where he was. When Huang Mao reached out and pushed open the door, Zhang Jia, who had been hiding behind the door, instantly struck. He grabbed Huang Mao's neck and twisted it. There was only a crackling sound, and before Huang Mao could even let out a scream, Zhang Jia had easily broken his neck.
With Wu Renping outside, there were only 4 people left.
Since it is a hunt, naturally one must take the initiative. With a single gesture, Zhang Jia conjured a spatial portal before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through, instantly passing through several solid walls and arriving in a completely different room. The hallway was pitch black. Two men with shiny bald heads held candles and checked each room. The older man was named Zhao Feng, and his younger brother was Zhao Yun. At the moment, the hallway was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air.
Brother, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm so scared. Zhao Yun's voice trembled, and he kept looking back. Don't worry. Zhao Feng reassured him softly.
Don't forget, I'm the Sanda champion, and if I run into that kid, he'll be dead or crippled.
Do you think it could be that guy Zhang Jie who killed them?
He and we should both have a grudge against each other. Zhao Yun, who had spoken earlier, was still full of worry, speculating uneasily.
A person who only knows how to hide in a safe house dares to come out and kill? You're not making me laugh.
Zhao Feng snorted in derision, and his voice spread throughout the hallway. Your brother killed several people in underground boxing matches back in the day. If it's that kid, I can kill him with one punch. As the two men spoke, a figure suddenly flashed in the corridor.
Who is it? Show yourself.
Zhao Feng roared, immediately chasing after the shadow, which disappeared into the corridor in an instant.
Tap, tap. The sound of rapid footsteps continued to echo in the corridor.
Zhao Feng chased for a long time, and the shadow gradually stopped. Zhang Jie turned around, smiling, and looked at him quietly. Although Zhao Feng was a little surprised to see Zhang Jie, he soon smiled. Kid, we didn't go looking for you, but you actually dared to come out and die. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, all of his muscles instantly tensed up. He swung out a punch with a whooshing sound, slamming it towards Zhang Jie's face. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Jie didn't dodge or avoid it, and easily caught his fist with one hand.
Ha!
Zhao Feng was taken aback, and his pupils suddenly narrowed.
Then, a tremendous force came from the fist.
With a crack, a crisp sound of bone breaking rang out in the silent hallway. His arm was broken, and the excruciating pain spread throughout his body instantly.
How is this possible? Doubt. Shock. Fear.
Zhao Feng had once specifically measured his punching power, and he could hit around 100 kilograms with one punch.
In his understanding, not many people could withstand it.
But now, in front of this person, he was completely defenseless, like an unarmed child. Without giving him any time to think, Zhang Jie's fist smashed into his nose. There was only a muffled thud, and Zhao Feng felt only a dark blackness in front of his eyes. A sharp pain came from his nose, and blood spurted out instantly. Zhao Feng flew backwards violently, hitting the wall hard and fainted. After finishing off one, Zhang Jie turned his attention to Zhao Yun, who had hurried over. When he saw that his eldest brother had been so easily dealt with, he was struck by lightning and froze in place.
What kind of monster are you?
Zhao Yun was full of fear, and squeezed out a few words between his teeth.
Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Yun rolled over and turned to flee.
His mind was filled with only one thought, and that was to tell Wu Renping to deal with it. However, he did not expect that Zhang Jie had already taken out a crossbow from behind him. Whoosh! A sharp sound of the air being broken was heard, and the crossbow bolt was shot. Zhao Yun felt only a sharp pain in his back. He looked down, and the crossbow bolt pierced his chest, spurting blood. Plop! Zhao Yun fell to the ground, and there was no more movement. On the other side, Wu Renping, who had not received a response from his subordinates for a long time, began to become anxious. A few minutes ago, he pushed open a door and saw the corpse of one of his men. Wu Renping couldn't believe his eyes. Someone had killed his men without him knowing, and he still didn't know anything about it. Ah! A miserable scream suddenly came from the darkness in the distance. A bloody man rushed out of the darkness. He looked extremely terrifying, his clothes soaked in blood, and an arrow was stuck in his neck. The man stumbled and ran, as if he was fleeing from a terrible demon. In the end, the man fell headlong at Wu Renping's feet and died instantly. Seeing the familiar crossbow bolt, the figure of Zhang Jie immediately came to mind in Wu Renping's mind. With a bang, Wu Renping raised his gun and without hesitation fired a shot in the direction the man had come from. However, after the gunshot, there was no response. The next second, there was a gunshot behind him. The bullet hit his right hand precisely. The huge impact blew his right hand apart, sending flesh and blood flying. Ah! Wu Renping let out a scream, and the pistol in his hand instantly dropped to the ground.
Chapter 50 Not a Bad Harvest.
When Wu Renping turned around with difficulty, he saw a face that was all too familiar. Zhang Jie stood expressionless behind him, holding a double-barreled shotgun in his hands. Without giving Wu Renping time to react, Zhang Jie brought his hand up and brought the sharp end down, cutting off Wu Renping's left hand. Wu Renping only felt a coldness in his left arm, followed by a piercing pain. Wu Renping could no longer bear it, and his screams resounded throughout the building. Although many people heard the screams, no one dared to come out of their rooms.
Anyone in their right mind could tell that there were two different gunshots.
This meant that there were two groups of people fighting outside. For the residents of this building, the more people with guns who died, the better, so naturally they would not meddle. He kicked him to the ground, and Zhang Jie stood over Wu Renping's chest with cold eyes.
You want to kill me, why don't you do it?
Zhang Jie raised the shotgun and aimed it at Wu Renping's head. Wu Renping closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. However, just as Zhang Jie was about to pull the trigger, Old Lady Zhou suddenly rushed over. Old Lady Zhou grabbed Zhang Jie's arm and tugged frantically.
Zhang, how dare you kill someone?
I'll have the police arrest you.
Get out of my way.
Zhang Jie shouted angrily, raised his hand and slapped Old Lady Zhou hard in the face. The slap knocked Old Lady Zhou to the ground, where she collapsed. The old woman's face was covered in blood, but she ignored the pain and struggled to get up. She had only one thought in her mind, and that was to save her son. Don't kill him, please. The old woman knelt on the ground and kept on begging for her son's life.
Bang!
Ignoring the old woman's pleas, Zhang Jie pulled the trigger.
Ah, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you.
Old woman Zhou swung her fists and hit Zhang Jie. But this was the end of the world, and Zhang Jie did not respect the elderly or the young. He kicked old woman Zhou in the face, and she covered her face and fainted. After finishing off the two, Zhang Jie did not forget to take a photo of Wu Renping's corpse and casually posted it in the group. After putting Wu Renping's pistol into his space ring, he went to the room where the several people had been. The room was filled with looted food and some mineral water. Zhang Jie counted and there were dozens of bags of bread and several boxes of ham. There were even a few buckets of mineral water. Apart from the food, he also saw many expensive watches and cash. Even in the end of the world, these people still haven't forgotten to amass wealth. After putting all the food into the space ring, Zhang Jie continued to search. These people have robbed a lot of people in the community these days, so there can't be just food. After searching for a while, Zhang Jie found a safe in the corner of a room. Although there was no password, Zhang Jie used the ability of the void portal to magically open a hole in the safe. There were no priceless treasures in the safe, but some strange things instead. Among them were the bones of some animals, which were of different shapes and sizes and covered with gnawing marks. Next to the animal bones was a piece of animal skin. The animal skin was a dark green color, and it had scales all over it, very similar to those of a snake. Judging from the size of the skin, it was definitely left behind by an exaggeratedly large python. The python's body was probably much larger than any other python in the world. It was hard to imagine how shocking it must have been when it was alive. In addition, there was also a strange blood-red fruit in the safe. The fruit gave off a faint red light, and it didn't look like a normal fruit at all. Zhang Jie took out the animal skin and gently sliced it with the knife. The sharp knife encountered an invisible resistance the moment it came into contact with the animal skin. There was only a slight hissing sound, and only a shallow mark was left on the animal skin. Zhang Jie's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, and he decided to increase his strength and try again. He gripped the handle of the knife tightly, the muscles on his arm bulged slightly, and then he made a fierce cut. However, this time, the result was the same, the animal skin was still uncut and intact. He was surprised that even he, who had 4 or 5 times the strength of an ordinary person, was unable to cut the animal skin. Zhang Jie suddenly realized that he might have discovered something unusual. After putting away the animal skin and bones, he looked at the fruit. The fruit lay quietly there, looking a lot like a dragon fruit. Zhang Jie gently held the fruit in his hands. A cool feeling instantly seeped into his heart, giving him a burst of comfort. The coolness was like a clear stream, slowly flowing through his body, dispelling the heat and fatigue in his heart. He couldn't help but feel this wonderful feeling carefully, and his curiosity about the fruit grew stronger. However, despite the strange feeling brought on by the fruit, he still didn't have the courage to eat it. After all, in nature, the brighter the plant, the more poisonous it tends to be. Better to be safe than sorry. He would never try it before figuring out what it was. He could not guarantee that he could be reborn after death. After storing the fruit in space, Zhang Jie prepared to go find Xiao Xinran. Xiao Xinran was probably so hungry that he had lost his mind, and now that he had appeared, he could easily take him.
Just then, his phone rang.
The photo he had sent in the group had caused an uproar. Building number 1 hashtag brother Hua unlocking. Holy shit, no way, Wu Renping is dead? How is this possible? Wu Renping had a gun and people, who could have killed him? This photo must be fake. Building 3 hashtag don't cry, camel, it's fake, right? Wu Renping just replaced Yi Tianlong as the new big brother, and he's enjoying the limelight. How could he just die? I don't believe it. Someone is playing a prank. Building 5 hashtag photography. I've looked at the photo carefully, and there's definitely no sign of photo editing.
It's definitely Wu Renping.
I'm a photographer, so I can tell.
Building 1 hashtag Huagu unlocking. Wu Renping was really killed. Are you kidding? Who is Zhang Jie? I've never heard of this guy before, how could he be so capable? Building 5 hashtag photography. Zhang Jie? You don't know?
The only person in the entire neighborhood with a safe house, with more food than he knows what to do with, and the only person in the neighborhood who dares to go up against the boss, Yi Tianlong. Building 3 hashtag don't cry, camel, so awesome, I've really learned something today.
Building 1 hashtag Huagu unlocks. He killed Wu Renping, so didn't he take Wu Renping's gun?
As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent. They had just lost one Wu Renping, and now there was a new Zhang Jie. The threat of the pistol had not disappeared, it had just changed owners. But Zhang Jie didn't care what the others thought, he just wanted to go to Xiao Xinran's house.
Chapter 51, The Flight Attendant's Choice. Room 2105.
Xiao Xinran lay helplessly on the bed, her hunger constantly tormenting her. She tightened the rope around her waist, which helped to alleviate the hunger that was surging like a tidal wave. The instant noodles delivered by Licking Dog were lying on the floor, the packaging bag thrown haphazardly about. The food that had once brought temporary relief had long since been exhausted. At the moment, her eyes were vacant and her thoughts were beginning to become unclear. She seemed to see a table full of delicious food swaying before her eyes, exuding an attractive aroma, but when she reached out to grab it, there was only endless emptiness. Every breath became difficult, and the cramps in her stomach and the dizziness in her head made her suffer. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. The phone's battery had run out, so she couldn't contact anyone anymore.
Xiao Xian regretted it.
She should have cultivated a good relationship with Zhang Jie earlier. In that case, with her looks, she definitely would not be lying miserably in bed, waiting for death to come. If someone could give her some food right now, even just a little insignificant food, she would give anything in exchange. But now she was so weak that even a breeze could blow her over, and she didn't even have the strength to walk out of the room. In the haze, a vague figure appeared in front of her. At first, she thought it was just an illusion caused by her hunger, but as the figure gradually became clearer, her heart leaped. When she saw that the figure was Zhang Jie, Xiao Xinran sat up abruptly. Her eyes were full of surprise and confusion.
You? How did you get in? That's not the point.
Zhang Jie smiled at her. You should still remember me, the perverted rapist.
That was all in the past, what's the point of bringing that up? Xiao Xinran's voice was full of eagerness and longing. Did you come to bring me food? I do have food, but...
Zhang Jie said, and suddenly a bottle of Master Kong iced tea appeared in his hand.
The moment she saw the iced tea, Xiao Xinran's eyes lit up. As long as she could drink, she could alleviate her hunger and continue to live. Is this for me?
Xiao Xinran reached out her hand, wanting to take the iced tea in her hands. However, Zhang Jie suddenly raised his hand high in the air just as Xiao Xinran was about to touch the mineral water bottle. Xiao Xinran's hand stopped in mid-air, and the light in her eyes dimmed a little instantly, replaced by anxiety and pleading. Zhang Jie opened the water bottle and took a sip, then opened the window in front of Xiao Xinran and threw the entire bottle out. The water bottle traced an arc in the air and instantly disappeared from Xiao Xinran's sight.
Ha! Xiao Xinran's eyes widened in disbelief. She really couldn't understand Zhang Jie's behavior.
Food was now worth 100 times more than gold. The guy in front of her had just thrown away a sip of water, so what was he, crazy? Her mind raced as she tried to find a reasonable explanation. Even if there was a lot of food at home, it couldn't be wasted like that. Before Xiao Xinran could react from her surprise, Zhang Jie's hand magically produced a duck leg. The duck leg was golden in color and had a delicious aroma that instantly filled Xiao Xinran's nostrils and made her stomach twitch. She was really hungry. But Zhang Jie simply ignored her and threw the duck leg out of the window with a flick of his hand. "Please, don't throw it away, give it to me." Xiao Xinran pulled Zhang Jie's arm and pleaded with tearful eyes. "I can give it to you, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, so how are you going to repay me?" Zhang Jie looked at Xiao Xinran's pale face and smiled. "I." Xiao Xinran hesitated. She knew exactly what Zhang Jie meant. This man, who had been hurt by her, had now appeared at her most desperate moment and made such a request, obviously wanting to take revenge on her or get some compensation from her. Now she had two choices. One was to refuse Zhang Jie and continue to stay in the house and wait to die. She imagined herself continuing to lie in bed, slowly losing consciousness and eventually dying, her heart filled with fear. The second was to agree to Zhang Jie and become his woman. She had once been so proud and conceited, attracting the attention of countless men with her face and figure. She had never imagined that she would one day be committed to a man for a mouthful of food. Now, the question of life and death was before her. Her choice would determine her fate. Seeing Xiao Xinran hesitate, Zhang Jie placed a small alarm clock on the table. "You have 10 seconds to think about it, and after 10 seconds I will leave." He wound the clock, and the second hand began to tick. But after only 3 seconds, Xiao Xinran burst into tears. "I'll choose option 2. I'll do anything, no matter what, as long as you give me food." Xiao Xinran struggled to her feet with all her might, stumbled towards Zhang Jie, and clung to his legs. "I've already agreed, so hurry up and give me something to eat." Seeing the goddess of his countless dog-licking dreams now begging him so humbly, Zhang Jie felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction well up inside him. It was a feeling that was completely beyond words, as if he were standing at the top of the world, in control of everything. His hand touched Xiao Xinran's face and squeezed gently, the delicate touch making his heart stir slightly. "As long as you do as I say, I promise you can survive the end of the world. I will definitely listen to you, so just give me something to eat." Xiao Xinran's expression was pitiful, and it was hard not to feel sympathy for her. Looking at her, Zhang Jie casually conjured up a hamburger. Zhang Jie crushed the hamburger, and the crumbs spilled onto the floor. Looking at the remnants on the floor, Xiao Xinran didn't care too much and fell to the ground to wolf down the food. Her eating style was extremely messy, completely lacking the elegance that a flight attendant should have. However, one burger was far from enough for her extreme hunger, and after eating it, she still felt very hungry. "Is there any more?" Xiao Xinran asked carefully. "Of course there is." Zhang Jie unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and casually poured it onto the ground. Xiao Xinran did not hesitate, cupped her hands to catch the water and drank it. Chapter 52, The Mutant Owl. After eating and drinking, Xiao Xinran's face regained its color, making her look exceptionally charming. She was a far cry from the person who had previously been lying on the sofa dying. "Put on the raincoat, I'll take you back." Zhang Jie took out a raincoat and threw it in front of Xiao Xinran. Although he could use the portal, he was currently unable to teleport across buildings. The blood rain outside seemed to have affected his ability. Putting on the heavy raincoat, Zhang Jie led Xiao Xinran downstairs. The rain was slapping against the ground with a dull sound. The night was as dark as ink, and apart from the sound of the rain slapping against the ground, there was not a single other sound. The whole world was engulfed in this endless darkness and the sound of rain, making people feel an indescribable sense of oppression and fear. The two walked slowly behind each other in this eerie rainy night. Their footsteps made a plop-plop sound in the puddles. Soon, the two of them arrived near Building 8. As they walked, Zhang Jie's footsteps suddenly stopped. His body was tense, like a bow that had been fully drawn. "What's wrong?" Xiao Xinran asked, her voice sounding particularly jarring in the silence of the night, instantly swallowed up by the sound of rain. "Something's wrong, there's something following us." With an extraordinary sixth sense, he could feel that something was watching the two of them in the darkness. "No way, no one should be out at this hour." "I didn't say it was a person following us," Zhang Jie explained. The standoff lasted for several minutes, and Zhang Jie's nerves were at their limit. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wings flapping. The sound was faint at first, but it soon became clear. The sound hovered in the air, circling the two of them. "Don't move," Zhang Jie said. After a while, the flapping of wings stopped. Just as Zhang Jie was about to move on, a strong sense of unease suddenly overwhelmed him. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. A huge owl slowly walked out of the darkness, reaching Zhang Jie's chest. Its feathers were as dark as ink, shimmering with a metallic luster in the weak light, and its sharp talons were even larger than a human head. The owl's head turned, and its two eyes kept surveying Zhang Jia. The look was full of vigilance and curiosity, as if it was assessing the threat level of the human in front of it. Zhang Jia felt uncomfortable being stared at by this huge owl.
He could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the owl.
Xiao Xinran hid behind Zhang Jia, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was so frightened by the huge owl in front of her that she could barely think straight.
What on earth is going on? How come there's such a big bird? Xiao Xinran whispered.
Looking at the big bird in front of him, Zhang Jia suddenly remembered the sparrow he had seen earlier. The sparrow had not died in the rain of blood, but had instead undergone a terrifying mutation. The owl in front of him had become what it was now because of the rain of blood.
This is also the reason why many people are afraid to go out during the end of the world.
No one knows what kind of terrifying mutated creatures they will encounter outside. Holding the pistol he snatched from Wu Renping in his hands, Zhang Jia was ready to shoot at any time. But after thinking about it, Zhang Jia quickly realized that shooting was not a good idea. No one knows if there are any other mutated animals nearby.
Perhaps if he shoots, the sound of the gunshot will attract other mutated animals hiding in the darkness.
If he was surrounded by a large number of monsters, he would probably die here and there would be no chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Jia took out a piece of animal bone from the ring that he had previously obtained from the safe. Owls are a type of carnivorous bird that might be interested in the animal bone in his hand. This was a gamble, a life or death gamble. He threw the animal bone in the opposite direction with all his strength, and the animal bone traced an arc in the air. The owl did as he expected, hissing and chasing after it. Zhang Jia secretly let out a sigh of relief as he watched the owl's figure recede into the distance. Taking advantage of the owl's chase after the animal bone, Zhang Jia pulled Xiao Xinran up and returned to Building 9 as quickly as possible. After closing the door, Zhang Jia let out a sigh of relief. If that strange bird didn't go after the animal bone, then he would have to fight the owl head-on. If he got caught in the rain during the fight, he would be dead. When he returned home, Su Xian, Zhao Meiqi, and Wang Yan were waiting for him on the sofa. When they saw Zhang Jia bring back a beauty whose appearance was in no way inferior to theirs, a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. Then their gazes fell simultaneously on Xiao Xinran, taking in the strange woman from top to bottom. First of all, Xiao Xinran's height made the others envious. Her delicate face was complemented by her long, straight legs, which were so long they made people think of supermodels on the catwalk. Her well-kept stockings were like a sacred body, as if they were born to show off a woman's charm. When Xiao Xinran saw the people in the room, she was also stunned. She had met Su Xian and Zhao Meiqi before. The few beautiful women with the top looks in the neighborhood had all been received into Zhang Jia's home. A complex emotion welled up in her heart, a mixture of surprise, envy, and a hint of jealousy. Judging from their appearance, they were living quite well and had probably been here for quite some time. They were neatly and cleanly dressed, with their hair neatly combed, in stark contrast to her, who hadn't bathed in 8 days.
Welcome, new member.
Su Xian was the first to stand up and welcome her. Although she didn't want anyone to come and share her share, she couldn't show it. If she made Zhang Jia unhappy, her fate would be miserable.
Welcome, new member.
Su Xian suppressed her complex emotions and was the first to stand up and welcome her. She wore a polite smile on her face, but her heart was not at peace. Although she didn't want anyone to come and share her share, after all, in the midst of the apocalypse, resources were scarce, and one more person meant one more competitor.
But she couldn't show it either, knowing that if she made Zhang Jia unhappy, her fate would be miserable. Welcome, welcome.
The remaining two also hurriedly stood up, with smiles on their faces. Wang Yan's smile contained a hint of reluctance, and she also had her own concerns. Zhao Meiqi, on the other hand, looked more composed, and she smiled politely. Look at how oily your hair is, go take a shower first. Zhao Meiqi pointed in a direction, indicating that Xiao Xinran should go take a shower. Once Xiao Xinran entered the bathroom, the three of them immediately surrounded Zhang Jia.
Brother Jia, there's not enough room in the house now, so think of something quickly, or else one of us will have to sleep on the sofa.
Su Xian said anxiously. Facing the opinions of the others, Zhang Jia scratched his head. He hadn't expected that 4 people, or even more, would be living in his house. This matter really needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise conflicts were likely to arise as the number of people increased.
But before resolving it, there was something else he needed to do. Getting up, Zhang Jia walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 53, The Fate of Granny Zhou. In the bathroom of room 803, building 7, Lu Shui struggled frantically. The ropes that bound her hands and feet gradually loosened as she continued to struggle. Not long ago, when she saw the tightly closed door pushed open, she naively thought that Zhang Jia would come to save her. But the moment Zhang Jia saw her, he didn't hesitate to close the door again. No matter how much Lu Shui shouted, Zhang Jia didn't respond. At this moment, Lu Shui really despaired. After struggling for a long time, she successfully ground the rope and crawled out of the bathroom with difficulty. With a strong will to survive, she crawled tenaciously all the way to the living room. There were still some food residues on the table in the living room. Lu Shui stuck out her tongue and licked all the residues into her stomach. For her, as long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything. Just as she was licking the remains, the old woman Zhou walked slowly in, covering her face. There was blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, and her face was swollen beyond recognition, looking like an ugly pig's head. Seeing that Lu Shui had actually escaped, the old woman Zhou was first taken aback, and then her face revealed a hideous expression. The old woman Zhou raised her foot and stomped hard on Lu Shui's waist, cursing. "Good, you slut, you dare to cheat on me, today you will pay for it with your life, for that little brat Zhang Jia." While the old woman went to the kitchen to look for a knife, Lu Shui used all her strength to stand up and ran out of the house. When she heard a noise, the old woman chased after her with a knife. The two of them ran frantically in the pitch-black corridor, one in front of the other. But after running for a while, Lu Shui suddenly stopped. A strong, almost nauseating, bloody smell hit her in the face, and it made her eyes water. In front of her, there were two dismembered bodies lying on the ground. The bloody limbs, torn clothes, and blood splattered everywhere formed a horrifying picture. Beside the creepy bodies, a large bird was crouching, greedily eating the flesh and blood. The sharp beak pecked at the corpse, making a heart-rending sound. Perhaps sensing Lu Shui's presence, the large bird slowly turned its head. It was a huge owl, its scarlet eyes rolling in the darkness and fixed on Lu Shui. Without hesitation, Lu Shui turned and fled. However, with one turn, she collided with the chasing old woman Zhou. The old woman Zhou was knocked off balance and almost fell to the ground. She rubbed her nose, cursed under her breath, and slowly sat up. Looking at the panicked Lu Shui in front of her, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and she was about to swing her knife and kill Lu Shui. Just then, a shrill hiss was heard. Not far away, the large bird had already rushed over, its mouth wide open. "Ah!" Followed by several screams, the building was once again silent. The next day, Zhang Jia woke up. Xiao Xinran, who was sleeping next to him, was still asleep. Up until this morning, he had successfully survived the apocalypse for 9 days. He also obtained a third random reward: mental strength enhancement. Zhang Jia sat cross-legged, examining his body to try to find out what had changed after the mental strength enhancement. However, after half a day of studying, he still had no idea. There didn't seem to be any obvious differences on the surface of his body. No strange patterns had grown, no strange light was emanating, and no supernormal abilities had appeared. However, he did clearly feel that since the spiritual strength enhancement, his thinking had become even more agile. Questions that used to require a lot of thought now seemed to flash through his mind like lightning, and he would come up with a line of thinking. His thoughts are also becoming more lucid, and the confusion that once tangled him up is now like being blown away by a gust of wind, suddenly clearing up. The speed of his thinking has also increased greatly, like a supercomputer running at high speed, with all kinds of information quickly analyzed and integrated in his mind. Zhang Jia silently estimated in his heart that if he were to take the college entrance exam again now, with this enhanced mental power, he should have no problem improving his score by 100 points. At this time, someone suddenly spoke in the previously quiet group of owners. Building 7 #nextdoor, something terrible has happened. I plucked up the courage to go out today, thinking I'd check out the situation, but I found a lot more bodies in the hallway. What's going on? Building 7 #little horse, what's the fuss? Zhang Jia killed Tianlong and his men yesterday, so it's normal to find bodies. Nextdoor didn't say anything, just sent a photo silently. In the photo, there were several bodies lying in the hallway in all directions. The bodies looked extremely miserable. Strangely, none of the bodies were complete. Some were missing arms and legs, while others had been gnawed beyond recognition, as if they had been eaten by some kind of wild animal. Building 7 #nextdoor to the king, these bodies have clearly been eaten by something. Could it be that Zhang Jia is so hungry that he has resorted to cannibalism? That's impossible. Building 7 #Xiaomao, holy shit, what the hell is going on? Even if Shang was a pervert,
he couldn't have bitten off a human head.
This is definitely not the work of a human.
As he watched the group's discussions, with various speculations and fearful comments constantly being posted, Zhang Jie also recalled the large bird he had met yesterday. That owl was more than 10 times larger than a normal bird, and it was completely a monster. I'm afraid this is the reason why some people who went out were unable to return, and they were probably attacked by this owl. Thinking about this, Zhang Jie took out the animal skin from his space ring and studied it carefully. The animal skin was extremely tough to the touch, and even with his strength, he was unable to cut through it, which showed just how strong it was.
Zhang Jie thought to himself, if I can make a garment out of this animal skin, wouldn't that make me invincible?
He excitedly made a few gestures, but soon discovered that the hide was too small to make a suit. However, it was more than enough to make a pair of gloves. He got to work. He put his dagger in the microwave and heated it to a high temperature. When the dagger finally reached the required temperature, Zhang Jie put on thick gloves and carefully removed it from the microwave.
He took the hot dagger and walked towards the animal hide again.
The moment the dagger touched the hide, which could not be cut under normal circumstances, was easily cut like tofu. Soon, a pair of gloves was carefully made by him.
Zhang Jie put on the gloves and walked over to Zhao Meiqi, who was having breakfast.
He handed Zhao Meiqi a dagger and said, "Come on, stab me with it."
Chapter 54, By Shuya's Revenge. This isn't good, what if you stab me? Zhao Meiqi was a little reluctant.
She was no fool, and if she stabbed Zhang Jie to death, the other three would never let her go.
Moreover, she would have to starve to death in the house.
After all, Zhang Jie's safety door had a password, and no one could open it except him.
It's okay, I'm confident.
Seeing that Zhang Jie was adamant, Zhao Meiqi hesitated for a long time, but in the end she could only pick up the dagger and stab Zhang Jie. Just as the tip of the knife was less than 5 centimeters away from Zhang Jie, one of Zhang Jie's hands blocked it. The blade collided with the glove. What Zhao Meiqi didn't expect was that the dagger did not cut through the glove, but was instead grabbed by Zhang Jie. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Zhang Jie was also a little excited.
This animal skin can block the blade, so it might also be able to block the owl's attack.
However, Zhang Jie would never risk his life. As long as the strange bird didn't threaten him, he wouldn't go looking for trouble with it. After dealing with the animal skin, Zhang Jie took out the red fruit again. The fruit still gave off a faint red light, which was extremely strange. Facing this kind of fruit that he had never seen before, Zhang Jie naturally wouldn't act rashly. He opened his phone and posted the fruit in the trading group he had joined. At first, no one paid any attention to this thing that looked like a dragon fruit. However, as time passed, more and more people noticed this strange fruit. The faint red light seemed to have a mysterious attraction, and gradually, someone opened a price under the fruit. It gradually rose from the initial price of a bottle of mineral water to 2 boxes of ham sausage. As it got closer to noon, the price even reached 2 boxes of instant noodles. Zhang Jie had a rough idea of what was going on as he watched the price spiral. The fruit must have some strange effect, otherwise no one would pay such a high price for it. In the novels he had read in the past, this kind of fruit was most likely a supernatural fruit that would awaken all kinds of magical abilities once it was eaten. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Jie still didn't think it was likely. If eating a fruit could give you supernatural powers, then his safe house would have been ransacked long ago, and no one would have left him alone for so long. After all, the whole neighborhood knows that he is rich beyond his wildest dreams, and if there were such magical fruits, they would surely cause countless people to scramble for them.
After dismissing this idea, Zhang Jie put down his phone. It was already noon, time to eat.
Xiao Xinran had just arrived and had not yet integrated into the trio, so she sat alone on the sofa watching Zhang Jie. She was curious as to why Zhang Jie could hold the other 3 women in check. Zhang Jie gently raised his hand and waved it in the air, and a magical scene unfolded. An antique copper pot appeared on the table in an instant. Then, like a magical magician, Zhang Jie kept conjuring up all kinds of delicious food from thin air. Fish balls, tofu skins, vegetables, lamb rolls with fat and lean meat, sea cucumbers, tuna, everything was there. Seeing this scene of magic, Xiao Xinran rubbed her eyes. It was amazing, it was completely beyond her understanding. After all the ingredients were ready, the 5 of them sat around the table and started the hot pot. In order to please Zhang Jie, Su Xian took the lead. With a sweet smile, she picked up a piece of tender lamb roll and gently placed it in Zhang Jie's bowl, saying softly, "Brother Jie, try this lamb roll, it's delicious." Then, Maggie Zhao was not to be outdone. She carefully selected a plump fish ball and handed it to Zhang Jie, saying,
Zhang Jia, this fishball is especially elastic, you must try it. Wang Yan also hurriedly joined in this battle of courting. She picked up a chopstick of vegetables and said sincerely, "Brother Jia, eat some vegetables, they are nutritious and healthy." In no time, Zhang Jia's bowl was piled high like a small mountain. Xiao Xinran, sensing the tense situation, also realized that something was wrong. So, she quickly joined the battle. While the few were eating, in another residential area, in a room, Bai Shuya was kneeling on the floor, crying. In front of her was a burly man in a black suit. The burly man looked at Bai Shuya, who was crying, with mixed feelings. "You mean there's a guy named Zhang Jia who has an endless supply of food at home?" "Yes, he lives in a safe house with an endless supply of food." The burly man narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly said, "Are you sure he can conjure food out of thin air?" Bai Shuya nodded with sobs, "I saw it with my own eyes. He can conjure all kinds of food with a wave of his hand." The burly man stood up and paced back and forth in the room. He and his many subordinates had exerted great efforts to finally control the entire community, but the results fell far short of expectations, and they had not obtained much food. They had searched every corner, but the food they had scavenged was only a drop in the bucket, and it was impossible to sustain long-term survival. Now they urgently needed to find a new target, otherwise he and the more than 20 people under his command would all starve to death. If what the woman in front of him said was true, and the kid named Zhang Jia had endless supplies of food, then that would undoubtedly be a huge blessing for him. It would mean that they could get rid of the threat of hunger and continue to survive. As for the safe house, he didn't care about it. The reason was simple, he had explosives in his hands. Du Mang was originally a miner in a coal mine. He had planned to steal some explosives and sell them for some money. However, he never expected the end of the world to suddenly come, and the world to fall into chaos. With the explosives in his hands, he managed to start a gang. Now, he has to make a decision for the survival of his gang. Change the community, kill people, and rob supplies. At this time, Zhang Jia did not know what was happening in other communities, and was still boiling mutton in a copper pot. Just as the few people were enjoying the food, the door was knocked on. Zhang Jia frowned and quickly walked over to the surveillance screen. Through the surveillance camera, he could clearly see a woman standing outside the door. The woman was so thin that a gust of wind could blow her over. But even so, her bulging stomach was exceptionally conspicuous, and the round shape clearly indicated that she was pregnant. The woman's face was as pale as paper, without a hint of blood, and she was kneeling on the ground. After a while, she began to keep on kowtowing, and the sound of her forehead hitting the ground was clearly audible. "Please, save my child. I'll do anything you want as long as you let my child live." Chapter 55, Valuable News. "Go away, I don't have anything to give you." Zhang Jia's voice was cold. Although he didn't see anyone ambushing him, this was the end of the world, and he knew that if he played the part of the Holy Mother, he was just asking for death. Once he opened the door, there would be countless times, and he absolutely could not repeat his mistakes. Outside the door, the woman was full of despair. She was kneeling on the ground, her forehead slamming against the ground, staining it red with blood. "Please, give me some food. I can die, but my child cannot. Go away. I won't open the door even if you die here." Zhang Jia remained firm, not wavering for a moment. At that moment, the other 4 women in the room looked at each other, overjoyed. They were happy with their good looks, their good figures, and that Zhang Jia was interested in them. Otherwise, they would be like the woman outside the door, crying for help but getting no response. "How can you be so heartless? We are at least from the same community, you can't just ignore someone dying." The woman was kneeling outside the door, her face full of tears, her cries of distress so loud that they drew several curious people to peek out to see what was going on. After those people realized that they were not related, their heads shrunk back one after the other. In the face of the apocalypse, it was already good luck to have survived, so why bother about the lives of others? Inside the house, Zhang Jia was unmoved. He looked expressionlessly at the door, then turned and continued back to the dining table. He sat down calmly, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of well-shredded lamb and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Seeing this, the 4 women did not dare to say anything. As long as Zhang Jia didn't want to save anyone, none of them dared to be kind. If anyone in the room dared to say they wanted to open the door, they would definitely be thrown out. After eating the hot pot, Zhang Jia began arranging rooms for the group. Since there were 4 women in the house, there were not enough rooms. Therefore, someone had to sleep on the sofa at night.
As the leader, Zhang Jia naturally could not sleep on the sofa. The 4 women were apprehensive. None of them wanted to sleep on the sofa, but they didn't dare to disobey Zhang Jia's decision. They could only secretly calculate in their hearts how to avoid becoming the one who had to sleep on the sofa. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Jia announced his decision. How about this, you 4 take turns sleeping on the sofa? Except for the person in the master bedroom with me, the rest of you go to the guest bedroom. The 4 nodded in unison. This seemed to be the fairest way to do it. At least no one will be left out in the cold. Bang! A dull noise suddenly came from the window. The 5 people instantly stood up together and looked out the window. Downstairs, there was a broken woman lying on the ground. The woman was naked, exposed to the rain without any protection, and the rain was quickly corroding her body. The woman had scratches, bruises and lumps, and blood scars. From the scars all over her body, it can be seen that this woman had suffered unimaginable torture before she died. When the 4 women saw this scene, they covered their mouths in horror and gasped. Su Xian's face turned pale, her lips clenched tightly, and she angrily cursed. These animals, what do they think of women? There's no way, that woman couldn't stand the humiliation and killed herself. Zhao Meiqi said, if it wasn't for Zhang Jia, our end would be similar to hers. Yes, they say that human lives are like grass and weeds in times of war. Now I can see that it is really the same. Fortunately, Zhang Jia is protecting us. The 4 women were in a low mood. They were all very attractive, and if they were caught by those lunatics outside, their fate would definitely be even worse than this woman's. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman outside the door slowly stood up. She walked down the stairs step by step with difficulty. When she reached the 6th floor, the pregnant woman stopped, raised her hand, and knocked hard on the door of room 602. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened and a shifty-eyed man peeked out. Did it open? The man asked anxiously. No, I've been on my knees for an hour and he hasn't opened it. The pregnant woman walked into the room and reached in to take out the pad from her clothes. As the pad was taken out, the woman's belly deflated like a balloon that had been let go. Inside the room, there were 4 men sitting. One of them was a burly man with a beard and round glasses, leaning back in his chair, enjoying a massage from one of his subordinates. Hearing the woman's voice, the man slowly opened his eyes. Zhuanzi, this is your first failure. I'm very disappointed in you. Brother Ma Xiong, I really had no choice. I hit my head and broke it, but he still wouldn't open the door. I was hoping to sneak in and help from the inside, but I couldn't get in at all. The woman said with her head bowed and a face full of grievances. Brother, you always like men, so why don't you just tell the guy straight out? Maybe he likes men too, suggested one of the younger brothers. That's right, brother, in the past, you were called a bear in the circle because of your appearance, and you were very popular. Another younger brother chimed in. Ma Xiong stroked his chin and thought carefully about the younger brother's suggestions. Okay, I might as well give it a try. He led the younger brother to the door, straightened his clothes and cleared his throat. Is Mr. Zhang in? After a moment, Zhang Jia's voice came from inside the door. I don't know you, what do you want? Of course I do, I've come to talk about cooperation. You have the guns, but no one, while I have the people. If we cooperate, we can definitely take over the entire neighborhood. And I've admired you for a long time, I don't mind telling you, I like men. Ma Xiong's eyes were full of expectation. If you and I cooperate, then all the women in the community will be yours, and all the men can be mine. What do you say? Zhang Jia felt sick to his stomach when he saw the gay man come to him. What sins did he commit in his past life to be targeted by a gay man? Get out of here, I'm not interested in cooperating. Don't be so quick to refuse. I've come with sincerity this time. Ma Xiong was not discouraged, a smile appeared on his face. Let me tell you something, someone in the neighborhood has already set their sights on you. Those guys have explosives in their hands. Even if your safe house can withstand the explosives, what if they blow up the floor below you? If you cooperate with me, I can help you deal with them and keep them from threatening your safety. Think about it and come to 602 when you've made up your mind. After saying this, Ma Xiong walked down the stairs with his subordinate, strutting. He was already convinced that Zhang Jia would change his mind. Chapter 56, A Reward That Drives People Crazy. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jia was at a loss for a moment. It was completely against the rules for someone to have explosives in the midst of the apocalypse. Although his safe house was very sturdy, there was only one. If what the other party said was true, and the group blasted from downstairs, it seemed that he really had no way to defend himself. The most important thing is that he knows nothing about the group. He doesn't know how many people there are or what weapons they have. Without knowing the situation, a head-on confrontation is a sure way to die. After thinking about it, Zhang Jia feels that he still needs to mobilize the masses to solve this problem. With a big reward, there is bound to be a brave man. He took out boxes of bread and mineral water and took a few photos. He posted the photos to the owners group and issued his reward. From today onwards, whoever in the community can kill someone from another community will be rewarded with 2 boxes of bread and a large bucket of mineral water for killing 1 person, 4 boxes for killing 2, 6 boxes for killing 3, and so on. After the reward was announced, the community group exploded. Everyone stared at their phone screens, unable to believe what they were seeing. Ma Xiong sat on the sofa, his phone almost slipping from his hands. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself. So much reward for killing 1 person? This is simply. He couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings at the moment, and he just felt his head buzzing. Someone probably did some calculations. Killing 1 person gets twice the reward, and if you kill 10, you get 20 boxes of bread and 20 barrels of mineral water. This is a completely astronomical number. 1 person can drink 2 weeks' worth of water if they drink it sparingly. 20 barrels of mineral water is 40 weeks, 280 days. If you add in the bread, you can easily live for a year. Excited. Excited. Crazy. Some people even started to get ready to take action immediately, looking for people from other neighborhoods. After all, the whole neighborhood already knew about this, and if they waited too long, they wouldn't get any benefits. After posting the reward, Zhang Jia and the 4 women played poker. The loser would sleep on the sofa tonight, while the winner would get the chance to sleep in the master bedroom. After a few hours of fighting, Xiao Xinran won the final victory. Facing this result, Zhang Jia was naturally very satisfied. His space ring had a lot of beautiful clothes, just right for a tall figure like Xiao Xinran's. How can the holy body of stockings not wear stockings? Xiao Xinran looked at Zhang Jia's smile, and when she thought about last night, she blushed. At this time, in another residential area, Du Mang was busy collecting raincoats. In the afternoon, he was going to Zhang Jia's residential area. Even if Zhang Jia had a safe house, he wasn't worried. His explosives could shatter underground so couldn't they blow a wall? Time quietly came to the afternoon, and figures clad in raincoats gradually appeared at the entrance to the residential area. Du Mang held a mountain-clearing knife in his hands, and there was blood dripping slowly from the blade. Under the rain, the blood gradually faded and dissolved into the water. At his feet lay a corpse, which was being rapidly dissolved by the rain. Damn, what's going on? Where did this lunatic come from? He dared to charge at us even though there were so many of us. Let's hurry up and get inside. Protect the explosives and don't let the rain get them wet. Du Mang waved his hand. They hadn't gone far when one of the younger men started to shiver. Boss, something's not right. I feel like there are a lot of eyes watching us. Yeah, I can feel it too, and they're not friendly eyes. The other younger man agreed, looking around nervously. Fuck you, what are you afraid of? There are 21 of us, I don't believe anyone dares to pick on us except for crazy people. Duman glared fiercely at the 2 younger brothers and continued to lead the group forward. However, when he arrived at Building 9, he felt something was wrong. Normally, in order to prevent monsters from entering, everyone would consciously close the door when entering and leaving. However, the door to Building 9 was open for no reason. Despite his misgivings, Du Mang gritted his teeth and walked through the door. He was the eldest. If he didn't have the courage, who else would dare to follow him? The crowd followed closely behind, nervously entering the building. Bai Shuya, who was in the group, frowned. Although she also felt strange, she couldn't put her finger on what was wrong. Just as the 20-odd people had all arrived on the 3rd floor, there was a muffled sound behind them. The door was closed. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from downstairs and upstairs, and the doors to the rooms along the corridor opened one after the other. No good. Du Mang's face suddenly changed, and he realized that something was wrong. He turned sharply and tried to evacuate downstairs. But the stairs were already packed with people. The residents were holding kitchen knives, rolling pins, meat cleavers, and everything else that could be used to kill. Zhang Jia had said that if you killed 1 person, you would get food. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the 2 groups of people began to fight. Screams of pain could be heard throughout the building. Zhang Jie sat silently at the table, drinking tea, as he heard the screams of the fight downstairs. Half an hour later, the screams gradually stopped.
A few minutes later, Zhang Jie's door was knocked on.
Outside the door stood a group of residents, each of them with wounds. On the ground, there were 18 bodies. The leader was none other than the bald man, who lay. Brother Jie, there are 21 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman have escaped, the rest are here, 18 in total, please take a look and see if there are any problems. Zhang Jie looked at the unfamiliar faces on the ground and knew that Hu Lei had not lied to him. He knew most of the people in the community, and he could not be fooled by the fact that they had killed each other in the community. The portal opened, and bread and mineral water fell from the ceiling one after the other. 18 people, 36 boxes of bread, 36 buckets of water, you can distribute it yourselves. Zhang Jie's voice said calmly. Seeing the boxes of food appear, tears welled up in the eyes of the residents, who were covered in wounds. They had been starving for so long that they had even forgotten what food tasted like. My son is saved, finally saved.
A middle-aged man could not stop sobbing. Xiaoqi, wait for mommy, mommy will be right back to feed you.
Another woman, her face streaked with tears, picked up the food and ran upstairs. The others who had been given food sat where they were and gobbled it down, oblivious to the bleeding wounds on their bodies. In a room in Building 7, Du Meng was holding his breath as he carried the explosives. Only a skinny man and Bai Shuya were left at his side. The 3 of them had not been killed and had escaped during the melee. Looking through the window, he saw residents of the community searching for the 3 of them, and his heart rose to his throat. 1 second he was the big brother, and the next second he had become a vermin that everyone could kill. When he saw Bai Shuya bowing his head without saying a word, Du Meng was furious, and kicked Bai Shuya in the face, knocking him unconscious. It was just because of a few words from Bai Shuya that he had brought a group of minions here, only to be ambushed and wiped out. He never imagined that Zhang Jie would offer such a huge reward for his capture. Now, he has nothing left but a bundle of explosives. The only thing he can do now is take advantage of the cover of darkness to blow up the safe house and kill Zhang Jie. Only in that way can he avenge his hatred.
Chapter 57, Human Watchdog.
At night, the residents returned to their homes. Seeing that no one was looking for him, Du Meng, holding the explosives with the remaining gang member, sneaked into Building 9. In order to maximize the power of the explosion, Du Meng decided to plant the explosives under Zhang Jie's safe house. As soon as the explosives went off, without the protection of the alloy steel plate, a large hole would be blown in the floor. At that point, even if he didn't do it himself, the horny residents of the neighborhood would swarm in and tear Zhang Jie to pieces. Soon, the 2 men arrived at the front door of Wu Rinping's house.
Big brother, this is the guys downstairs. Let's not blow the building down with the explosives.
Little brother is a little worried. If the building collapses, he'll be buried with it. Du Meng shrugged, not at all concerned. Don't worry, as long as I avoid the load-bearing walls and control the amount of explosives, I don't believe the explosives can't blow through his safe house. Du Meng reached out and pushed open the door. The room was pitch black, and it was impossible to see anything. The younger brother fumbled with his lighter, his hands shaking violently. Just as the flame caught, the younger brother suddenly let out a scream.
What are you screaming about?
Du Meng shouted angrily, pushed his younger brother away, and looked forward. He saw a young man sitting on the sofa, peeling the skin off an orange. Du Meng's eyes narrowed, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. His hand slowly reached for the knife at his waist, and his palm was covered in sweat. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was dangerous.
Are you Du Meng?
The young man didn't look at him, and continued peeling the orange skin.
Who are you?
Du Meng asked. I am Zhang Jie, the man you want to kill. The young man's voice was neither fast nor slow, as if this was just a simple chat.
It's actually you.
Du Meng gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the cleaver sharply and slashed at Zhang Jie's neck. Just as the blade was only a few centimeters from Zhang Jie's neck, at the critical moment, Zhang Jie reached out and grabbed the knife. Du Meng was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Jie to react so quickly. What surprised him even more was that Zhang Jie had grabbed the blade, not the back of the knife. If a normal person dared to catch his knife with their hand would definitely be cut off. Du Meng came back to his senses and used all his strength to try to pull the knife out of Zhang Jie's hands. But the knife was gripped in Zhang Jie's hands and did not move an inch, as if it were cast in steel. What are you still doing? Do it quickly. Du Meng roared.
The subordinate behind him was startled by this angry shout and finally reacted. However, instead of attacking Zhang Jia, he turned around and ran. When he saw Zhang Jia take the knife with his bare hands, he realized that he was no match for this young man. He followed Du Mang just to fill his stomach, but he would not be stupid enough to risk his life. Seeing his subordinate run away, Du Mang was desperate. The next second, a cold light flashed. His right hand was cut off. The pain was intense, and Du Man covered his hand and screamed. Zhang Jia kicked Du Man again, sending him flying. Du Man groaned, hit the wall, and passed out. After an unknown period of time, Du Man woke up. He found himself in a room, and he was locked in a large dog cage. Not far away, Zhang Jia was sitting on the sofa, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Zhang, what do you mean? You can kill me or torture me as you like, but what do you mean by locking me in a dog cage? Zhang Jia stood up and walked over to the cage with a smile on his face. I did want to kill you, but then I thought, if I kill you, Li Mang, Wang Mang and Zhang Mang will come after me. So I decided to let you be the watchdog of my house. What do you want? You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Jia took out some raincoats and covered the top of the dog cage. He opened the window and hung the dog cage outside. With the appearance of a dog cage for humans, the rest of the community soon discovered the scene. The originally silent group of homeowners once again became lively. Holy shit, isn't this Du Mang from the next community? How did he get put in a dog cage and displayed? What a disgrace. He had more than 20 people working for him, and now he's reduced to this. If I were him, I'd kill myself. You, in front, stop acting like a big shot. If you dare to kick Zhang Jia's door, I'll call you dad. Zhang Jia is going to be the new boss of our community. Now, whoever messes with him will be in trouble. As he watched the group discuss the situation, Ma Xiong frowned, tapping his fingers on the table impatiently. Several of his subordinates stood around him, looking particularly uncomfortable. One of them, nervously rubbing his hands together, said, "What are we going to do, boss? 20 of our brothers have been locked up for being reckless, and there are only 6 of us left. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to go against that guy." Ma Xiong covered his forehead and tried to think. What else can we do? A head-on confrontation is out of the question. That guy is practically a lunatic. If he puts a bounty on me, I'm dead. Another little brother looked worried. What should we do? We don't have much food left. Those of us who are still alive are all smart people. Even if Sister Min pretends to be a pregnant woman and cries for help, no one will open the door. Damn it, where did this guy get so much food to use as a reward? His room is less than 100 square meters at most, and logically these things should take up a lot of space. Ma Xiong really couldn't figure out how Zhang Jia hid all the food in his house. We can't stay in this neighborhood anymore, we have to leave quickly. Zhang Jia now has a gun and explosives in his hands, and he is definitely the neighborhood's war god. We don't want him to find trouble with us. Although the few subordinates were a little reluctant, they shuddered at the thought of the tragedy of recklessness. Even this kind of person was dealt with obediently, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? Just as the few people were packing up and preparing to leave, the window suddenly lit up. A dazzling flash of light instantly streaked across the sky, plummeting towards the ground, lighting up the entire neighborhood like day. The light came so suddenly and so violently that Ma Xiong and the other thugs subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. After the white light passed, there was a loud noise. The noise was deafening, exploding in the air, causing the glass to start cracking and the entire building to shake violently. Ma Xiong stumbled and nearly fell. A moment later, everything returned to calm. Big brother, it seems like something fell from the sky. It seems like it was in our city. Should we go take a look? One of the younger brothers suggested. Mind your own business, it might be a satellite from the sky that fell. The right thing to do now is to get out of here. Ma Xiong packed his things without looking up. Chapter 58, Changing Safe Houses. In a room in Building 10, Zhu Yixue, who was starving, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. This morning, she had finished the last of her food. At this point, she had completely run out of food. She had wanted to sleep to forget her hunger, but was awakened by the noise, and her stomach started rumbling again. Rubbing her empty stomach, Zhu Yixue's eyes welled with tears. Since becoming a celebrity, she has participated in many survival variety shows. But she has never been truly hungry before. After each show, the crew would send her back to the hotel to rest and serve her a big meal. On the show, she could starve all day,
but away from the cameras, she couldn't bear to go hungry. The constant hunger stimulated her nerves, making it impossible for her to sleep peacefully.
Especially when she thought about Zhang Jie's home with its endless supply of food, she couldn't relax. Especially when she saw the various delicacies in Zhang Jie's circle of friends, she really couldn't stand it. What celebrity, what youngest actress, in the face of survival, is worthless? After thinking for a long time, Xu Yixue decided to add Zhang Jie as a friend on WeChat. As a popular celebrity, it shouldn't be difficult for Zhang Jie to give her some food. In the morning, Zhang Jie, who had spent the night making love to Xiao Xinran, opened his sleepy eyes. He still looked a little satisfied and lazy. He stretched slightly, and the stretching of his muscles made him let out a comfortable sigh. Zhang Jie reached for his phone, and as soon as he opened it, he saw that someone had requested to add him as a friend. The other person's note only had 3 words, Xu Yixue. Zhang Jie's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a knowing smile. He knew that his harem group would finally expand again. At this time, Xiao Xinran also woke up leisurely. Her head was resting on Zhang Jie's arm, and although her hair was a bit messy, it added a touch of charm. Seeing Zhang Jie fiddling with his phone, she came over out of curiosity. "Hey! This is the popular star Xu Yixue, how did you get her WeChat?" She added me. This big star has reached the point of desperation. For food, this big star who doesn't eat the food of the world has promised me quite a few conditions. Xiao Xinran tilted her head to the side and pinched Zhang Jie's waist with her hand. "You're not thinking of taking this big star in two, are you? Why can't you men ever be satisfied? Besides, there's nowhere for her to stay if she comes." Zhang Jie thought about it for a moment. His current house was indeed a bit small. 5 people living together was already crowded, and if there was one more person, it would definitely be packed to the brim. A word awakens a sleeping person. Zhang Jie suddenly remembered that the bald Hulk Hule had told him before that Xu Yixue also lived in the safe house. Generally speaking, celebrities are very rich, and their residences are often luxurious and spacious. It shouldn't be a problem for her to accommodate 6 people in her home. The most important thing is that his current room is not soundproof, so no matter what he does in the bedroom, it can be heard clearly outside. This is indeed a bit inconvenient for him, who often does embarrassing things. Without further ado, Zhang Jie sat up from the bed with a leap, quickly got dressed and began to notify the other few people. When the remaining 3 women heard that they were moving to a bigger house, their eyes lit up with joy. But when they learned that it was the home of the celebrity Xu Yixue, they were a little dazed. They all knew that although they were considered beautiful, they were still slightly inferior to the popular star. However, this was Zhang Jie's decision, and they could not refuse. They put all the food and furniture into the ring and put raincoats on the several people. Zhang Jie took the women out of the room for the first time. To prevent any sudden attacks from the owls, he held a bone in his left hand and a gun in his right. However, there were no problems and the women entered Building 10 safely. At this time, Xu Yixue was waiting for a reply in her bedroom and had no idea that someone was at the door. With the power of the void portal, Zhang Jie easily entered the room with the 4 women. Hearing a noise, Xu Yixue ran out of the bedroom. She was wearing simple white pajamas, her long hair was a little messy, and she had light dark circles under her eyes. When her gaze fell on Zhang Jie and the 4 women standing next to him, she was taken aback. She subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand and took a small step back. The 4 women reacted differently when they saw Xu Yixue, a celebrity they had only seen on TV. There was astonishment, admiration, envy, and jealousy. Xu Yixue gathered her thoughts and tried to remain calm. Although she didn't know how the few people had entered, she had seen a photo of Zhang Jie. "Zhang Jie, how can you come to someone's home without saying hello?" As a celebrity, she had her pride. She didn't want the women in front of her to see her in a disheveled state. "Xu Daxingming, I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Zhang Jie smiled and pointed at the surrounding rooms. "I heard that your residence is more spacious, so we thought we would pay you a visit and discuss our future plans. But this is my home, it's not very appropriate for you to stay here." Xu Yixue frowned. Although she had agreed to some special conditions with Zhang Jie, she didn't expect that there were 4 women around him. And they were all not bad looking. She was an international superstar, how could she share the same man with other women? Xu Yixue couldn't accept it. But if she refused, Zhang Jie would definitely turn his back and leave, and she would starve to death. Xu Yixue was at a loss. Should she value her dignity or her survival? Just as she was torn between the two, her nose twitched and she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Looking up,
she saw that a fragrant roast duck had appeared on the table next to her, accompanied by a few cups of milk tea. The moment she saw the roast duck, Shui Shui couldn't help but swallow. Her throat felt dry, and a sense of hunger suddenly welled up in her. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and at the moment, she felt like her stomach was in bottomless pit, desperately in need of food to fill it. It was as if the roast duck wasn't just an ordinary roast duck, but the most delicious delicacy in the world. Reason gradually became weak in the face of hunger. The bottom line gradually loosened. It's okay, all of this is yours. Just think of it as the rent for living here, Zhang Jie said with a smile. Facing the food, Shui Shui finally couldn't hold back any longer and picked up the roast duck and started eating. While Shui Shui was eating, Zhang Jie went into the bathroom. The bathroom here was exceptionally spacious. He calculated that there was more than enough room for 10 people to stand. At this moment, Zhang Jie had a bold idea. He might be able to 1v5. Chapter 59, A Strange Incident on a Rainy Night. In the pitch-black night, Ma Xiong was speeding along with his men. Boss, are we really just going to leave? Can't we negotiate with Zhang? Tell him not to mess with us, and we won't mess with him. A thin figure followed Ma Xiong closely, complaining. Cut the crap and hurry up, I don't want to be put on display in a dog cage. Ma Xiong glared at his younger brother and continued walking. Brother Xiong, I need to pee, wait for me a moment. The woman in the line suddenly stopped, ran into a shop, and disappeared into the darkness. Women are just so troublesome. We men are more convenient. We can pee with just a hand hold, wherever we stand. Yes, in my next life I will still be a man with a penis, ha. Several others in the line couldn't help but tease. After a few minutes, seeing that the woman still hadn't come out, Ma Xiong frowned. Huzi, go and hurry her up, tell her to come out quickly, don't delay things. Okay. The tall and thin man called Huzi responded, and also entered the shop. What a nuisance, if the raincoats get corroded, we'll all die, so everyone pay attention. For some reason, no one replied to him. Are you all deaf? Ma Xiong turned his head and found that there was no one behind him. Ha! Lu Shan, Wang Tong, where are you guys? He shouted several times, but no one answered, only the patter of rain against the raincoats. Ma Xiong's heart instantly rose to his throat, and cold sweat broke out. Everyone would be nervous if two grown men disappeared for no reason. Wan, Huzi, come out quickly, something's happened. There was no response. Could something have happened? As soon as this thought came to mind, he forcibly suppressed it. It was impossible to think that 4 people had disappeared in less than 2 minutes. Just then, a chill instantly penetrated his head, running along the hair roots to every inch of his body, making his entire body stiffen. It seemed that something had touched his shoulder. When he came back to his senses, Ma Xiong turned his head sharply and saw only cars on the street. Who is playing tricks on me? Come out here. Ma Xiong reached into his bosom and pulled out a dagger. Silence, deathly silence. Only the sound of rain falling. Ma Xiong didn't think much about it and turned and fled towards the residential area. He didn't care if the others were dead or alive. It was most important that he survived. Due to his panic, Ma Xiong suddenly tripped over something and fell heavily, face first in the mud. What was it? Spitting out the mud in his mouth, he who had stabilized his body, immediately looked down to check. The next second, he saw an unimaginable scene. He saw a mangled, bloody head lying at his feet. The head seemed to have been gnawed on by some kind of beast, with the skin and flesh turned inside out and in tatters. When he saw the face on the head, Ma Xiong's pupils suddenly contracted. Wan Juanzi? The woman's eyes were wide open, as if she were still looking at something. Ma Xiong's legs felt weak, and he could no longer support his body. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, and a warm feeling came from his crotch. He had pissed himself. Next to the head were a few broken fingers and black hair. Ghost, there's a ghost. Ma Xiong yelled, and he rolled and crawled towards the residential area. Soon after, a heart-rending chewing sound came from where Ma Xiong had left. By the time Shui Shui finished eating, Zhang Jie had already finished installing the diesel generator. As the diesel generator started up, light once again appeared in the room. The water heater was filled with mineral water, and after being connected to the electricity, hot water appeared. Shui Shui had not bathed for more than 10 days, and after eating, she couldn't wait to get into the bathroom. This safe house was very large, and Zhang Jie assigned each person a room. This way, no matter who he wants to find, he only needs to go to the corresponding room, which is very convenient. After everything was taken care of, Zhang Jie sat on the sofa waiting. Su Xian, Wang Yan, Zhao Meiqi, and Xiao Xinran were very colorful, each returning to their own room. In a short while, Zhu Yixue walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a white bath towel. Her hair was wet, and her skin looked exceptionally white in the light. The thick bath towel couldn't hide her hot body. "Where are they?" Zhu Yixue asked in puzzlement. "They're tired and have all gone to rest." "Big star, do you need me to blow dry your hair?" Zhang Jie said with a smile. "It's fine, I can blow dry it myself." Zhu Yixue casually refused. "Are you sure?" Zhu Yixue froze for a moment on hearing these words. She suddenly reacted, and now she was no longer a big star high above everyone else, but an ordinary person who could only survive by clinging to Zhang Jie. "Okay." Zhu Yixue sighed helplessly. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror, Zhu Yixue was a little nervous. This was the first time she had let a stranger into her room. And it was a young, strange man. In case Zhang Jie wanted to do something to her, she would have no room to resist. She could only pray now that Zhang Jie would not lose control today. "I've seen your movies, where are all your celebrity friends?" Zhang Jie asked lightly as he turned on the hairdryer. "Friends? I don't have any friends." "Don't look at those guys, they look glamorous in front of the camera, but behind the scenes they do drugs, prostitutes, cheating, crime, tax evasion, everything." "I don't want to be friends with them," Zhu Yixue complained. "Then do you want me to be your friend?" "A close friend." The silky hair slipped through her fingers, the touch was exquisite, and the faint fragrance of orchid and musk filled her nose. Zhang Jie leaned down and whispered in Zhu Yixue's ear. Zhu Yixue didn't dare to look back, keeping her head down and looking at the floor. "This isn't good, we just met, give me a little more time." As a female artist with outstanding looks, there are countless young men and male celebrities pursuing her. Zhu Yixue is a little proud. She was willing to do anything when she was hungry, but now that she had eaten, her thoughts had changed. Zhang Jie was not impatient as he watched Zhu Yixue remain silent. Haste makes waste. He did not like to force things. Being able to remain untainted in the murky entertainment industry and not go along with the crowd was enough to show that Zhu Yixue was indeed different from the others. However, Zhang Jie knew very well that Zhu Yixue's pride would not last long. After blow-drying her hair, Zhang Jie walked into Zhao Meiqi's room. The next morning, Zhu Yixue, who was sleeping, was awakened by a fragrance. She opened her eyes and her nose twitched slightly. The alluring fragrance made her stomach grumble uncontrollably. She had already digested the food she had eaten the day before, and she needed more nutrients. When she walked out of her room, she found Zhang Jie and a few others sitting together eating. The table was set with lamb chops, braised pork, dumplings, and other foods. However, what was strange was that there were only 5 sets of cutlery on the table. Zhang Jie ate on his own, without looking up at her once. Zhao Meiqi, with a faint dark circle under her eyes, saw Zhu Yixue appear and hurriedly signaled Zhang Jie with her eyes. However, Zhang Jie remained unmoved. Seeing that Zhang Jie did not invite her to eat, Zhu Yixue felt a little embarrassed. Despite her rumbling stomach, she turned around and returned to her room, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 60, Mysterious White Light. "Brother Jie, the superstar seems a little upset. You didn't perform badly last night, did you?" Su Xian revealed a wicked smile and teased in a low voice. She had already started to imagine in her mind's eye Zhang Jie performing poorly and being kicked out of bed. When did I ever perform poorly? She just hasn't completely figured it out yet. Once she does, she can eat with us, Zhang Jie said while eating. "Oh, I see. I thought she was unhappy." Looking at Zhu Yixue's room, Zhang Jie sighed, thinking that he was like a scumbag. He was living in Zhu Yixue's home, but he was also making her go hungry. It was almost worse than being a scumbag. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhu Yixue would scold the cook after eating. The day before, Zhu Yixue had sent him a lot of promises in order to get food. One of them was to agree to be Zhang Jie's girlfriend. But she immediately regretted it after eating, which took Zhang Jie by surprise. For such a woman, it is absolutely necessary to punish her if she doesn't learn her lesson. After breakfast, Wang Yan walked into Zhu Yixue's room. At this time, Zhu Yixue was hugging a pillow and sitting on the bed. "Why did you come in? Are you here to laugh at me?" Zhu Yixue was a little upset. She just couldn't get used to having 4 women suddenly in her home.
No, I just wanna persuade you. You should know that it's the end of the world now, and no one will pity fragrant flowers or cherish jade. If we go out, we'll only die. Wang Yan walked over to Chu Yixue and put a hand on her shoulder. What are you trying to say? You and I are different. Chu Yixue paused, and then spoke again. She is a superstar with tens of millions of followers, and any tweet she sends can be trending. So what if you are the national goddess? Everyone is killing each other in the community every day, and some have even eaten their own relatives. No one cares who you are, and you should know that. Wang Yan stared at Chu Yixue, hoping that she would understand the current situation. If you want to survive and be well fed and warm, I advise you to lower your pride, obey Zhang Jia obediently, and don't needlessly make life difficult for yourself. Besides, Zhang Jia is quite handsome, a proper hunk, with abs. You don't have a boyfriend, so it would be perfect if he were your boyfriend. She took Chu Yixue's hand, encouraging her to make the right choice. You may not believe it, but I was going to kill Zhang Jia and take his supplies. But as you can see, not only did he not kill me, he even let me live. Zhang Jia is actually quite generous. You're young and pretty, and as long as you're obedient, he won't mistreat you. Wang Yan sighed, reminiscing about the stupid things she had done in the past, and her heart was full of gratitude. If she had been ugly, she would have definitely died. Because Zhang Jia only takes beautiful women. But I think relationships need to be nurtured. I still haven't found a boyfriend. All the male artists I know are so hypocritical, saying one thing to my face and another behind my back. They're not even human. Chu Yixue bit her lip and smiled wryly. Silly girl, this is not the time to nurture a relationship. To tell you the truth, the other 3 girls and I are fighting over Zhang Jia every day. Wang Yan leaned closer to Chu Yixue and whispered. Fight? Why? Chu Yixue was full of confusion. Think about it, no one knows when this reign will end. Although we are still young now, what if 10 years or 20 years from now? By then, we will be old and unattractive, and Zhang Jia will most likely abandon us. That's why we all want to give him a child to tie him down. As long as we have a child, he shouldn't abandon us so easily. Wang Yan sighed and continued. What I mean is, if you ignore Zhang Jia, not only will you suffer, but when he loses patience, you will probably be kicked out. At that time, it will be useless to beg anyone, and you will have died in vain. Think carefully. Wang Yan left the room with a serious remark, leaving Chu Yixue to ponder alone. On the other side, Zhang Jia successfully connected to the security system of the safe house using his mobile phone. Chu Yixue's safe house was built by a professional team and is extremely valuable. It has an independent air circulation system, so even if poisonous gas fills the outside air, the people inside will be safe. The walls and floor are embedded with about 40 centimeters of alloy steel plates, so that the only way in and out is through the door. Ding! The phone rang, and Hulei sent him a video. When he clicked on the video, a man appeared on the screen. Ma Xiong was huddled in the corner of the room, hugging his head tightly and shivering. Ma Xiong was mumbling something, but it was hard to hear what he was saying. Zhang Jia turned up the volume, and Ma Xiong's terrified voice immediately came through. Ghosts! There are ghosts. There are man-eating ghosts outside. At the same time, Hulei's voice came through. Jia, we found this guy in the building this morning. He's gone crazy, saying that ghosts killed all his men. Ghosts? Zhang Jia muttered. Having attended university, he knew very well that ghosts were basically impossible. Ghosts completely violated the laws of physics. If ghosts really existed, then his safe house would be meaningless. So the biggest possibility was that there was some kind of mutant beast outside the community that had attacked Ma Xiong and the others. However, judging from Ma Xiong's behavior, the beast may have transcended the understanding of ordinary people and become some kind of terrifying monster under the influence of the rain. In a short while, Hulei sent another video. Zhang Jia clicked on the video, and in the picture, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky, and the white light finally fell straight into the distance. Immediately afterwards, Hulei sent a voice message. Jia, good, big news. This morning, an old guy came to see me. He said that he has a telescope at home and that he happened to observe the white light that day. He asked me to give him 3 packs of instant noodles and then told me what was in the white light. And I didn't want to waste the food, but then I thought you might need this information, so I made a deal with him. You may not believe it when I tell you, but what fell from the sky that day was a spaceship. Hulei was extremely excited.
He had also been an astronomy enthusiast and had always been obsessed with space.
Now that he heard that there was a spaceship, how could he not be excited?
Brother Jia, I didn't believe it at first either, but the more the guy talked, the more real it seemed, and I had to believe it.
The guy even took a picture, I'll send it to you. The picture was quickly sent.
Although the picture was a bit blurry due to the distance, one could still faintly make out the outline of a spaceship.
Chapter 61, The Alien Woman.
Looking at the photo of the spaceship, Zhang Jia was momentarily lost in thought. On Earth, he had only heard rumors of aliens in Area 51 in the United States. He never imagined that one day he could witness it with his own eyes. If this wasn't the end of the world, he might be able to make a fortune with this photo.
Brother Jia, do you think we should go to the place where the spaceship crashed?
There's no need. This rain is very strange. No one knows what other dangers are waiting outside the community.
If you want to die, go ahead.
As the saying goes, those who drown can swim. Zhang Jia's mind flashed with these words.
He has nothing to lack now.
If he goes out of curiosity and dies, that would be absolutely brain-dead behavior.
Since it's the end of the world, it's always right to hunker down.
After saving the photo, Zhang Jia walked into his own esports room. He had already successfully beaten the stand-alone game Black Myth Monkey King to the 4th level, and only needed a few more hours to clear the whole game.
As for the man eating ghosts outside,
he didn't need to worry about them for the time being. After sending a message to Zhang Jia, Hulei returned to the room. In the corner of the room was Ma Xiong, who had been scared silly, surrounded by his minions.
Brother, last night Shangzi said he was going to deliver food to his girlfriend, and he hasn't returned yet.
Do you think he's, one of his minions worriedly asked?
Don't be silly, Shangzi is very clever, he's absolutely fine.
Despite his words, Hulei's heart was in his throat. He didn't know why his younger brother, who was only 20, would like a divorced woman. For that woman, Hu Xiang would deliver supplies every now and then. Only this time, he never came back.
The door creaked open and a fair-skinned boy walked in.
Brother, I'm back. Hulei turned his head and saw a woman standing next to his younger brother. The woman had a pretty face and a very good figure.
You little brat, why did you just come back? I thought you were dead out there.
Hulei walked up to him and patted Hu Xiang on the shoulder. A huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. We have more food than we need, so I went to pick up Shouqin and bring her back to live with us. Hu Xiang took the woman's hand and beamed with a smile.
Who told you we have enough food?
All this food was exchanged by your brother for Boss Zhang's life, and it cannot be given to outsiders casually.
Hulei's face sank.
His younger brother had actually brought back a woman who eats for free.
Jiao Jiao is not an outsider.
She is my girlfriend. She is a woman who cannot eat much, so let her stay here. Hulei could not persuade his younger brother, and could only agree.
Judging from Hu Xiang's reaction, the two have slept together many times.
It is normal for a recent college graduate to be taken advantage of by a young woman who is eager to get married. After taking the young woman back to his room, Hu Xiang couldn't wait to embrace Shen Jiajiao's slender waist.
Shen Jiajiao's slender and supple waist made Hu Xiang's heart flutter.
Don't worry, my brother is a softie despite his sharp tongue. You just need to stay with me from now on. I heard you say that your brother has a lot of food.
Is that true? Can you show me? You have to give me some security if I'm going to stay with you.
Shen Jiaojiao hooked Hu Xiang's shirt with her fingers and said coquettishly.
Okay.
Hu Xiang agreed without hesitation.
Overwhelmed by love, he didn't think much of it and took Shen Jiajiao's hand and walked towards the basement. The basement was filled with a musty smell.
When she saw a large pile of food in the corner, Shen Jiajiao froze for a moment and unconsciously gulped.
This is too much. Did your brother really say that this was given by Boss Zhang? Who is he?
Boss Zhang was originally the security guard of my community. His real name is Zhang Jia. For some reason, his family has more food than they can eat, and they also keep a few beautiful women.
It's like he's living the life of a god.
Hu Xiang is straightforward and outspoken, and doesn't think twice about anything.
With food in his hands, he's not afraid of being robbed? Facing Shen Jiajiao's question, Hu Xiang didn't know how to answer.
After all, his knowledge of Zhang Jia was also very limited, and most of it was told to him by Hulei. My brother said that Boss Zhang lives in a safe house, and no one can get in, and he has a gun.
I see. Shen Jiaojiao nodded thoughtfully.
Back in the room, after a lot of fuss, Hu Xiang was exhausted and soon fell fast asleep. Shen Jiaojiao looked at Hu Xiang's sleeping face, but there was no warmth in her eyes. After making sure Hu Xiang was asleep, she carefully took her phone out of her clothes, afraid of making the slightest noise to wake Hu Xiang. The phone was answered, and a rough voice came immediately.
What's the situation in that neighborhood? We've struck it rich. I've counted it, and there should be enough to feed us for a month. And there's this guy called Zhang Jia, whose family is said to have even more food, but he's living in a safe house.
Shen Jiaojiao lowered her voice and said,
Safe house, you're not lying to me, right? How could a normal person get their hands on that?
Don't forget, I have your husband. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Shen Jiaojiao wiped away her tears.
How dare I lie to you? I'm telling you the truth. Hurry up and come. I've already helped you infiltrate many communities. You should let my husband go, too. No rush. Let's go and cleanse that community of blood first, and then we'll talk about it.
The other person hung up after saying that. Shen Jiaojiao sighed, looked at the sleeping Hu Xiang, and didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt.
It was noon when Su Xian and Wang Yan were busy in the kitchen.
They skillfully chopped and stir-fried the vegetables, their movements flowing like clouds in water. In no time, the kitchen was filled with a tempting fragrance.
Shu Yixue was sitting in her room.
She was already hungry, and after smelling the fragrance from the kitchen, her hunger became even stronger.
Wang Yan's persuasion kept echoing in Shu Yixue's mind, and she thought about it for a long time.
She realized that she seemed to have only one choice at the moment, and that was to obediently listen to Zhang Jia. Only in this way could she obtain the food and protection she needed to survive and continue living.
Any other ideas would be a dead end.
After she had figured it out, Shu Yixue let go of her heavy psychological burden. She jumped off the bed, tidied up her somewhat messy clothes, took a deep breath, and then walked out of the room. Zhang Jia, who was eating, glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Shu Yixue go out of her own accord. His mouth curled up slightly. He knew that the lobbyist he had sent out had succeeded. In fact, he could have forced Shu Yixue to submit. But Zhang Jia knew in his heart that Shu Yixue was different from other women. If he did that, he would only get a body without a soul. Given her character, she might even bite her tongue and kill herself if she was forced. That was not the result he wanted. Facing such a stubborn and proud woman, the best strategy is to win her over. Only by making her submit from the bottom of her heart can he truly control her.
Shu Yixue sat silently at the table and looked at the table full of food.
Her throat involuntarily rolled a little. A sense of hunger instantly welled up in her heart, and she could no longer care about anything else, so she started eating voraciously.
Chapter 62 Shu Yixue's Acceptance.
Our superstar has finally come to her senses, but you can't be biased in the future.
Xiao Xinran cooed as she took Zhang Jia's arm.
Don't worry, I will treat all 5 of you equally, I won't favor anyone over the others. Looking at the 5 different beautiful faces, Zhang Jia felt like his life had reached perfection. Now he just had to go through with that bold plan. Today is the 13th day of the end of the world, and the 4th random reward given by the system has also been credited.
Physical fitness enhancement. This is the second time he has enhanced his physical fitness.
After finishing eating, Zhang Jia wasted no time and immediately began the various tests. The first test was grip strength. Normally, the grip strength of a normal adult male is about 50 kilograms. However, when Zhang Jia was tested using a grip strength meter, the result was shocking. He could achieve a grip strength of 300 kilograms, which is 6 times higher than normal. It is conceivable that if he used his full strength when shaking hands with someone, he could easily break the other person's hand. Not only did his grip strength increase significantly, but his basic strength also improved dramatically. The marble table in Shu Yixue's home weighs 500 kilograms, but even so, he was still able to lift it easily. Before this, his running speed had already exceeded the world record of 958 meters per second. And after the second strengthening, his speed soared, reaching 15 meters per second. This speed is enough to make world champions feel ashamed. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Zhang Jia wants to run, no one can catch up with him. However, this speed is still quite a bit slower than the cheetah's 30 ms. As the fastest creature on the planet, the cheetah can run a 100-meter distance in just 3 seconds. Of course, the cheetah also has its shortcomings, which is that it cannot run for a long time, while he can maintain a high-speed running state continuously. If he met that owl now, he was confident that he could kill it. Seeing Zhang Jia do 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups in one go without breaking a sweat. Apart from Chu Yixue, the remaining 4 women were all at a loss for words, looking at each other. Zhang Jie's physical fitness was already close to the level of a pervert, and they were still ordinary people.
Who couldn't imagine it?
Chu Yixue looked at the blushing few and felt a little dazed. She didn't know why Zhang Jie just did a sit-up and the few people had an expression like they were going to die. It was just strange. After taking a cold shower, Zhang Jie lay on the sofa and looked at his phone. Someone in the owners group had posted a photo, and it was of the giant owl.
It's that monster again.
After taking a cold shower, Zhang Jie lay on the sofa and looked at his phone. Someone in the owners group posted a photo of the giant owl.
Building 6 #BigCuteGirl spoke first. Damn, it's that monster again.
Several people have been tragically killed by it in the past few days.
Building 8 #ZTO Express Delivery Boy, can't anyone kill the monster? I'm always on edge every time I go out at night.
I have 2 kids at home who need to eat. Building 18 #Licking Dog Feverish Goat, everyone is not stupid, no one would do such a stupid thing that would get them killed.
Doesn't Zhang Jie have a gun?
He should be able to solve it with one shot. Building 6 #Big Carving Cute Girl, like a bolt of lightning, I just realized that, why would I be afraid when I have a gun? Everyone in the group began to tag Zhang Jie in an attempt to get him to get rid of the threat. However, Zhang Jie is no fool, and he will not foolishly stick his neck out at this time. He stays in the safe house, living a carefree life, accompanied by beautiful women.
What if he dies running out to fight the strange bird for the other residents?
I'm afraid no one will thank him, but instead will curse him as a brainless idiot. Seeing that Zhang Jie is not responding, some people become agitated. Zhang Jie, that strange bird is eating people every day, and you are the only person in the community with a gun.
Killing that strange bird won't cost you anything.
Exactly, you hide in the safe house all day, eating and drinking, and you never think about the lives of the rest of us.
Looking at the agitated crowd, Zhang Jie's heart was unmoved, and he didn't care about their provocation.
He tapped his finger on the screen, and then he had those people who wanted to morally kidnap him. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, come and find me, I'll be waiting. After these words, there was dead silence in the group. Everyone knew that Zhang Jie had a gun, and going to his door was like looking for death. He threw his phone aside and his gaze fell on Xiao Xinran, who was next to him. He casually and gently put his arms around the delicate and charming Xiao Xinran and kissed her on the cheek. In order to please Zhang Jie, Xiao Xinran changes the way she wears stockings every day. As the goddess of many people, Xiao Xinran knows her advantages very well, and that is her pair of long, white, straight legs. Just as Xiao Xinran put her arms around Zhang Jie's neck, closed her eyes, and looked forward to Zhang Jie's kiss, Zhang Jie unexpectedly slipped a dagger into her hands.
Here, take this dagger. Xiao Xinran was taken aback. What do I need a knife for? I have you.
Zhang Jie patiently explained, one day we will have to go out, and I may not be able to take care of all 5 of you.
Giving you the knife is to teach you to protect yourselves. Xiao Xinran nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and said, okay.
Subsequently, Xiao Xinran called the others out as Zhang Jie had instructed. In a short while, several people came out of their respective rooms and stood in neat rows. After Zhang Jie handed out the daggers to the others, he began to practice seriously with them.
But as they practiced, Zhang Jie noticed something wrong.
Except for Chu Yixue, the 4 were all dressed very sexy. Zhao Meiqi was wearing a miniskirt with white stockings, youthful and energetic with a hint of playful sexiness. Su Xian was wearing tight jeans, perfectly outlining her good figure, with a curvy figure that made people unable to take their eyes off her. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was wearing a schoolteacher's uniform and black-framed glasses, looking intellectual and elegant, but also exuding a different kind of charm. Zhang Jie didn't need to think to know that all of them were trying to get his attention. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show, and 5 women are even more unimaginable. After practice, the 4 women each returned to their rooms, leaving Chu Yixue standing there, biting her lip and feeling nervous. Zhang Jie walked up to her, picked her up, and walked into the bedroom. Chapter 63, A Quarrel Between Brothers. In a room in Building 8, Bai Shiya lay on the floor, looking ashen, her eyes devoid of light. After escaping from the siege, she had been hiding in the community. There were people everywhere who wanted her head. For several days, she had not eaten any food. Hunger was ever present, eating away at her life. Her stomach was empty, and all that was left was a sharp pain. She tried to remember the taste of food, but her mind was a blank. Regret was no longer an appropriate word to describe her emotions. It was a remorse that penetrated to the bone, a self-accusation that ate away at her heart. Her mind kept flashing back to Zhang Jie's figure. If she had been kinder to him in the past, perhaps her fate would have been different. She hated her own stupidity and arrogance. She imagined if she had been able to lower her pride, perhaps she would not be lying here now, tortured by hunger. Bearing the pain of hunger and remorse for the past, Bai Shuya's tears quietly slipped down her face. As the minutes passed, Bai Shuya's eyes gradually closed and she stopped breathing. At this time, in Hu Lei's home, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. A group of people were sitting around, all with grave expressions. In the center of the living room, there was a corpse lying with its abdomen ripped open and its internal organs missing. Big brother, the murderer is that owl. That monster has been coming to the community more and more frequently. In 2 days, it has already killed 2 of our brothers. Hu Lei covered his forehead and his face looked terrible. Didn't you say not to go out at night? Why did you still go out? A middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "There's no choice. Our brothers all have children at home. If the children get sick at night, they have to go out to find medicine." Hu Lei was silent for a moment, then got up and closed the eyelids of the corpse. "Big brother, do you think we should go ask Zhang Jie for some medicine? He shouldn't be short of it." "No, we can't trouble him with such trivial matters after we've barely managed to get on his good side. In that case, let's find 2 people to stand guard near Zhang Jie's house, so that he knows we're useful." "Go now?" "Yes, let's go now. At least stand guard until tomorrow morning, and I'll send someone to take over then." Soon, 2 relatively clever young men were selected and went to Zhang Jie's safe house. After everything was arranged, one of the young men pulled Hu Lei into the bathroom. "Brother Lei, do you feel that there is something wrong with the woman your brother brought back?" The young man leaned in close to Hu Lei and whispered. Hu Lei was slightly startled and asked in return, "Why?" "I saw Wu Xiang take that woman to the basement today, and after she came out, her eyes were avoiding mine, as if she were guilty. Normally, she should be happy to see so much food. Do you think she has something against our food?" Hu Lei frowned, a little hesitant. "I don't think so. What can a woman do?" The younger brother looked serious, his face grave. "It's the end of the world, I think we'd better be careful." Hu Lei pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll go talk to Wu Xiang and ask him to get rid of that woman." "What? You want me to get rid of Xiuqin? Are you kidding?" In the bathroom, Wu Xiang stared at Hu Lei in front of him, his mouth twitching. "That woman is a problem. I can't joke with the lives of my brothers. I have to be responsible for them and their families." Hu Lei had a dark face, and his expression was hard to read. "Absolutely not. Ever since I was little, you've always been in charge of me. Now that I've graduated, you still want to boss me around. If you kick her out, you can just as well kick me out too." Hu Xiang said impatiently. "Are you crazy? You're willing to risk your life over a woman?" Hu Lei was extremely agitated. "Back then, our parents died young, so of course if it wasn't to support you, I wouldn't have dropped out of school to become a butcher. You wanted an iPhone, I bought you one. You wanted an Apple computer, I bought you one, and this is how you repay me?" The 2 brothers argued until Hu Xiang slammed the door and left. Hu Xiang angrily returned to his room, where the woman named Xiuqin was waiting for him in bed. Zayusin put her arms around Hu Xiang's waist from behind and sounded concerned. "Why, who made you angry again?" Hu Xiang sat down on the edge of the bed with a heavy sigh. "My brother, since childhood, has been meddling in everything, and now he says you have a problem and wants to throw you out." Grabbing the woman's hand, Hu Xiang smiled. "Don't worry, if he wants to throw you out, he'll have to go through me first." The woman seemed to be moved, and she kissed him directly. After a while of passion, Hu Xiang fell asleep. The woman took out her phone and edited a message and sent it. "I have already been suspected, so you guys come as soon as possible. I will drug their water at that time, so it will be convenient for you to loot supplies." Hu Lei returned to the bedroom and lay down tiredly. His wife and daughter were already asleep. He didn't understand why his younger brother, who he had spent more than 10 years of his life working for, was unwilling to listen to him. In order to raise money for his brother's tuition, he slaughtered cows and goats by day and drove online car hailing services by night. He was exhausted and fell ill, but in the end, his brother turned his back on him. Late at night, there was silence in the bedroom. Zhang Jie and Chu Yixue embraced after passion and fell asleep. Chu Yixue's face still had a faint blush, as delicate and charming as a peach blossom in full bloom in spring. At 3 a.m., Zhang Jie woke up abruptly. His heart suddenly began to race, and for some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly got dressed and got up, and went to the surveillance monitor. When he saw two people standing in front of the door, his heart also pounded. The two people stood like guards in the dark hallway, not moving a muscle. He had seen those two faces before. They were both Hu Lei's subordinates. Looking at the two people standing guard for him, Zhang Jia roughly understood Hu Lei's meaning. Hu Lei was showing him goodwill, while also hinting that they were valuable. Seeing that nothing was happening, Zhang Jia was about to go back to sleep.
But just then, an abnormality appeared on the surveillance screen. At the end of the dark hallway, two fist-sized red dots were approaching.
As the red dots got closer, a giant black and blue owl emerged from the darkness. The owl set its sights on the two men standing guard at the door.